narcotics lifestyle became more widespread. Now you must know that I'm not implying that every cartel.
Welcome.
Cartel member was once a poor young boy who joined the trade out of the pure necessity of poverty. It's a lot more complex than that. There were many who joined because they always had criminal intent. When an individual with dark tendencies is brought up in a society that celebrates crime, it's not too difficult to know what career path they will eventually choose. However, the true state of things has become complex in recent years. In recent times, recruitment has become multifaceted and yet shockingly similar. It's like these cartels are dipping from the same bag of tricks. But before we talk about their methods and processes, let's break down the structure of the cartels and the job positions the cartel hopefuls apply for when they find themselves in the middle of nowhere with a body and a machete in hand. The structure of cartels. Unlike
I'm
mafia
Faishui.
or other traditional organized
Welcome to
crime
my
syndicate,
channel.
drug cartels have
Alien
an autonomous
Gathering.
and complex structure.
Welcome
Forget
to
what the
my
news
channel.
tells you about El Chapo
Paul
Guzman or
Aragui.
Escobar. These cartels
Welcome
aren't
to my
often
channel.
governed by one individual
Another
on top of a
viewer.
pyramidal, hierarchical
Welcome to my
structure.
channel.
Of course, there are exceptions
Bruce.
to the rule, and you can see
Welcome
examples
to
in
my
the structure
channel.
of the CJNG and its
Stream
undisputed
elements.
leader, El Mencho.
Welcome
But
to
most
my
cartels
channel.
function like the
Axe.
Sinaloa cartel. They are run by
Welcome to
several
my
men
channel.
amongst deep circles,
Streamers
tense
social
factions, and
space.
complex networks of
Welcome
criminals.
to my
El Chapo
channel.
might have been the loudest
Nipet.
voice in the Sinaloa cartel,
Welcome
but there was
to
also
my
El
channel.
Rayo, who operated in the
Ella.
shadows, and his younger brother,
Welcome
El
to my
Gordo,
channel.
who was also equally as powerful.
Drapsnat.
Today, El Chapo's
Welcome
sons
to my
run a
channel.
fraction of the incredibly powerful
Gamers
cartel.
Lounge.
However, every name
Welcome
I've
to
called
my
so
channel.
far falls under the category of
Isebe.
El Jefe, the big
Welcome
bosses
to my
at the very
channel.
top. From the bottom up,
Restream
most
it.
cartels have four classes.
Welcome to
At
my
the very
channel.
bottom is La
Stream for.
Asociación. These are
Welcome to
associates
my
the
channel.
cartel. They aren't
World
members,
of
but
Streamers.
some are hopeful, and they try
Welcome
to
to
work
my
their way
channel.
to earning a membership to
Free
become
Kebab
official
Ed.
soldiers, also known
Welcome
as
to my
soldados.
channel.
However, most associates
Saralna.
are content with their non-status
Welcome to my
working with
channel.
cartels and earning money. Their functions vary, but a good example of an associate is a pilotos, or pilot. These are aviators who smuggle drugs across the border with airplanes or to specific destination points through a process called entrega, also known as delivery. It's a two-man process that involves another associate called a kicker or a pateador. The pateador kicks the drugs out of the door or cargo hatch, and it falls around the spot of the delivery while the pilotos is still airborne. A popular example of a pilotos was Barry Seal, who worked with Escobar until his assassination. An associate could also be a pozolero, otherwise known as soup maker. Their task is simple but horrifying. They dispose of bodies for the cartel by dissolving them into soup-like liquids. Santiago Meza Lopez was an infamous associate who dissolved more than 300 bodies for a Tijuana drug cartel. A little higher up on the pecking order, you'll find a class called oficial, also known as official members. Think of them in mafia terms as the made men of the cartels. The oficial have undergone ceremonial rituals, which we will dive into in a second, but they are at the bottom of the food chain. They often take on the most dangerous jobs and as a direct result, die off quickly. Some of them work as burreros or mules, smuggling drugs and weapons across the border under the command of lieutenants higher up the food chain. If an oficial shows promise or exhibits a dark streak, they're often anointed soldado, foot soldiers, right out the gate. But this isn't always the case. Sometimes cartels will make anyone a soldado, especially if they're short on staff and if there's a war coming, because their primary function is to serve as or human shields for the cartels. Other functions of the oficial come in the nature of halcones, otherwise known as falcons. Halcones are responsible for patrolling, protecting the supply chain, and are the eyes and ears of the streets. They supervise over certain drug dealers and watch the enemy front
Olivia.
closely and report back to
Welcome
higher-ups.
to my
A
channel.
variant of the halcones are
Alicidra.
besoros, otherwise known as foxes.
Welcome to my
Halcones
channel.
tend to be women, but not
Kata.
always. They're often assigned
Welcome to
spy
my
on
channel.
rival cartels. What makes them different from halcones is that they blend in with rival cartel members. Some of them even become members of the rival cartel, and the women have been known to sleep with them. In more extreme cases, the spying extends to the military and the police, where cartel members join and spy on them. The third class are the narcotraficantes, and if you ever reach this point, you have essentially made it. At this point, you are no longer obliged to function as a soldado, halcone, zorro, or even a sicario. You are now a narcotic employer of labor, a fully fledged drug trafficker, and your job is to receive the money while everyone else beneath you does the dirty work. However, this isn't always the case. For example, the Beltran Leyva brothers were narcotraficantes, but still behaved and functioned like sicarios. So if you have a flair for violence, you might never leave the oficial lifestyle behind. One other detail is the fact that the moment you get to this level, you immediately become a target. Because of the amount of control you have and the resources in your control, everyone, from rival cartels to law enforcement to your own jefe, could come for you at any point in time if you're caught lacking. The fourth and final class are known as the corredor. Some cartels call them junta directiva, which translates in English to board of directors. It is an executive committee that might or might not exist in a cartel, depending on the structure, but it is majorly made up of top drug lords. A notable example of this happened in the late 70s, when Miguel Gallardo assembled a committee of Mexican drug trafficking barons to form the Guadalajara cartel. Any individual that functions above the corredor is referred to as el jefe de jefes, the boss of all bosses. It's a rare title. It's also an incredibly dangerous one. Now that we have sorted out the structure of cartels, it's time to talk about how someone like you could join. And when it comes to that, you are either seen as a gardener or a warrior. We'll talk about the gardeners first. Gardeners in a war.
It's a constant war zone. You practice with live targets. I mean, I know it sounds harsh saying it this way, but it's just the way it is. The people we were using as targets were rival cartel members.
A gardener is a civilian. They are the men, women, or kids who, before the cartel, had led a docile life away from violence or dangerous activities. A gardener is also untrained. They have no sense of the battlefield, no understanding of the ramifications of warfare. They are green and precious until they are not. Cartels love gardeners. They love gardeners because they are malleable, cheap, and disposable. Malleable because they know nothing, and so they are like a blank slate where new skills and ideologies can be encoded. Cheap because they don't have to be paid much to begin with. They don't ask for an assassin's fee, and you'd hardly find a gardener that questions whatever little they're paid. They are like sheep, and those that question are immediately exterminated. That is why they are disposable as well. Remember that we are dealing with 500,000 people here. There are many, often thousands. Only a few survive. Fewer still will ever rise through the ranks. So how do cartels find these gardeners? The most common method is through familial connections. Everyone within a cartel has a family member or close friend that they trust, and so they often recruit these members into their organization. You might be wondering why anyone would bring a family member into a violent cartel where they could lose them any day. But at the same time, recruiting a family member means that you can ensure loyalty and minimize the risk of betrayal.
El Mencho sent his forces to take over El Aguaje, but Michoacan's local gangs joined forces to take it back.
Coercion and intimidation. The CJ&G are the most notorious employers of this technique. They have been known to storm villages and enlist every youth in sight. Anyone that resists dies. However, cartels like Sinaloa often use more diplomatic methods, like financial incentives. It's often the easiest way to draw in younger members. Sicarios like El Chino famously used social media to flaunt his lifestyle, and that attracted a generation of fresh intake into the cartel. Vulnerable individuals also fall under this category. Unlike the younger, healthier recruits, these ones are drug-addled or have financial difficulties, or both. They turn to cartel lenders for help and are offered help in exchange for joining the organization. However, one of the most ridiculous methods of recruitment involves multiplayer online video games. In October of 2021, officials intercepted a transport bus that had 3 boys aged between the ages of 11 and 14 on board. And after some investigations, they realized that the cartels had tried to enlist them. One of the kids said that they met a cartel recruiter in an online game platform called Free Fire. The recruiter promised the boys $200 per week to work in northern Mexico as halcones, or in simpler terms, drug cartel lookouts. Fortunately, the boys were found before the bus could leave the city, but Free Fire isn't an isolated incident. Other, more popular games like Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto 5 have also served as recruitment platforms for the cartel. If you're wondering why, it's simple. The platforms I just mentioned are soaked in violence, to put it mildly, and they offer recruiters a targeted pool of youths that are mainly male, young, fascinated by weapons, and somewhat desensitized to killing, at least on a virtual level. It works the same way for any military. When these boys are contacted, they are given the same script: real guns, real action, and lots of money. Unsurprisingly, these boys fall for it, so they drop out of school and join these cartels, where they are paid a stipend to take part in shootouts that, more often than not, lead to their untimely death. If you find all of this hard to believe, then consider this statistic from the Network of Children's Rights in Mexico. It says that between 2000 and 2019 in Mexico, 21,000 youths under 18 were murdered and 7,000 disappeared. The network also estimates that some 30,000 youths had been recruited by drug gangs by 2019. And perhaps the most ridiculous and terrifying part of this is the fact that the recruiters are kids themselves. 15-year-old cartel members recruiting 15-year-old gardeners. And in extreme cases, it goes beyond cutting up a body or murdering a rival to get blood on a recruit's hands. There have been cases where new recruits were forced to engage in cannibalism to earn their seat at the table. Former members of the incredibly violent cartel La Familia Michoacana have testified in court of how new recruits were forced to eat the hearts and internal organs of murder victims in a twisted scheme to prove their loyalty and fish out Zorros. An offshoot of the same cartel called the Knights Templar would also sometimes force potential cartel members to dismember victims while they were still alive. At the end of the day, it's all an effort to turn the gardeners into warriors. But when all else fails, when the stakes are incredibly high, or when these cartels find themselves outmatched and outclassed by the hands of the law, these cartels ignore the gardeners and seek out true warriors to recruit. Warriors in a garden. Warriors are not civilians. They are soldiers who have chosen to cross from the way of the law to a life of crime. If you've asked them why they switched sides, they could tell you there wasn't much difference between the two, except the fact that one side paid more. Unsurprisingly, these recruitments are what made cartels like the CJNG and Los Zetas untouchable. These recruitments are what gave the latter the gall to war with the Mexican military and win. And they're the ones who gave the former the balls to ambush and initiate assault campaigns on the same Mexican military. But where did it all begin? When did this carpet crossing start? And how deep is this mess? We'll have to go back to the 90s, back to a time when the powerful Gulf Cartel, led by Ociel Cardenas Guillen, came up with a bright idea of recruiting a group of 30 Mexican ex-Special Forces troops for the sole aim of creating their own paramilitary enforcement unit. It was the first of its kind.
Ociel saw in them a discipline that the regular trafficker did not have, and that was a militarized discipline. A respect for chain of command, loyalty, the willing to attack the hill when told, regardless of the outcome.
And I'm not being sarcastic when I say it was a bright idea. It was. But it backfired in a way that ultimately did not serve the Gulf Cartel. However, it pushed the boundaries of recruitment possibilities of other cartels while militarizing the drug trade in general. So, while the ex-Special Forces ultimately turned on their masters, establishing their own cartel named Los Zetas, other cartel bosses copied the Gulf Cartel recruitment strategy, employing the services of other ex-Special Forces and birthing an age of violence that has become the staple of Mexican cartels to this day. But let's hold on for a second and set aside the violence. Let's talk about the skill set that these individuals brought to the table. Because if you didn't know, many of these defectors had received training in counter-terrorism, counterintelligence, interrogation, and strategy from French, Israeli, and US advisors while they were working in the Mexican military. So, when they defected, they took all of that training and intel with them. All of a sudden, the Mexican government found that the cartel had leveled the playing field because their own men now fought them with their own tools and their own intel. And to make it a little trickier, these ex-forces had connections with international arms dealers who were morally ambiguous enough to sell to the cartels what they were also supplying the Mexican military. By 2006, the Mexican president at the time, Felipe Calderón, was forced to use military action for the first time on the cartel. Unfortunately for him and most of Mexico, the cartels were several steps ahead, and the situation was about to get a whole lot worse. In 2011, the FBI revealed to intelligence circles that Los Zetas was actively recruiting people with prior specialized training, ex-military, ex-law enforcement, you name it. But this sounded like old news. At the time, it sounded like a replay from the 90s. Unfortunately, it wasn't. The Americans were short-sighted. They had no idea that their military, not the Mexicans, was the target for the fresh wave of recruitment. In 2012, service members stationed in Fort Carlson, Colorado were accused of conspiracy to conduct murder for hire after accepting a contract to kill. They would have gone undetected if undercover DEA agents posing as Los Zetas members hadn't arrested them first. 4 years later, in 2015, former military military servicemen Kevin Corley and Samuel Walker were arrested in a sting operation. The two had committed hit jobs on behalf of Los Zetas, and once again, they would have gone undetected if not for the undercover DEA agents posing as Los Zetas members. As more and more cases were uncovered by covert sting operations, it became clear that the corruption had crossed the border and eaten deep into the US military. Cartels were now aggressively recruiting both American and Mexican special forces as cartel associates. By 2016, Mexico's defense ministry would officially state that about 1,383 elite soldiers had deserted their force between 1994 and 2015. And by 2022, a report revealed that since 2020, the US had detained about 700 people linked to various cartels and criminal groups operating in the country, among them American citizens and soldiers. Mind you, these were the ones they were aware of, but the situation wasn't isolated to just Mexico. Internal documents from Mexico's Attorney General's office confirm accounts from sources in the state of Michoacán that La Familia Michoacana cartel sent envoys to Guatemala to recruit former Special Forces soldiers known as Caibiles. If you do not know who the Caibiles are, they are the Special Operations Wing of the Armed Forces of Guatemala. We're talking about a deep-in-the-jungle, everyday combat type of special forces. Seriously, their official motto is, if I advance, follow me. If I stop, urge me on. If I retreat, kill me. And to make things even more spicy, members of the Caibiles unit have received US training since the 1970s. They also happen to be at the forefront of some of the worst atrocities in Guatemala's civil war, notably the 1982 slaughter of 201 civilians in Dos Eres. The truth is, you wouldn't be wrong to say that the US has indirectly sponsored this age of militarized cartels, because between 2006 and 2017, they provided around $2.7 billion in security assistance, including military and counter-narcotics support, and all of those resources have found their ways into the hands of the cartels. To this day, recruitments haven't slowed. Both gardeners and warriors continue to troop into an industry that is worth at least $700 billion globally. Narco culture is more alive today than it has ever been, and unlike what the American and Mexican governments would have you believe, they are not winning the war. So, I'd like you to take a second with me to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
Odmah na početku počelo tepanje, dotaljena publika, stares navijanje. Šta ima, momci? Nema se niko.
Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dik... Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dik... Ne mogu gorim, ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dik...
Ne. Klik. Ovo izgleda prelep. Prelep.
Давай, показати на якось. Kaj 98 kaži? Odlično. Ma daj, pričam s tobom i...
Ma
daj! A nisam došao...
Ma daj!
Mogu da mu ti kažem.
Tako je, brat.
Mogu, ali ne čujem da mi čovjek prišao.
Da.
Nisam čuo da je ušao, gleda sam da je smijen.
Šta ne možeš? Ček.
Ne Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem.
Ne mogu.
Šta ne možeš? Ali imaš, prvo se čuje Milan, ali čuje se u pozdini Nenad Vujičić. Šta ne možeš? To je neč.
Časmo. Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem. Idu ljudi!
Ne, ovo.
Alo bre, matori, gasta govnje! Časmo!
Pa to ti kažem. Demoni ga satiru.
Demoni.
Neki, Anna recommended izbacio na YouTube-u, neki meksički rančer poslao ljude kući i kad su mu došli ovi iz narkokartela, znači četvoricu je uspio da upuca i oni nisu znali kako da ga isteraju iz kuće bez da pogineš koji. I onda su ga onim granatnim lancerima su mu izgranatirali kuću i ubili čovjeka. I došla meksička vojska da interveniše. Ovi se razbežali, ovi iz kartela. Bože se čuje. Čovjek nije teo da im... A da, došli su mu bili sa ultimatumom kao da ostavi stvari, kao da napusti kuću, kao to je njihova kuća sad, znaš. I čovjek je znaš, kako kaže, ti ljudi što su ga poznavali, toga rančera, kažu, njegova reč je bila kao da si potpisao ugovor, znaš, kao toliko je držao do...
Tako isto i ja. Ja ne bih poginuo nego izgazio moju reč.
No ne, kaže čovjek je čovjek je rekao kao da ne ide nigde. Oni su mu kao došli s ultimatumom kao da kupi stvari i da se kao seli. On je rekao, kaže, idem ja nigde. To.
A možemo i mučio se i sedemo oni to buš.
Molim? A ne znam, brate, tad najbolje da ideš kod popa.
Kod isterivača demona.
A
ne znam ja, to ti iz iskustva pričaš.
Posle pop, bre. Nego šta?
Kod isterivača demona da odeš. To bi ti ne bilje bilo.
Ej, Snake, ja sam...
Vlado, sino sam te jedva čuo, moram te smanjiti sad, izvoli.
Važi, ja sam gledao, pa zato što sam ležao i gledao...
Znam, jedva sam te čuo bio, morao sam te pojačati, ali sad, reci, ajde.
Ja sam gledao kako je deo oružja iz Ukrajine otišao u Meksiku kod narkobandi. Tako da nosi ljudi hladno, šta je briga. Sve full plaćeno.
Da.
A što ovi drugi nemaju to što sprovode zakon, to nema veze. A i zašto bi uopšte...
Da?
Pa zašto bi nosili to kada ovi što sprovode zakon ne bi trebalo da se sreću s tim, to je posao za vojsku i ćao zdravo.
Kako su beše skinuli onoga, pomozi mi reći, kolumbijskog, onog narkolorda.
Pa on...
Escobar, jel da? Escobar je skinula vojska, jel tako? Policija je bila toliko korumpirana da nije bilo moguće. Jeste.
FBI ga je
I vojska. I vojska.
I izdajnici Kolumbije.
Izdajnici? Ti to znaš izdajnici?
Izdajnici.
Izdajnici, ja?
Čovjek je htio da...
Izdajnici. Sad ja tebe dovedem u svoju vilu i kažem, jebi ga Nenade, potkradao si me ja samo ti otkinem glavu starom.
Lik
I to je u redu, jel?
Lik je htjela platiti cijelo dug svoje države. Lik je bio podigao Kolumbiju koliko toliko.
Podigo. A čovječ, on je bio tiranin, razumeš, zavisiš od dobre volje tiranina.
Brojke kažu da su dignuti, znaš, tako da verujem da je i on dignut. Šta ti misliš o tome, a?
Kako misliš da je dignut? Kao u sveca, šta?
Ne u svecu, nego oni koji uzmu drogu su na drogama i oni
A,
su haji.
da. Visokus.
I sopstvenu zemlju.
Znači čovjek
Jeste,
nije htio
evo.
sve pare da zadrži za sebe, nego htio da daje narod.
A ne ide to tako, nego kad imaš previše novca...
Znam zbog čega je to, zato što nije plaćao porez za Ameriku.
Jest.
I
Platio je,
isto zbog čega je pao.
jest.
Isto zbog čega je to i Al Capone.
Slušaj, ako džaba je dao, upravo je Nenad, delimično, on je dao deo novca svom narodu i političarima i korumpirao ih i sve. A zajebo se jer nije platio strane političare, strane, razumeš? Kaže, osilio se. A ne možeš to da radiš. Ako misliš da si jači od zakona u svojoj državi, verovatno jesi, ali nisi jači od stranih službi u komšijskim državama. I što kažeš ti, FBI mu je sredio da ga vojska skine s vlasti.
Nije cijela vojska, određeni pripadnici.
Dovoljno.
I tebi je bolje recimo veleizdajnik od čovjeka koji... Čekaj, čitruju Amerikanci.
Je ti dovoljno 2 divizije vojske sa 5-6 tenkova da skinu nekog diktatora s vlasti? Pa dovoljno.
Nije, ja mislim da nije.
Gdje nije?
A gdje nije? On ima plaćenike, razumeš? Nema profesionalnu vojsku koja ga čuva.
Zauznem mostove, zauznem telefon stanice, zauznem RTS, pola države moje već.
Misliš kontrolišeš medije, kontrolišeš elektrodistribuciju, jel to?
Neko je stanje ispred skupštine, ako političari sedeli i spale jedno 5-6 portune i to ti je to.
Viš kako bi on bio opasan diktator? Ne smijemo mu dati resursa pa vlasti, Vlado.
Pa isto sad nema šta je.
Šta nije tako?
Da vam pustim jedan snimak, ljudi, nije tamo dobro. Kad je roknula jedna bomba, brate, rasvetala ih je sve, čovjek molio ovog drugog da rokne jer nema jednu nogu, druga noga mu rasvetena, ruke. O, čovječe. Nije to...
Pa nije to fino kad te pogodi, jeste tank.
Ma nije tank, brate, njega roknuli sa nečim. Kako je ostao živ, ne znam.
Kako? Kako ti je...
Otkupiš policijski generala i tako su to kosovali i kolečnici koji se prodaju
za malo para. Za malo para.
Samo to ženu majku ću ti prodati.
Dobro.
Nemoj, aj nećemo politici, nećemo, Vlado, nemoj. Nećemo, Milane, prestani Milane.
Ali postoji stvari koje ne bi kako se kaže.
Šta, ne bi prodao integritet države, šta?
A da.
Opa, visoko moralno, dobro je to.
Jako je volim mnogo, postoje neke gdje ja poločnice.
Oho.
Gdje bi onoga što mi to ponudio osekli mu glavu. I bacio šakalima da je grožu.
Znači, smrt domaćim izdajnicima, napolje sa stranim okupatorima.
Da.
Jebote. Ratobarna vojna nad. A zato si ti antiruski element u državi.
U koju državu ide mi one? Kao Nemci su bili fašisti nego nacionalsocijalisti.
Da, Nemačka nije imala, upravo je Nemačka nije imala pravi fašizam. Mussolini je imao fašizam, ali Mussolini je bio...
I Srbi su imali fašističku partiju, i Italijani, i Rusi čak.
Jeste, Nemci su imali socijalističku partiju koja je bila maskirana kao nekakav fašizam, ali to je narodna socijalistička partija.
Imali su i Englezi, i Francuzi, svi su imali fašističku partiju u jednom vremenu. Bože moj, Nemci su imali nacionalsocijalisti.
Postoji danas akta gre koji ti djelovi se luci.
Ne, s tim je u pravu. O tome sam ja nisam čitao Mein Kampf i tako te gluposti, ali po onome, isto kao što su Rusi imali lažni komunizam, i mi isto u Srbiji.
Nacionalsocijalizam i komunizam su ti isti. Samo malo ovo je upleteno kao nacionalizam. To je to. A fašizam ti je više kao korporatizam, gdje recimo država ima vlasništvo u svim velikim preduzećima.
Pa to je onda ovo danas. Jel' tako?
Da.
Pa to ti je ovo danas. Opisao si upravo stanje u svakoj državi, u svakoj zemlji.
Svakoj državi je samo našoj jebiga naše grupe, ima cilj i interes da kontroliše glavne resurse, znači vodu, struju, hranu. I to se ne daje pojedincima, nego država znači gleda da ima monopol. Ne može ima prevelika žika na to monopol, pa da on zaradi, mjesto da seljak zaradi 30, on će seljaku da da 20, on će da predat po 30, 10 će da stavi sebe u džep.
Ne.
I gradi se jaka i stabilna država.
Evo, u kojoj to državi, ne, to što ti pričaš, pitam se. U Srbiji ne. To je neka utopija u kojoj ti pričaš, to ne postoji.
U Americi.
Pričaš ono kad su američki ti veliki zemljoposjednici, kad nisu mogli se dogovoriti sa državom oko cene žita, pa su natovarili svo žito ili kukuruz beše u one velike kontejnere i to izručili u more. Jel znaš za to? Ili ono kada ne mogu da se dogovore za cenu proizvoda, uzmu samo izoru njivu, razumeš?
Što više, američka vlada plaće seljacima petoduplo da unište prinose.
Da bi kontrolisali cene i market, šta?
Da. Ja sam fašitom, za mene je fašizam sve.
Kakav bi to diktator bio. Jesi ti igrao onu ili čuo za onu igru na PC koja se zove Tiranija? Nisi 100%.
Tirani, ja mislim da sam...
Tirani. U većini modernih knjiga, medija, filmova, ti si zapravo antidiktatorski element, jel tako?
Da.
U Tiraniji ti si zapravo desna ruka ovoga tiranina, ili kao vrhovnog vladara, i poslat si iz zone u zonu da sprovodiš njegove zakone. To je za tebe, Kunentis. Čekaj samo da ti nađem. Ja bi platio da vidim da ti to igraš. Tyranny PC game.
For centuries, centuries, Kairos the Overlord has conquered the known world.
Zamisli da obrneš na glavačke, evo. Eto, dolazi. Ti si desna ruka despota, jeste? Ili vrhovnog imperatora.
Some states offer them the opportunity to choose a master. While it has been controversially disputed, it's mostly seen as an act of kindness for the death chamber. From a single olive to a clump of dirt and a birthday cake, we bring you the strangest.
Koliko da su tebe konsultovali kad su pravili? Ne, ozbiljno, ja sam probao, čini mi se, i bilo mi je fascinantno kako neko može da napiše takvu priču.
Nacionalsocijalizam. Isti kurac. Kako nije?
Ako se dobro sećam, Rusija u Staljinovo vreme, pred Drugi svjetski rat, je malo gore uređenje nego Nemačka. U vreme rata.
Ko su bili?
Jao, Milan i politika. Ajde, priča.
Ko? Prve nacisti su bili isto.
Da, jeste, samo što se nisu zvali nacisti.
Socijalisti.
Jesi li...
Karl Marx nije Nemac nego Englez. Sahranjen je u Engleskoj.
Jesi li čitao... Nenade. Jesi li čitao Životinjsku farmu od Orwella?
Jes, čitao.
Ozbiljno, jesi?
Neke životinje su, imaju jednake od drugih, kako beš.
Da, ja sam čitao malo pozadinu knjige. Knjiga ko knjiga, ono, ha, znaš, ha, ho, ho. Pozadina knjige ti je da... Pozadina knjige da ti je glavni vepar, Napoleon, ti je zapravo Staljin, ako sam dobro skonto. Koji, čini mi se, onog drugoga kao svog, kao vođu revolucije na životinjskoj farmi, na kraju ga proglasi za izdajnika i pošalje njegove pse da ga kao nađu bio. Dobro, taj deo nije možda opisan, samo je kao napisano da ga je kao program.
Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem.
Ja, gotim, kako se očuo, u povici to nije... Tri put jače se čuje nego ovako, kad neko da vidite. On pusti na zvučnike,
Ko, Vlada, da.
Ne Vlada, ide do njega.
Džasmo!
Taj je najgori klip od svih. Aj mi samo učini uslugu i taj ukloni. Znači, mogu ti poslati drugi editovan, znači, to je baš loše. Svaki put kad čujem taj klip, znači, kosa mi se na glavi diže. Kad se čuje na početku klipa prvih par milisekundi, čuje se ono ck. Kao da si ono...
Loše se čuje kod generalička, mislim da se ovako čuje dobro. To je prvo.
Aj?
Džasmo!
Mislim da si upravo. Nešto kad on broadcasta nije u redu, znaš?
Mene se
se sluša
Ja
kao,
više i ne puštam.
čuje se te duplo, se čuje i od ovoga, i od Vlade, i od Jedinovačkog.
Da, čuje se... Jesi li video onaj klip za kišu, Borisa, ono, što je onaj tip likovo, sa data miner iz Han Shodana što je izvuku. Ono sino što sam stavio, a i bilo je na YouTube-u. On je inače, skinuli su ga bili s Reddita, zašto je Krajtek kukao, kako znaš, previše liku informacija i ovi Han Shodan redditori su ga
Vidio sam i klip za Franjo Kara, Milana i tako.
sa onim Chaos bombama, Chaos boltovima, da. A moraš, slušaj, Boris, moraš ti to uraditi jednom. Ako imaš otključane te Chaos boltove. Ali on je to baš majstorski uradio, znaš. On je pucao lučno u vazduh da padnu otprilike oko 50 do 100 metara u daljinu.
Ali oni se ne čuju ko pravi pucanje.
Ne, čuje se, znaš šta je najjača fora? Čuje se recimo da neko puca 2 puta shotguna, čuje se da neko fenira, čuje se kratak burst iz automata, čuje se 2 metka iz Scofielda, na primjer. Znači, baš deluje kao prava paljba. Kako i tripuju. Ja sam gledao čitav klip, veruj mi, znači nisam mogao da verujem. A što najjača fora on, kako se šeti po mapi, tako, znaš, on ukrug puca u vazduh. Tripuj, viče Drakola, ovo je puklo pored mene.
Jasmo.
Upravo smo pričali o tebi, kako si ih majstorski izvoza bio. Sa onim Chaos boltovima.
Franja ti je bulju pomerio juče. Ubit ću tebe opet, ne brini.
Čekaj.
Boli me kurac. Boli me kurac, što sam te ubio, ubit ću te opet.
Jesi li video Franjo ovo?
Bože mili, da se ja opterećujem ko ti sa glupim kantom, da ti gde bi mi bio kraj, evo.
To je juče postao jedan data miner koji je već jednom likovo nešto za Han.
Ima ili nam treba treći?
Ja sam tu, evo, upadam.
A ne znam, Nenad ili igra s vama ili ne?
Nenad ne igra sa Milanom, to on...
Ne snalaze se dobro, a?
Al će se... Pa eto, za 15 dana je Nenad rekao da će se vratiti sa trice na peticu. Pa evo, čekam.
Ček, to pitam, za mesec ili za mjesec? Za koliko je rekao? A ti si rekao za mjesec, a? Aaaa! A ti bi ubacio, a ne bi ubacio za... A ne bi oni šće ubacio nešto tuda u komponu. Možda mi je mjesec.
Ne može nikako,
Može,
da.
brate, što ne bi mogao.
Mjesec šće. Kako ne mislim? Sutra je mjesec
To su nepostojeće nebuloze. To još nisam čuo ni kod ljudi koji pričaju ni slovenski, ni kod Makedonaca, ni... Bio sam na jednom hrvatskom Discord serveru, isto također ljudi nemaju izmišljene slova, izmišljene gluposti. Kao što imaju pojedini elementi iz Crne Gore.
Ja.
Ilija, najjači komentar ikada pre 3 godine.
Da čujem.
A će ovo da jebe FPS, majko.
Tu ovi
Neće.
oni prepucavaju i Ivanović i ne znam ko još kaže od samo jebem, a Ilija onako šapne u ništa.
Što ono daje novo oružje, a?
Dokaz da su svi Crnogorci pederi.
To ti je onaj, kako to kažu, onaj M30 drilling. To ti je kao ona kombinovana dvocevka. Samo što je Krajtek obrnuo koncept, imaš 2 pušana metka u 2 cevi i imaš u srednju cev shotgun patron.
A ne, motičana, ali koristio bi.
Što? Ajde, stari, lekcije prte.
Shot bolt je najbolje oružje koje sam ja imao prilike. Jedina greška kod tog oružja je što je spor projektil i se može desiti lagano da traduješ s nekim. Zato ne volim ga koristiti.
Ajde, idemo Milane, idemo.
Brate, što se ovo dešava?
Ajde.
Šib.
Mene trkaš da upalim igru. Ti normalan, bre. Koji si tip? Koja si ti, papče?
Ma, on me je već pozvao. Tu smo mi, čekamo tebe. Boris me, ne moraš Alt F4 uradi lead match. A nije, ovako će traži da se rekonektiš. Brate, šta je ovo, moj Ilija?
Što?
Šta je ovo, lemat sa longema, jel?
Jest. Ili medium. Zbog recoila ili je long ili medium, ne može biti kompakt. Ta 38-nica kompakt, nikako.
A jesi vidio ti onaj shotgun? Pa ono puni, brat.
Znaš šta imaš? Imaš dva puščana metka u dvije cevi gore i u zadnju cevi imaš shotgun.
Ma to će OP, brate, biti. To ako ubace...
Ja, zavisi od municije, znaš. Mislim, što bi kupovao za double barrel slug municiju kad možda pucaš iz toga.
Franja, nosiš shotbolt samo za papke kao što ti je.
A nije to shotbolt, to je housebolt. Gledam šta me pitaš, majke.
A dobro, on je operisan od... On ima ipak 5000 sati, znaš.
Papčino jedna. Papčino,
Ne zajebam se, gledaj su kod mene 5050 sati, tako nešto. I dalje ne znam koje je oružje u Huntu.
A ko gleda plavi marker bez ti blesave? Znaš da me boli kurac plavi marker, ja sve što se mrda ja pucam, boli me kurac, ko je čiji.
Dobro, čovjek nije vidio.
Da, ne možemo svi sve da vidimo. U svakom trenutku.
Najbolje kada ti znaš, evo te.
Ajde da se drogi
Papčino, a?
Da nam oči sjaje. A šta misliš, Franjo, o Čekiću, ako si vidio Čekić na tom klipu?
Primjer.
Ja mislim da sam ready, a?
Pošto...
Ja nisam ready.
Ja vidim koliko si slep, koliko ne vidiš, koliko si ćorava,
kokoška,
ono najgora, znači...
To sam ja to kažem, kokoška. Kokoška.
Plavi, pa ja ne vidim zašto mi boli kurac, plavi marker, niti gledam. I gledam da ga vidim, razumiješ?
Garant je, Boris, a?
Ja znam da ti uzimaš onu slepicu i sve što nije slepica ja pucam na nju, znači to je to, razumiješ?
Ti li beše...
Sad sam vidio jednu leptiricu golih leđa, ima istetovirana neka krila, jebate, znači lepo je stoji. Jadan peđa, baš mi gledam. Ja sam se prevrnuo kako ste juče jurili neki ljudi što pucaju na vas. Znači, suze su mi išle od smeha juče, kad te gledao.
Ja nisam mogu da verujem kako je išlo duboko to trolovanje, razumiješ, kako oni već nisu skontali.
Čiteri, ovo su čiteri, pazi šta ti čiteri, pazi on puca pored mene, ja ga ne vidim, čiteri!
Dobro, Peđa nema 5000 sati, ja treba bi da prepostavim da je Milan već vidio te fore.
Milan?
Pa 5000 sati ima.
Milan ima te brige u životu da ne zna šta je doručkovo jutro, znaš, koliko je zabrinut.
Hoćeš da ti ja kažem šta je doručkovo?
Hajde reci.
burek, opcija A. Opcija B, 3 jajeta pržena i slanina.
A onaj burek sa kolenicom, onoga,
To. Holesterol ono
koleginice.
razbije.
Gledaj, free huntere uzeo.
Ko?
Ne nosi ljepec.
Ja?
Oho. To su neki novi elementi.
Da. Jesi siguran da si to ti? Ozbiljno?
To nisam ja, to je moja šauma.
Šalaj mi, nisam ja. Ljudi.
Ljudi.
Nisu tu.
Sad su otvorili, sad se zatvorio ovaj.
Ljudi, ej, stanite. Sad biste se sjebali svojim kašljem, sad ste mi čuli, kogod od vas dvojica me puko. Čudi me da trag ne crveni još.
Sad se zatvorila vrata.
Znam, vidio sam ga i desno sam ih čuo od mene.
Znači unutra su Milane, 100%. Bar jedan.
Ali trag nije crven, što je
Sto ti, Franj, opet. Franj su
Nisam.
A.
Čime ću zatvoriti vrata? Ajde. Idemo na nje. Ni našta.
Trag je uzet bio, ne znam gdje su otišli.
Kako će se...
Evo sad, pičnuli me. Bež.
Krag, nemoj tamo ići. Na north east.
Ne, se zahilujem, evo.
Ovo je vjerovatno sol, ali... Ništa, idem ja na njega. Tu je, 30. Ma tu negdje sam. Brate moj. Snajper.
I drugi je tu.
Snajperi. Bravo, Borise. Ne znam da ćeš
tu. Ej, još jedan ovdje.
Tu blizu.
Kao mačka ti ideš oko mene.
I to sam ga me ubio sačvarom, jebem ti mater. Kako bre 10 metara alamo me skida bez slaga?
Romero ubija na 15 metara.
Dići ga, diže ga.
Hvala.
Čime ga diže?
Pa eno sad je bio Franjo ispred tebe. A? Ko ti je bio, vidio sam čoveka tamo u daljini.
Bori se.
Pa ne može ga dizat nikad.
Romero default ubija na 15 metara.
A ubio si ga tamo, čime? Je li headsman tu? A to je to onda, to je, da. Evo ga, da.
To je sjajno.
Nisam to vidio kad si uradio. Brate, kad je prije došao, nije mi jasno. Pa, ja sam mislio da će to čekava, ono, na daljini. Da će distancu da igra.
Ček, idem do...
Sada će pa i glup.
Idem da se nahilujem samo na...
Ma zajebo ga i Boris što je ubio ono, ja jednog. Onog
Pa
prvog.
hitovo sam i ovog drugog, ali nisam mu head spičio, jebom pas materiju.
Znaš kako je... Ilija, znaš kako je ubio čovjeka na blizinu?
Kako?
Hipfire-ovo je chain pištolj.
Boris?
2 puta. Da.
A to liči na Boris.
Čekaj, ti misliš da je to slučajno, pa imam ubistava sa chain pistolom?
Ne pričamo o chain... Opet mašiš point. Ne pričamo o tome, pričamo o hip-firovanju, znači bez da odeš u ADS, razumeš?
Prvi metak je bio nišanjenje, a drugi sam ga na...
Skuka pucao. Ja da ga. To ti kad ne ideš u zoom, to ti je skuk.
Prvi testikal, a?
Što niste sve podigli usput da krene na mene.
Moraš biti brže. Ima neki stream, gledali bi je možda Vlada.
Pa ja koliko znam obično...
Milan streamuje svaki dan.
Najboljima streamuje.
Svaki dan, znam.
Ovaj sa najboljom grafičkom, ima trait neki ovdje. Position.
Trait za streamovanje, šta?
Position. Position. A jebi ga sad tu negdje na klupi, gledaj.
Ja na Forked Riverus. Eno ga. Znači, Forked River. Upalimo stream, sad je rekao da upališ.
A da, mene ne čuje.
Zašto te ne čuje?
Pa ne znam, bojkotujem. Postavljam.
Imaju određenih komunikativnih problema
Čovjek mi, zamislite neko uđe u kuću da kaže još nisi zvao ljudi iz Telekoma da raskineš ugovor. I samo
jedan mrtav, alo.
ode preko vrata.
A gdje si ga ubio?
Tu na prozoru su dvojica bile. Diže ga sad 100%.
To mora da Boris hoda cestom i ništa.
Ne znam,
nije.
Drugog prozora na mene sad. Ovog ovdje je pucao. Gledajte taj prozor, ja ne mogu sad. Ovdje je iza ograde.
Evo, poizonovaj. Poizonovani su.
To je dosta dobar dinamit bio, samo možda ubiješ nekog.
Jedan ovdje van.
Šta skenira bez...
Tako čujem, bere.
A jedan je bio ovdje na balkonu isto. Pre...
Milan pravi zaseru pred vrata.
Mrtav jedan. Jedan ostao. Bravo, mali.
Welcome.
Pa zajebao sam i sebe sam, šta ću? To mali.
Bravo, Milane! Evo, priznajem. Milane, priznajem.
A jebem ti.
Milane, priznajem.
Je.
Goodbye for now.
Evo da ne kažeš da ništa nisam uradio
tako
za
je.
tebe.
O, kako sam ja ovog na iznenađenje na prozoru, znači... Gde je treći, ona Lirona?
Bjež. Ostalo mi je 10 HP, sam tebe malo nisam ubio. Naš Ilija ušao sam u Forked River sa 8 poison boltova i sve sam ih iz kuće istjerao. Bukvalno gdje god stanu na otrovnali.
Gde je treći, ona ženska sa špirom jebote?
Imaš Cartera unutra, onoga...
Idi u kurac.
Divljeg bila.
Ali ja ovdje vidim Cartera samo jebote.
Da, Carter je mrtav sa Mosi Nagantom, ako nekom treba puška.
Vidi ovi pobjegli već, a evo...
Šta je, Bounty teko?
Milane?
A drugi je Bounty, ja.
Gdje je pored Cartera ženska, ja je ne vidim evo. Pa rekao si pored Cartera, evo ti dva ovdje.
Bojim se da nije.
Da, i tu si rekao dva je, jedan pored drugog.
Možda mi se kaže da imaš oružje.
Tog sam vidio, tražim žensku sa špirom ono. A to te pitam evo.
A što ti moraš sve da izlutovaš, Force? Mogu ja nešto, neki loot, valjda da bacim nešto, press F to loot.
Pa ti igraš radi killova, kako se dobro sjećam. Jel' tako? Ne radi novca.
A, ben! Kom je to slonio, vidi kilote. Bacio šta? Bacio kurac, a?
Da se oči izbiju.
A daj, brate, pa ne mogu.
Šta bi?
Pa sa onim House Bolt, nije sa Houseom, nego sa Chokeom sam sebe ubio nekako na daljinu, nemam pojma.
Choke radi jedan point štete.
A je, radi jedan damage, ali da vidiš ti koliko se ja daleko bio od ovoga.
Velik oblak. Jesi mi ti pričao da je onaj frajer bio, jer gleda previše Psycho Ghosta, igra sa Sparksom i sa ovim choke boltovima?
A?
Bože spas. To kad si mi ti tad rekao, ja sam gledao klip, ma nema dan pre toga, Psycho Ghost kao, ima te neke loadoute njegove. Neki njegov fan stop.
Dobro, dobar je loadout.
A jest. Jeste ako možeš pogoditi čoveka u 30 metara da te shotgunom ne ispuša. Dobar je.
Ali bolji mi je Poison Bolt. Evo, na primjer, sad šta sam uradio. Misliš House Bolt?
Ne može se pohilovat nikako. To je bolje.
Shotbolt je shotgun.
Shotbolt? Nije Shotbolt, Milan, nešto. Bože, spas.
Pa je, rekao je baš Shotbolt. Ali ja znaš šta je Shotbolt.
Ne znam. Ne znam. Njemu je svaki revolver dolč, znaš. I uppercut je dolč i Pax je uppercut i tako dalje. Da, dobro. Ne treba više ga pržim, ajde. Samo igre Milan. Wow.
Koliko je sekundi? Da vidi, sve su razvalili ovdje, mamo im jeben. Što? Si vidio ti Ilija ovo? Jel gledaš stream?
Milan je mislio od
Ne
Franje
znam
da je
šta
neki
radi.
tim na izlazu i
Namješta
sad je rekao
grafiku.
jebi ga Franjo. Jebi ga Franjo.
Ja njega u nožni prst pogodio i on okrenuo se i shotgunom full damage.
Nije vidio ono plavo okolo, znaš, to je to me trebalo.
A nije mislio da ima više HP.
Nije, nego nije vidio ono plavo, onda je rekao jebi ga Franjo. I ono, znaš, ono, jebi Franjo, sagnem malo dole, znaš.
Na 75. Ne znam čime, pa gdje si opucao?
Ledi kus.
Ma nemoguće. Pa to je upper body, znaš inače.
Imaš dva modifajera za grudni koš, imaš stomak i imaš prsa. Ako ga pukneš u prsa, to ti je, koliko beše, 1.0 ili 1.1, zaboravim se. Ako ga pogodiš u stomak, to ti je 0.7 ili 0.6, nešto sitno. Kad ga pogodiš u stomak, pa da ga nisi ni pogodio.
Cenim da je to nešto...
Ne, to je prvo što sam gledao na TSR-u. Ako malo niže nanišaniš, da nisu grudi, a i dalje kao grudni koš, pogodi ga u stomak i ne radi 130, recimo damage-a, long gamma već radi 75, na primjer. Tako neka nebuloza. Zato Boris kaže, pogodio sam ga 2 put. Jesi, ali koliko je nisko neki metak završio.
To ne znaš.
Cenim. Cenim.
Otišao sam ja. Igro je Bruce Lee, moja simpatija.
Ajmo.
My king. Jo.
Meni uporno onaj direct X izbacuje.
O, ti imaš sreće. Jesi čuo za juče za onoga Borisa, onoga drugog? Njemu je Windows pobrisao drivere za grafiku.
Ne može ba.
Da, instalirao mu... Ozbiljno, nisi bio tu? Instalirao mu default Windowsove drivere. Obrisao mu onaj Radeon Catalyst. Zato što je kao... Windows driveri su kao bolji, znaš. I čovjek samo ga pokrene da pokreće hand showdown i tap izbaci ga, znaš. Što to nisu 3D driveri pravi, razumiješ, nego samo 2D, ono, Windows driveri. To nije AMD-ov problem, to je Windowsov problem zbog nečega, ne znam zašto. Pearl Plantation, a? Da vidimo. Nije. Salted pork.
Smo mi osuđeni na ovo ili šta?
Ne, šta fali? Salted pork.
Ne, nego ovaj peva nešto.
Ne znam, da li je to tako.
Nešto peva čovjek.
To udri Bruce Lee, cepe Bruce Lee.
Opet si neki loš
Indiciraš da ima dobrih droga. Zapravo nemoj da odgovoriš na to.
Čovjek me fascinira svaki put, znači na svaki put.
Ti i dalje ga nisi provalio, a?
Znači, bukvalno me fascinira. O, LED. To neki zaleđeni monitor, šta to, a?
Ledeni monitori, to je neka nova moda.
O, LED.
To ima Johna na Poison King.
To je sjajno. To je apsolutno sjajno. A, da.
Ajde, polaz.
Ma da, LG koji postoji je gamerski OLED 5 godina već on ga Samsung je napravio. Brate, vidi, ti u kojoj ti realnosti?
Nije Samsung, on možda tako kaže Samsung panel. A to je... Nije ga Samsung.
Koji? Aha.
LG izmislio OLED, on kaže Samsung je napravio. Pa čovjek je apsolutno genije, znači.
O, pa ovo bi moglo biti Bindi ili Hemlock.
On je tvrdio do prošle godine, bori se da ima 2K monitora, se sjećaš?
Da.
Dok mu Sime on nije
Ovo,
našao iz dosade da je to 1080 piksela monitor.
A nije on mislio to 2K rezolucija, mislio monitor od 2
Da, on je mislio, to je 2KG.
Koji sve mogući kompjuter, koji samo što se ne raspadne jebe ga sve može.
Sa Redmixom, nije, kako se to napajanje beše zove?
Redmi? Nije Redmi. Čekaj.
Redmix je kako beše nešto?
Nije Redmi.
Koji je napajanje bilo dok nije prešlo na kršteno ovo?
Kinesko napajanje. Vampir. Koja je šta to? Bip?
Vamber.
Ups, se neko upalio.
Dobar je Lamber, uđemo ispod, ja ih iznabadam ovim poisonom i...
Evo te meni su upali ups. Raidmax.
Raidmax, jeste.
Raidmax. Meni su upali ups. Aaaa, brate.
Glumber.
Boris je snajperista naš.
Ja očekujem da će Milana ugasiti za nekih 5 minuta i manje.
Eno, vrane, neku digu ovdje.
Ja? Ajde, mi te podržavamo sa distance. To, brate.
Hitovo sam ga.
Ajde, ubij.
Mrtav.
Hitovo si ga još jedno. Treći je.
Još jedan ima tu.
Eto on ga čovjek iza brda, Milan ga juri. Ubio ga.
Jesi? Mi ništa uradili nismo, ti si samo...
Ja nisam ubio ni jednog, eto ja sam tako čekao Milan da ga ubije. Koji?
Welcome!
Jeste.
To je apsolutno sjajno. Sjajno.
Hip Fire Fiesta.
Evo.
Biju ga i jao, kad bi mogao da mu letim sad, a probat ću.
Da li da uzem termin od ovoga i da ulećem ili da šta da radim?
Samo sa distance. To, brate. Samo sa distance.
Ja njih distraktovo sad imate priliku. Mrtav.
Goodbye for now.
Ne!
Dobi.
Dobar sam za rez. Ti hladno mene nisi digo, jel?
Welcome.
Ma nisi unutra, sa mnom si dole bio.
A Boris luto, jel? Dobro.
Šta sad radim, da probam da ulećem ili da čekam? Gdje ćuti bre malo je? A?
Upadaj, diže me. A imaju automat, podići ćeš pakat. Aj, dobar sam za rez. A mene digni na kromancara. Odatle možeš. Ne njega prvo, brate mi. A goriš?
Gorim.
Gori, srce moje izgore.
Srce moje izgore.
To vlada.
A mene si mogu i normalno da digneš, ali...
Ne mogu gorim, skrepik me zaglavio, ne mogu da te dignem.
Welcome.
Piše da te sa igrač ubio. Umra si, umre tvoga otrova, Kejz.
Ja sam im ubio jednog.
Ja nemam više kilova i
Odmah diži Borisa, ne pitaj ništa.
A mene si mogu i normalno.
Ubio se jednog.
A možeš li stat pa da te nahilam, jebem ti.
Jao, Franj, ubila me tvoj otrov. Ja sam im ubio jednog.
Aj za mnom, Borse. Požuri, upadaj u lift, ajde.
Gde jebote?
A Isuse Bože, ajde. Ma boli me kurac, idi, ajde.
Traži ulaz.
A jedi govnare, ne penjem se nikad liftom tu.
Pa niko se ne penje nikad liftom.
Pa šta radim sad, jebi ga?
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Ne, znam da ne mogu da te dignem, mislim da imam serpent, zašto ga nemam kad sam ga uzeo.
Aj za mnom, Boris. Požuri, upadaj u lift, ajde.
Gde jebote?
A Isuse Bože, ajde. A boli me kurac.
Brate!
Goodbye for now.
Nemaš probit... Bravo, Boris.
Aj, kako ne umre? Ubi ga, Franjo, molim te!
I on ih ubio.
Welcome.
Ubit će ga Milan.
Prežive nož, jebem ti mater.
Nisi ga dobro ubao.
Nema niko više.
Ubao si guru.
zato sam te i dig. Nego.
Pređi s druge strane!
Sad ja ste lutali ovoga.
Pokreće oko mene.
Nije. Miš ti je nešto ukočen, Boris. Znaš? Ja gledam. Miš ti ne valja.
Ja imam vulture, tako da lutajte sve. Ovdje je jedan zaginuo, evo ga. Aj, lutajte redom da i ja mogu da lutam.
Boris, ti si ga udari jednom nožem i obrnuo si miš na levu stranu, misli da je mrtav, umjesto da ga udariš još jednom.
Da, moguće. Jednostavno mi je nestao iz vidokruga.
Pobego je desno, a ti si vratio se levo, okolo si došao. Ne znam zašto to radi. Udaraš čovjeka dok ne padne. To ja radim. Dok ti imaš helter.
A hoću da mi se prizna da sam te fino digao.
Šta će ti automat? Šta će im automat? Halo?
Gdje je taj dole? Gdje si ga roknuo? Aha, vidim ga.
Ko je uzeo automat?
Milan, šta će ti automat?
A zato što je gladan čovjek. Za pare. Ne treba.
Pa ne zna ni da puca iz toga, znaš?
A što to?
Pa ne zna ni da puca.
Pa ne da mi se igrati s tim oružjem.
To je za
Osjećam se isto govno kad s tim igram.
To je za seljake. Oprosti, ako se ko uvredio, izvinjavam se, ali to je za seljake.
Neću, brat, uzmi, šta će mi?
Ovo moram da gledam.
Kao mi ono krag, Johan se našao.
Uzmi ga, Milan, uzmi ga. Moram da vidim sljedeći meč. 0 kilo. Za automat.
A?
Pa...
Ja sam 5 lutovao, a boli me kurac, da je još jedan.
Nije za tebe automat. Automat ima 15 metaka, a svaka patrona i sačmanice ispaljuje 10 peleta.
Ajde, ali idemo na pauka ili...
Ne možeš ti da promašiš toliko.
Evo da izlutujem ove vamo što smo pobili. Nismo ih stigli lutat, sjećaš se da smo zagasali.
Milan će umrijeti, ima 50 kp. Imate li drugo bossa imati? A, ovo je katastrofa. Ubiće ga boss garantovan. Šta je to, Milan? Ali to igra secka kad ideš u drugu regiju? Znaš kako mu je sad pao FPS?
Welcome.
Ja ne znam, meni to nema pravila,
Da, sad je prešao iz Lambera u prison i samo tap na žeko je pao FPS.
Sjećaš se da smo zagasali. Pa imao si krak čitao vrijeme, jesi luto, ajde lutaj.
Jesam, ajde, uzeo sam...
Jesi luto ovoga?
Je li Ilešuje se ih dobro pobio?
Milane, jesi ovoga luto?
Gdje je treći, Milan?
Je li Ilešuje se ih dobro pobio?
Ovdje ga je Milan ubio. Ovdje. Iza.
Ubio sam jednog s terminusom da sam ostavio krak, pa sam uzeo terminus.
Goodbye for now.
Znaš?
Maximus terminus formula.
Ajde, ostavit ću terminus koji mi jebe. Šta je skuplje, krag ili terminus u inventaru?
Najskuplje ono oružje koje ne koristiš.
Čim znaš da igraš, dobro te je pitao.
Šta će ti skuplje ili jeftinije oružje?
Samo pitam, šta je skuplje?
Neću da ti kažem.
Krag. Ali ne možeš ga prodat sve da hoćeš.
Pošto nema cenu, moraš da ga koristiš. A ako te neko ubije romerom na 10 metara, džaba ti je skuplja puška. Pa ti vidi. To je glupa logika. Može da ima automat ako ga...
Hoću da mi se prizna, digo sam vas, ubio sam jednog, načeo zadnjeg, hoću da mi se prizna.
Svaka čast.
Bravo.
Milane, hoću da mi se prizna, znači da nije bilo mene, ne bi ti ubio 5 ljudi, hoću da mi se prizna. Ne čujem priznanje.
Evo ti, Boris.
Ne čujem priznanje.
Evo ti, poslao sam ti priznanje.
Milane! To si pička jebote.
Evo stvarno, da nije bilo tu Milana da vas...
Ajde, hoću da mi se prizna sad. Ja sam tebi već priznao, znači, samo kažem, hoću i meni da se prizna.
Da mi se prizna. Jesi to rekao tako?
Jeste, baš tako, na a.
Da mi se prizna.
Take care. Not happening.
Pitaj Sašku, to je 100% tako. Ja ne pričam taj, ja.
Zašto mi se nije priznalo, Milane, da čujem?
Ajde da mu priznaš.
Milane, ja i dalje nisam čuo priznanje.
Pa priznao, rekao ti je.
Nisam ja čuo.
Nisam ja. Nešto u sebi je to rekao, ili? To rekao u sebi, bolje.
Ja sam čuo...
Sam ovaj Winfield kad ubaci čore Iron Repeater, nema bolje puške.
Medium ili kompakt, koji od ta dva?
Kompakt.
Jest.
Medium je presmar.
Slažem se. Da, nema pointe medium. Ne možeš da ga... Ne možeš drugi metak dovoljno brzo dopališ.
Šta je i meni danas kad ispisuje ime Compound da uspori jebote, šta je ovo?
Kad ti upisuje ime Compounda, znači da ti radi tranziciju iz jedne zone u drugu i učitava ti teksture i AI. Da ti ja objasnim ako. I pošto je 5 godina igra to ono. Zato što serveri imaju problema, verovatno. Jer sav AI ti kontroliše...
A to je nemoguće da serveri imaju...
Ma kakve, nemaju uticaj na ovu igru, no kakvi nemaju pravo se.
Brate, igrao sam DMZ, ono, protiv drugih igrača, Call of Duty ima servere bogovske.
To ima.
Znači, minimalan latency, minimalan. Još se x stvari dešava, ono, AI-a na sve strane.
Jeste, pucate AI iz 15 uglova.
Šta je to uradio?
Ubio je nekoga. Ime ga to gađaš, lebati.
Nije šot.
To mu se osladilo sad, izgleda jebe Milana sa šotkama.
Nije, ne nosim 2 para onih zamki, znaš. Da ne bi ostao uskraćen onih, kako se zove, choke bombova, onda choke boltove nosim. Čisto ako vas bude trebalo gasiti.
Da, ne želiš da prolaziš brzo, kapiram.
Salv skin ovdje.
Bolje ga uzmite, treba će vam po sljedećeg update, ako stignete do njega s tim lovcima.
Pa hoćemo li mi preživjeti s ovim lovcima ovo?
Ne znam kad će ovaj update live. Nisam siguran. Ali što sam gledao, pravi veliku razliku salv skin. Bez toga insta goriš.
Bacio je nešto, Lightfoot.
Ja mislim da ću oni usrati igricu sa tim novim updateom, nešto
Neće.
spakovac.
Neće. Misliš zbog kiše i toga, jel?
Welcome to my channel.
Ne. Pa dokazali su da i onaj, kako se zove...
Inferno. Jel' tako?
Da Inferno ne utječe na performance.
Ne.
Ali me brine to sa municijom. Neka će municija OP biti, pazi što te treba.
Pa već jest.
Brinut ćete kad drugi ljudi budu...
Već jeste, sad ću ti reći. Ammo boxove su boostali, to si primetio, jel' tako?
Da.
Na te server. Ne, boostali su ih. Ammo box. Daju više municije nego normalno. Znaš, 50% daju više municije. Na te server, ono što sam ja gledao. Ne dobiješ 3 metka za, ja mislim, Nitro Express. Znaš?
Oh.
3 metra. I to i za regularni special ammo i za onaj kao, recimo shredder
Zaljepljen?
municu.
Škrtica ništa ne bačao.
To je ekstra kad su to tako radili.
Jeste, bit će seks. Mislili ste da je automat problem. Jedini je problem što sa Nitro Expressom treba pogoditi, ali dobro.
Ja ću ga ubiti, nemojte slučajno ulaziti unutra. Jeste čuli?
Milan Jušović, kasno.
Nikako da otključa Winfield Swift, je...
Pusti čovjeka da ga ubije, Milan.
Šta? Jel me zajebavaš?
Vjerojatno jesu.
Jel me zajebavaš?
Evo ga Lightfoot ovdje. A vi već imate, da. Evo ovdje Bloodbones. Nije bilo Bloodbonesa, Borise, nije bilo.
Ja Bloodbones i ne skučam.
Pa i ne trebaju ti ako imaš para da dopuniš se iz Steam novčanika.
Pa dobro je što su to izbacili sad za retweetovanje i ono.
Da te ne košta da se respekuješ i da... Šta je drugo beš? Da, za health te ne košta isto. Možda ukloniš i dodaš health chunkove bez bloodbond. Samo trade point. Sasvim razumno. Je, ali sad ne možda zaradiš bloodbonde ako izneseš bounty ili napraviš killove. Ništa od toga. To su vrlo inteligentno uradili.
A dosta je bilo više, koliko je dugo to u igri, 5 godina.
To da pasivno dobijaš bloodbonde samo kad igraš igru, to?
Ne to, nego za bloodbondima da se respekuješ.
To je bilo od starta. Od 1.0 verzije. Kad su izbacili marke za skinove, opće da kupiš bloodbonde iz menija i te gluposti. To mogu startu da su radi. I da su skontali da osim streamera i ljudi koji imaju tipa ono Amerikanci pretpostavljeno, možda je, mada mislim da je njima skuplji dolar nego nama.
Čekaj, na što sad misliš?
Pa da ti sad kupiš za 15-20 dolara da kupiš 2000 bloodbonda i da ti sad respekuješ huntera i da očistiš pušku i to su gluposti. Što bi ja to radio? Preću kupiti...
Dobro, nisi primoran.
Nisam primoran, ali gledao sam, na primjer, Milana Odreda, potroši 25 bloodbonda da skine trade poene i da kao uzme, ne znam, levering. Ili vulture. Što bi ja trošio bloodbonda na to? Ne pada mi na pamet. Ili što rade streameri, oni dobijaju od Cryteka. Dobro, oni zarađuju kad igraju, dosta njih ima. Ali dosta njih dobije od Cryteka, razumeš, ono, direkt. I on uzme svaki meč, respekuje legendarnog Huntera, uzme sebi doktor. Doktor na level 1 Hunteru, ti to zajebavaš. Može u svakom gunfightu, ako možda se povuče u cover, možda te out-healuje na 3 glupava medkita. A ako pobedi...
Fizično stavi.
Da. Ne mora fizičan. Dovoljno ti da ima onaj, kako se zove, pack meal. Da kad upuca Huntera da priđe i da vrati nazad 2 medkita koji su 2 heala po 100 HP.
Pa mi smo čitav server pobili ljudi. Da.
Sad čitav server je bila je jedna ekipa ispred zatvora, a druga u Lambermillu. I gdje su ostali bili? Nisam gledao.
Treća je bila u Lambermillu.
I treća je bilo? Nisam obratio pažnju.
Svake smo se ekipe dirnuli.
Pa vidim, zato ste na kraju imali po 50 HP. Možda je Boris imao najviše HP, nisam siguran.
Ma ja sam sam sebe ubio, eto kako sam izginuo jedini.
Bio cool, ja bih ga dok onaj zadnji sve trebao da umre nije ubije.
Mali ti sensitivity, imam osjećaj. Vidio sam kako mišen kurblaš u stranu. Pa pogledaj, majke, ti udario čovjeka nožem i vidio sam ga kako mota levo, a čovjek beži desno. I dok je Boris se okrenuo prema njemu, pa ga već ubio.
Kad budeš imao 12 kilova,
u jednom meču?
A to 5 kilova, to je...
A dobro, jesi im kampovo sa tela i to? Ili je bilo...
Nije.
Ili si igrao agresivno?
Ne, samo pucanje, ali to se desi jednom u možda... Ne znam. Nije mi se dugo desilo.
Ne, nisam ja teo da kažem za tebe, nego imaš ljudi koji igraju ono ogavno, znaš, recimo upuca jednoga i onda čeka da ga dignu ono 2-3 puta.
Ma da.
A kad ga ožive na Red Skull, znaš, više ne dobijaš killove. To si vidio, tako? Ne dobijaš MMR, ništa.
Gdje si vidio koliko si imao najviše killova?
Nenad je našao neku stranicu Crytekovu gdje možeš da vidiš navodno sve statistike iz mečeva u Huntu.
Aha.
Ja bih volio da vidim koliko sam napravio killova s nožem.
Tu si već, ja mislim, zajebao čitav Hunt showdown.
Vlado?
That's absolutely marvelous.
Oj, Vlad. Čuješ?
That's absolutely marvelous.
Ne čujem.
Ko?
Htio sam da kažem Vladi T1 da je uradio loš posao s tim mišem. Čujem ga svaki put kad napravi onaj meki klik, on čujem.
A to?
Te switchove što si instalirao, trebao si tiše te prekidače da instaliraš. Ne, on je 100%, nema ko drugi, ne verujem.
Možda da bira,
da?
imaš ovako da biraš, baš imaš oko 4-5 ovako dobre sliče. Ja sam kupio taj za koji sam smatrao da je dobar, ali nije problem. To je moj prvi, ali sad znam nešto više o tome i mogu da naručim i ostale koji su bolje od ovog što ja imam.
Nije pitanju bolji, nego imam utisak da je taj malo bučniji, tvrđi malo da kažem.
A moguće.
Jeli, gdje nam je Čika Pantić nestao?
Pa, budući da radi zajeban posao, ja mogu da prepostavim da je, što on kaže, otišao da opruži noge.
Da se malo odmori, jel?
Kao onaj Sultan Sulejman, da se osveži. Kad ide u harem, on kaže da su sveži.
I da ćeš onda nacijeva. Ne, a? Proći.
Inače, to zvuči
To
jako...
laže.
To zvuči jako gej kad kažeš da ideš na cijet, znaš. Samo kažem.
Opet laže, opet laže. Kako te samo sramota nije?
Boris, to je samo pola. Druga polovina ti je kako te nije sramota guzice kad obraza nemaš.
Ja mislim da hoćeš da ti se prizna.
Znam,
Kome,
ja
Boris?
Nisam baš stigao.
Čuješ? Znam, ja nisam. Kaže, Pandur polaže za učenik u pandurskoj školi za pandure i svi mu ono puštaju samo da prođu što pre da završe ispite i došao ispit iz književnosti i pita profa ko je napisao Gorski vijenac. Kaže on, ja nisam. Po pizdi zove njegovog načelnika, kaže kojeg si ovo idiota primio u školu za pandure, ja ga pitam ko je napisao Gorski vijenac, on kaže ja nisam. Kaže načelnik, pa šta znaš, možda i nije.
Redhead. Welcome to my
Znači, jedan
channel.
dolu zbunjenog. Okej.
Možda i nije, jebote. Pitaš svašta, jebote.
Ko je tu?
Još nisam čuo.
Ko je tu normalno?
Morat ću da ispričam jednoj kolegici, ona je
Skupljavice.
policajka.
Cajka, a? A ona je cajka, a?
Nije.
Cajko, kuku, mene majko.
Cajko, kuku, lele, majko. Piči cajko, kuku, lele, majko. A znaš koliko me i zamole? Bitno da su ti nigerci, to je ništa bez nigerca.
Je li tu oni nacije?
A imamo jednog nigerca ovdje, ide nacije, stalno. Samo nikako neko lobanju da mu otvori, da napravi probaju za cijevi.
Neki ljubomorni muž, a?
Da izađu napolje više te gluposti koje mu su...
Ljudi! Nisu više. Southeast.
Hoćete vi uzeti trag ili...
Dobre.
Jes.
Ima ovdje toolbox.
O, vidio sam ga.
Uzimam ja trag, ne moraš ako...
Evo ga ovdje, jure ga one... kerovi. Nema veze.
Če da bježim?
Halo?
Pa šta, pa rešavam.
Dobro, bolje.
Pa šta je ovo čita tim ovdje? Neka, bala milion ljudi ovdje.
Mora mu se priznati. A daj bre, ne jebi me iz mrklog mraka duplim pištoljima. Headshot, brate mili.
Ja sereš da ga je digo. Ja mislim da ima još ljudi tu. Nemoj se opuštati. Ne opuštaj se. Priznati se. Nema 5-6 komada, gdje je 5-6? Dok se mi zajebajemo. A ubio si tamo dvojicu. Tu informaciju nisam znao. A, da. Pa savršeno. Seks. Ah, hvala ti Bože. Znači 5 ljudi ovdje. Ajmo na bossa dok nisu otišli. A u stvari oni nemaju gdje otići, jel? Nemaju ekstra.
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Dobro.
Jebu mu pas materi iz onog mraka me odvali sa duplim pištoljima.
Ma ja idem na njih, ja sam došao ovdje bounty da pokupim, nisam došao da... Idite vi na ekstrakt, sad ću ja...
Neću, idemo na bounty.
Nemojte, ba, ja sam uzeo level 1 huntera, tako da mi ne igra ulogu.
A šta ima veze?
A nećete vi ispast pička sad što ste izišli. To je sve okej.
Ja nisam izašao. Ja, oni prema Vindiju, a? Stara škapa. Raktol. Torlak. To je apsolutno sjajno.
Oni su i dalje u compound.
frag. Gufra.
Još su u compoundu, vjerovatno imaju shotgune ili šta.
Ako ne frlja on meni nešto u usta pre toga, jebi, znaš. A, viš. A daj bre, sa 80 metara me skidaš, puši kurac bre, jebem ti mater, evo.
Drž ga, držim ja ovo. Ne. Okej. Sad znamo da jedan nema shotgun.
Ima Sparks, sniper, skin.
A nije on tu više. A brate moj.
A imalo uplešćeš se u žicu, jel?
Resilience.
Ajde proviri ovdje mamu, ti jebem onda kad si me ubija. Ti jebem mamu, da ti jebem mamu. Ajde. A evo gledam u prozor, jebi. Pa ja ga ne vidim odavde, brate mili. A jebem.
Pogodio. A nemoj da pušaš, brate, mili. Odavde. Brate moj, pa mora. Mora li svaki game da bude automat?
Pa kako ovo mora da bude headshot?
Dobro.
Mora je.
Nemam, brate, heala više. Nemam ni nekro, dobro.
Digni mene pa ću te nahilati ako možeš. Taj utrča s automatom dole, vidio sam ga pred toga.
Ubio sam automat. Fali jedan čovjek, brate, fali jedan. Dobro. Eto, Bog vas poslao, eto. Eto, probao sam, eto. Bez veze smo izgubili gej.
Znači ovog sa šeširom čuči, nišanim ga i ni hit marker. Jebala te igra u pičku da te jebe igra.
Ovo smo trebali pobijediti, ali... Probao sam da ga dignem. Ovo smo ubili braću Srbe ovdje, brate. Ne, ono, ja mislim na Ford.
Pa kabra. Doćiš.
Ovaj Mr. Toxic, zadnji tim. I ta dvojica što igraju sa njim, to su sve Srbi ljudi. To je teško pitanje. Jer mi ne bi vjerovao, rekao bi da te zajebajem. Evo ovako.
Može i onako.
Sa moje očeve strane baka i dedo su iz Turske. I moj ti je dedo bio direktor u Jugoslaviji, banci nekoj u Beogradu, pa su tu živjeli. I onda su tu ostali ujko ujna, oni su otišli za Bosnu i Hercegovinu da žive, a sa mamine strane to su iz Hrvatske su ljudi. Živio u Bosni i Hercegovini, pa 3 godine u Danskoj, pa godinu u Švedskoj. U Danskoj. A znaš ti onu pjesmu? Kažu da nešto je trulo u državi Danskoj.
Idete za Švedsku.
Godine lanjske zemlje danske. E pa to će ti
A
biti.
jeli,
Čorbat je objasnio sam.
Kad si ti bio u Švedskoj, jesi zaustavio ti neku na ulici i pitao je Jog Vilhova Anfita?
Rate, ali neš vjerovat šta mi se desilo.
Jeli, jesi zaustavio
Znači,
neku i pitao je Jog
Da nam
Vilhova
ispričaš,
Anfita?
ali bre, to je dobra priča, Boris.
Nisam godinu u Švedskoj, promašio sam godinu u Norveškoj sam živio. A da bi došao do Norveške, išao sam preko Švedske. I sad ja, momčić, onako, znaš, malo sam sportista bio. Došao sam u Helsingborg i ne znam gdje ću, ne znam kako ću da se prebacim tamo do Malme. I oni kao, došla neka kondukterka na tu stanicu. Pa, sa Vesla.
Ovdje negdje. Eno ga pretrče.
Nema shotgun.
Eno ga tu pretrče opet.
Ja, šta sam hteo da te pitam, jer tačno da se u Švedskoj snimaju švedski akcioni? Dobro.
Da. Ali uglavnom, evo ga tu.
Jednog sam hitovao.
Mrtav, mrtav.
To je taj. Ali ti znaš šta sam ja pitao? Jog Vilhova Anfita.
Ne.
Možda daš pičke na švedskom, je. Jedan je ovdje kod mene. Ne znam, gledajte da li ga vidite na bregu gore ili negde.
Mrtav.
Bravo, asist je.
Pa ne znam, brat. Da.
A oba ću da imam asist, jevem ti majku.
Pa i to ti diže zvijezdice, nema zajebavati.
Misliš?
Pa da. Ja bi da mi ovo palimo, kume. Assassin, da? Gledaj frajera sa shotgunima se bi igrao. A vjerojatno je treći ovdje, ne? Ja ću poginuti sad i to je to. A čuo sam flare gun sa vesti. Tamo kod porta.
Čuć. Jel neko od vas kerove digu?
Nismo tu sa flareove sa vesti, ja.
A jebem ti vrane, kurac ti jebem vrane. Neko me hitovo me s nekim silencerom.
Mjesto, evo ti.
Ili ne znam šta je, nisam čuo, uopšte sam osjetio.
Nije silencer, nego... Sparks pištolj.
Kako nisam čuo pucanje jebote?
Ne znam. Jel? A Saša, to mu je stari, oni igraju na jednom nalogu, oni... Jesi ovdje trepao išta?
Dolaze odavde.
Vrati se ti unutra ako i kako. A u stvari nema šta, snajper imaš.
Pa mogu. Trčim unutra.
Otvori slobodno prozor. Ne...
Hitovan.
Ja opet jebeni automat.
Jebali vas automati više, da vas jebu automati.
Bježi. Brate, mili. Ovo su oni debili 6 zvjezdica. Kako mi s ovim idiotima zapadnemo, to mi nije jasno. Diži. Da, oni imaju bomba do sutra.
I ja
Gledao.
zadnji heal koristim i kraj priče.
Što je Milan mrtav? Alo?
A i Dauntless imaju, gledaj ti šta radi.
Jim nosi. A
A znam da nisi. Pa ne možemo mi ovo prijeti, ovo su predobri igrači, džabati.
Protočo je na desno, ej.
Vi imate bounty, pa nemoj ga ni gasiti. Nemoj ga gasiti, ti ćeš ga sa bounty.
U brodu je.
What brings you here? May Etera guide your travels.
Samo polako, Boris.
Not happening.
Hitao sam ga, jebem ti mater, a...
U stomaka.
Dasku me spiči, je. A ne znam da je. Spičio me kroz daske, evo.
Nemoj da zajebaješ da su dobri. Davno sam ti rekao da su dobri, ali šta mi radimo sa šesticama, to mi nije jasno.
Si gledao ono što sam ti poslao sa Reddita, one screenshotove gdje ljudi sa 3, 4 i 5 rankom igraju protiv tima od šestica. Si gledao to?
Dobro, nisam.
Čekaj malo, sad ću ti odmah naći. Ukleti lobby, čekaj. Odmah ću ti vratiti. Hop. Pre 2-3 dana sam bacio to.
Gledaj, 2.76 čovjek ima 15.000 kileva, 6.800 ubijstva. Umro puta.
3 asista, jebote, 3 asista u kurac.
Krajtek tvrdi da nijedan lobby neće biti prazan. O tome se radi. Da vidim gdje je to.
Čekaj, a Hunt je zapravo je Krajtek, a?
Kako misliš? Da, Krajtek.
I napravili oni.
Huntek je Krajtek.
Krajtek, a?
Welcome.
Krajtek je nemačka softverska kompanija koja pravi taj Cry engine, a sasvim slučajno rade i na Huntshodan. Evo ti, pogledaj. Pogledaj lobby od pre par dana. Ima takvih screenshotova ako hoćeš. Samo mi reci da ti nađe. Pogledaj šta je matchmaking. Vidiš?
Evo samo da uzmem ove...
Ništa.
Zajebanci.
A nije ni ovo to. Ima onaj gdje imaš lobby šestice svi. A ekipa koja je igrala su svi 6 rank, a ovi su svi trojke.
Ma daj, brat. Dobro, nijedan lobby neće biti prazan.
Pa da, to je bio moj komentar na svaki taj screenshot, znaš. Po znacima navoda se napisao. Krajtek made sure that no lobby will be empty. I stvarno su puni lobby, jel da?
Jesu, nema šta.
A to što sad vi ne uživate, to je vaš problem. Nek uživa.
Ma dobro, vidi, meni nije bitno jer...
A ne,
starih dana sam ja još Hunta, nego mi je glupo, nije meni radi mene, razumiješ, nego je meni radi Borisa, na primjer, radi takvi ljudi ko Boris, ko šta ja znam, Nenad, Kostić moj, drug, Vlado, kad je igrao prije.
Misliš, malo je glupo, ono, ljudi, ono, izađe iz zaklona i mrtve već. Jel to?
Ono, nisu se ljudi snašli u mehanice igre i upadaju u mehaniku igre ljudi koji su, ne znam, evo, 15.000 kilova, pa da.
Rakte Z 9000 sati. Baš sam vidio pre neki dan na YouTube-u izbacio Hunt Showdown Experience 9000 sati. Jer ko je čak ima 9000 sati? Ja sam imao u Diablo 3... 9000, da. Ja sam imao u Diablo 3 10-15.000 sati, ali Hunt Showdown da ima 9000, to već ne. Ne.
Kako si to nagurao? Čekaj, 15.000 sati.
10 godina sam ja to igrao. 5 do 10 godina.
Godina sa 24.
Podijel. Ne 24 sata, igrao sam dnevno možda po 5-6 sati.
A ne, da skontam koliko je dana to u godinu.
Pa kažem ti, 5 do 10 godina sam ja to igrao.
U čemu?
3000 sati u Kinoforu 2, to ne naračunam, to je komedija.
Dark Souls si igrao, jel?
Da, ali nemam tu imam 1000 sati možda.
Brate, svaka ti čast, ja onu igricu ne mogu, nije da je ne mogu smisliti, nego...
Šta je 1000 sati?
Ne znam, ne mogu se snaći.
A šta ti kažeš, Franjo, i ovi asistovi se računaju kao? Sad sam imao 3 asista i nijedan kill, pičku materiju.
Ulaze ti u prosek, ali malo drugačije. Jeli, Milane, možeš nekako da razdvojiš taj volt i jump? Ili moraš baš da se voltuješ na čamac? Tuga mi je da te gledam, da se na pola metra voltuješ visine.
Vi tamo, ja vamo, pa ćemo da vidimo. A na Blanchetu je 100%. Ima leko conduit. Ne, svaka ti čast. Ja da tebe nije bilo, ja ne bi znao... Ja sam slučajno ovdje krenuo, nisam ja došao s namjerom.
Nope.
S namjerom dođo
u neki grad. Ako već guraš te male health chunkove, Milana, onda uzmi barem regeneration shot kad ulećeš u bossa.
Opet jebeni automat, pa svaki game.
Neće to još dugo. Ne brini.
Ali vidio si onaj klip što sam ti poslao, znači ja ne znam kako su mogli da pucaju onoliko dugo.
Zato što možeš da canceluješ trenutno na live serveru burst. Možda opališ jedan metak i da zvuči kao 3.
Milone!
Znaš?
Dođi ti otvori ovo vrata tamo.
To trenutno može.
Idem gore.
Na testeru što sam probao, ti tapneš dugme za...
Vidio sam...
A?
Vidio sam da ljudi uđu u dark side, opale metak dark side i canceluju.
to radi sad na live, ali na te serveru ne radi. Probao sam jedno 5-6 burstova, svaki put upali 3 metka. Mislim da je pitanje lag na serveru. Zato to radi kako radi tanto. Na test serveru, onoj streljani, ne radi zato što si u lokalu, sam sebi host. Ne radi za to.
Idemo na drugog bossa, jel da? Imamo ekstrakt, nik tišta. One se na... Evo i ovdje.
Ti požurio si.
Nema se vremena.
Da umrem pa da vas gledam.
Točno. Što da ne?
To mi je savjetovao Ilija, hoću da probam, ali evo, ne ide.
Ne ide, ne umire se tako brzo. A dobro, garantovan način da pogineš je da prvi uletiš u boss arenu bez saigrača. Znaš? Da te razmažu sa sačmaricom.
Naka. Pa ništa. Šta ste vi? Vi ste još u compoundu.
Rogue RL. Welcome to my channel. Morgan K. Welcome to my channel.
To što ste vi nigde.
Mali boss nigdje. Otvorimo mapu, molim te, da Ilija vidi.
Vidim. A gdje su njih dvojica? Nigde ekstrakta, da, nigde ekstrakta. Kontam.
Nema igre tu, pauza.
Pa to će se pretvoriti u kampere.
Brat. I sad sam hladno opucao u zrak i hit marker mi je dao.
Jebala te žica, u kurac te jebe žica.
Jesi čuo, Ilija?
Čuo sam te, opali si u vazduh.
Ali nisam opucao kako da ti kažem.
Čovjek.
Nisam opucao jer sam vidio čovjeka. Opucao sam jer sam čuo čovjeka.
Dobro.
I doslovno mi je mozak rekao čovjek je ispred tebe. A čovjek je se samo nacrtuo, znači isto ono ko da je se...
Teleportovao.
Ko da je se flashovo ispred mene, da. Čudno skroz.
Pa nije čudno. Ako neko koristi lag switch nije uopšte čudno.
Da.
Da se neko teleportuje iza ćoška. Kao kad mi je Boris pričao Nomad kad je ubio čovjeka i vratio se nazad u crkvu i isti taj čovjek prelazi i ubije ga.
Sam se vratio, produžio sam do heala čovjeka koga sam preklopao, ispustio dušu i čovjek trči na mene posle 2 sekunde.
Ja sam ga pitao da li je možda prošao više od 2 sekunde, neko nije revival, kaže da nije. Čudno. Vrlo čudno.
Šta kažeš?
Pitao sam te onda da li možda prošlo više od 2 sekunde, da ga je neko revive-o, ali...
Nije, zato što sam obojicu, prvo sam ubio njegovog ortaka i ovaj kuvo bombu na mene, ja sam zaleteo i preklao ga i on pada. A onaj prvi me je pogodio i ostavio me na 20 helta i ja trčim na heal i čujem korak iza mene i čovjek koga sam preklo trči i kolje. Isto tako s Rumunom sam jednom igrao na Scupper Lake-u sa skinu lika sa Madone, sa Spark Sniperom sa mnogo metara i računao mi je kill i leša nigde nije bilo, znači 20 minuta smo prevrnuli Scupper Lake, nismo mogli nađemo leša.
Digo sam sebe, ne?
Bio je s desne strane kod onog sanduka, onaj sanduk što visi, znaš?
Možda je propao kroz teksturu.
Ne znam, prevrnuli smo taj deo, 20 minuta nismo...
Ovo da je sad, trenutno Milan, ova zona ovdje oko ovoga jezera, dešava se da ljudi propadnu kroz te stabla od drveća, kroz korenje, kroz žbunje, kroz mapu ispadnu guzicom nekako i ne možeš ni da ga vidiš, ni da ga lutuješ ništa. Što je pao nekako, bez veze.
Znači kad nas dvojica prekopali smo taj deo, znači nema leša nigde. Ajde on može sačekati da dođe, gde sad curi, dađe. Ne idem okolo, idem pravo prema tebi idem, znači evo pravac na tebe. Znači ja morao sam da ubijem, nisam imao stamine uopšte, morao sam pucam u zombije.
I hladno iziđošte sa malim bountyjama. A tamo automati, ovo ono.
Pa ti ne znaš koliko je nestašica u Hans Rodanu novca. Stvarno. Ljudi nemaju para. To što ti prestižuješ...
Pa ne, šta se baš.
To što ti prestižuješ pa ti nemaš problema s tim, to je već druga stvar. Oni nemaju novca.
Gde ti biti s kućom?
Razumeš? Ne možeš... Nisi, kako kažu to, likvidan, jeli? Ne plivaš. Ako svaki meč trošiš po $500,000 na lovca, ne iznosiš nikog para.
Welcome to my channel.
Ideš u minus.
Ma, meni je više sve svejedno i sa novcima i sa...
Evo, Milan ima 5000 sati, ima $7,000. O čemu ti pričaš? $7,000 ima. Po 5000 sati. Svaki meč da uzima automat i mauser, Znači, mogo je dosta. A ne shotgun obično. Nema ljudi novca. Evo ni sad nema novca. Ima $7,000. Imam 700,000. I 50 lovca. Ali ja igram drugačije. Ja ako nema novca nećem da igram.
Pauza.
Ajde Milane, samo se šalio, mislim, nije bila kritika na tvoj račun, bože moj. Kretek i sjebo stvar, treba da daju po 2-3 po bounty dolara. Možda bi ti onda bilo novca. Izneseš jedan bounty i možeš 3 meča da kupuješ što ćeš. Tako bi trebalo. Onda bi svaki meč ljudi nosili...
Ako bi bilo okej, da.
Svaki meč bi ljudi skupovali najskupi loadout koji im padne na pamet i to je to. Bilo bi interesantniji možda mečaj. Ne bi mogli ljudi da kažu, nemam novca. Svako bi imao novca. Ja mislim da će promeniti te bounty za količinu keša za bounty posle ovoga. Jer trenutno, kaže, ljudi nemaju nikakvog interesa da iznesu bounty s mape osim $100. Više Bloodborne neš dobijeti. A $100 ja imam i više no što mi treba. Ne vidim pointu. Imaš žute papire, oni žuti papirići ti daju trade poene. Što bi se mučio oko bounty. Imao sam, ne znam da li ga još uvijek imam. Imao sam Huntera od onog eventa, ima 100 poena i level 1 ja mislim. Level 1 Hunter, za 100 poena. Trade. A to znaš, ne znam koliko te interesuje, ako napuniš onaj Hunter taj lobby sa 50 lovaca, mogu biti i free lovci, znaš.
Da. I
uvijek igraš sa jednim ili dva lovca, znaš, i poginuo, dobio, nebitno. Uvijek imaš oko 50 lovaca. I posle nekog vremena, na onaj, kako se zove ono što dobijaš, onaj ćup, onaj spitun, kako se zove, što dobijaš onaj kao blood sacrifice ili kako se zove na smeće, onaj ritual. Posle svakih par meča kad dobiješ $100, pušku ili skill point, ali tako?
Da.
Ima dosta puta, ja ne dobijem ni pare, ni ništa, nego dobijem upravo skill point. I toga možda se ne kupi gomilu. A ako uvijek igraš sa jednim ili dva lovca, onih 40 lovaca u jednom trenutku će ti imati po 20-30 poena, a bit će level 0, level 1. Pa to je ovako teorija, ali i radi, znaš. Samo ti treba 40 lovaca ili 50.
A i ja sam prije imao lovaca, doslovno nisam imao free slota, ali nisam imao 50 slotova, imao sam 32 ili tako nešto.
Ja sam kupio za Bloodborne, toliko si imao Bloodborne, sve. Mi smo nalazili po 2 zlatne kase po meču, znaš, Ninčuru su ih nerfali. Ja i Nenad. 2 zlatne kase u 2 komponenta. A trenutno...
A ja to baš nisam ne gonio.
Ne. Mi smo tražili cash register regularni, koji daje novac. Ako pokupim cash register koji daje 500 ili $1000, toko ti vredi bounty. Što da idem po bounty, šta da bi me videli ljudi na mapi. Ako mogu napraviti kill ili ako uđem u PvP, napravit ću. Ali da uzmem bounty samo da bi me neko ganjao okolo kao onu munju, neću to da radim. Ako pokupim 500 ili $1000 iz kase, ja imam svoj bounty. Onda ti ostaje samo PvP do izlaza s mape. To je to. Nikakav rizik.
Pa to je stvar sa Huntom, što ti niko ne duguje
stil igre.
Playstyle, možda igraš kako god hoćeš.
Tačno. I onaj lik što...
Ja nemam ništa protiv toga.
I onaj lik što si gledao, jesi gledao onaj klip kad se ubije sa onim kljusetom i padne pored broda, pored ekstrakta.
Jesam.
I ubije ih dinamitom. Sa pičerom.
Jako jednostavno. Dinamit i onaj Springfield samo.
S eksplozivnom municijom. Ne može jednostavnije. I Big Dynamite Bundle i pitcher, ja mislim. Da bi mogao da dobaci brod. A oni čuju sirenu, uvijek imaš dobre šanse da ljudi sjebu sav onaj scan pre nego što dođu do broda. često dešava. Osim kod ljudi koji su najviše paranoični. Pa ne duguje ti, to što ti rekao. Zato me je uvek fascinantno kad Boris počne da kuka kako oni imaju shotgune, a on ima uppercut ili ne znam, Sparks ili nešto. Zašto bi on morao da ima isto pušku ili Winchesterku? Što sad on ne smije da nosi shotgun ili samostra? Isto tako kad ti njega skineš sa optikom na 100 metara 200 u glavu, on može da kuka kako on ima shotgun, a ti imaš sniper. Pa ko mu je kriv, mogu onda uzmi sniper.
Tackling. Welcome to my channel. Stackling. Welcome to my channel. Tackling but. Welcome to my channel. Aliyah. Welcome to my channel.
All bots.
Odo nešto da jedem. Da se čujemo kasnije.
Prijatno. Ovaj Milan nije zanimljiv. Je li 30 minuta traje stream?
Why doesn't let me... Snake hardcore is no. You haven't been here since I started playing this Snake. What the fuck are you doing? You're playing hardcore, dude.
That's playing on European servers now.
It is.
Dude, I was like literally hitting a guy with a dodge today. 10 hits, blood splatters, and not a single hit red, guys running around alive. I was losing my mind.
1 second, I'm gonna try to talk to the trio whisper. Necro Barba can decide that they're both 45. I only have a druid dead full dead. Yeah, they found lots of the skulls as well on Diablo, new skulls.
How do we not have that fucking lightning? Hold a minute.
What lightning?
Just a dungeon thingy with the lightning thingy. It's okay.
I do have a tier 20.
Yeah. Let me see if I can craft one.
Frost damage, this one here is a Witch Water Nightmare.
Did you not get a quest hermit?
No.
In Kiowa Shed?
I have a sigil crafting, yes, I need to go there. That's the one. Yeah.
You can like salvage the ones you don't want and then craft new one.
Right. Druid has always been my, in the beta as well. I was, it was pretty shit in the beta. Wasn't
it? It was.
I see dark powers at work around you.
Dark powers.
Oh, guys, remember, please, the Ubisoft forward. Oh. Because, I'm gonna forget like hell. Oh, there we go. Craft sigil.
When did you need to do it?
A 7. It's a little bit before 7. Our time. So, Savage's sigils. Craft sigils. Oh. Okay. Ancestral are better, right? Yes. Craft.
Those are for World Tier 4.
Gotcha. Yes, it requires World Tier 4. Oh, Snake, I'm very looking forward to the Star Wars one. I don't know if you saw the new Assassin's Creed. Definitely want to see what the fuck they're gonna do. I'll craft a Nightmare Siege. I'm gonna do one.
Where the fuck do I run to this one from? Jesus.
Jesus, man.
I'm like halfway.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, I didn't even see the teleport. Oh, it's in Helltide. Boom.
It's in Helltide. I was on top. Where is on top?
Just teleport to George.
Okay.
Wherever he is.
Halfway.
Ligongo. Ling
Gong.
Kong.
So you could live.
Now
feel
Thank you.
unending abyss of their despair.
Hermit.
Kermit.
Is there a teleport there? Stone?
Not really.
Not really. How do you teleport so fast, man?
I just
is your own man? Is your own man? Oh, okay.
From Iron Wolf's camp.
I don't have that. Wait, what?
I think
oh,
you do.
Yes, this way. Here, library. Girandai. Azuda. Oh, the Helltide is the only thing I haven't done, I think. Oh shit, what is... Seek out the local prison of Azuda. Yeah, I should talk to this
we
guy.
could do it.
Can talk.
So you kill stuff, you get... And then you can open a chest.
Last meal requests on death row. Number 1, Eileen Wernos. Eileen Wernos murdered 7 men in Florida between 1989 and 1990. She was born in Rochester, Michigan, and had a difficult childhood, including being abandoned by her mother and being raised by her abusive grandfather. She began engaging in sex work at a young age and was arrested several times for theft and assault. Wernos claimed that she killed the men in self-defense after they tried to sexually assault her while she was working as a sex worker. However, prosecutors argued that the murders were premeditated and motivated by money, and she would rob the victims after killing them. She was convicted of 6 murders and sentenced to death. Her story has been the subject of several books, documentaries, and a feature film, Monster, for which Charlize Theron won an Academy Award for her portrayal of Wernos. Wernos was executed by lethal injection in 2002, but just before this, she made a strange last meal request, a cup of coffee, refusing to eat any food to protest the abusive treatment in prison. Number 2, Victor Figuer. Victor Figuer was executed for his involvement in a murder in Iowa in 1960. He kidnapped and murdered Dr. Edward Bartels, a physician in Iowa, after inviting him to his apartment under the pretense that a woman needed medical attention. Figuer was convicted of the crime and sentenced to death, and he tried to appeal against the judgment. However, because the crimes had been carried out across different states, it was classified as a federal case, and the only one who had the power to commute his sentence to a life term was the then president, John F. Kennedy. He was contacted by Harold Hughes, the governor of Iowa, but Kennedy turned down the request because he felt the crime was too brutal. Before his death by hanging on the 15th of March 1963, Figuer asked for a single olive with a pit in it. He reportedly told the prison wardens that he wanted to be buried with the pit so an olive tree would sprout out of his grave as a sign of peace. The pit was found in his suit pocket after execution, but he was buried in a different suit, and it's unknown if officials included the pit. Number 3, Robert Buell. Another person who requested an unpitted olive was Robert Buell, who was sentenced for the kidnapping and murder of 11-year-old Krista Leah Harrison in Ohio in 1982. During investigations, he was also linked to the death of two other girls, Tina Marie Harmon and Deborah K. Smith, aged 10 and 12 respectively. In 1983, Buell was arrested and charged with a Harrison murder after DNA evidence linked him to the crime scene. He was convicted and sentenced to death in 1984, but his case was overturned on appeal in 1986. He was retried and again sentenced to death in 1989, but his execution was delayed due to numerous appeals and legal challenges. Buell's execution finally took place in 2002, nearly 20 years after the Harrison murder. He continued to insist that he was innocent despite the overwhelming evidence against him and his many gruesome crimes. Number 4. Timothy McVeigh. Before the devastating attack on September 11, 2001, another bombing had shaken the United States, killing 19 children and 149 adults. Close to 700 were also injured, and the culprit was Timothy McVeigh. He orchestrated the Oklahoma City bombing on April 19, 1995, and it remains one of the deadliest acts of domestic terrorism in United States history. McVeigh was born in New York and served in the U.S. Army during the Gulf War. He became increasingly radicalized in the years leading up to the bombing, driven by a hatred of the U.S. government and a belief in conspiracy theories about its supposed tyranny and oppression, especially as regards tax policies. On the day of the bombing, McVeigh parked a rental truck filled with explosives outside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City and detonated it. At 9:02 in the morning of April 19, 1995, the explosives were detonated, downing over half the building. There was a daycare center on the second floor. McVeigh was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to death. He was executed by lethal injection in 2001 after requesting 2 pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream. Number 5. Gary Gilmore. In July 1976, Gilmore was arrested and charged with the murder of Benny Bushnell, a motel manager in Provo, Utah. This was after killing Max Jensen, a gas station attendant in Orem. He shot them both in the head, asking them to lie face down on the floor, despite having both complied with his demands. While trying to get rid of the pistol he used for his atrocious killings, he mistakenly shot himself in the right hand, leaving a trail of blood. He was turned in by his cousin and apprehended shortly after by the Utah State Police while attempting to flee the state. He was found guilty and sentenced to death, with 2 options: a hanging or firing squad. However, several stays of execution were filed for him by his mother and the American Civil Liberties Union. Gilmore was not at all thankful for their efforts, as he tried to commit suicide twice and insisted that he be killed as soon as possible, saying, "This is my life and this is my death." He was executed on the 17th of January, 1977. His last meal would have been 6 cans of beer, but he changed his mind and asked for prime rib salad. Gilmore's story was the subject of the book The Executioner's Song by Norman Mailer, which won the Pulitzer Prize for Fiction in 1980. The book was later adapted into a television movie starring Tommy Lee Jones as Gilmore. Number 6. James Edward Smith. James Edward Smith showed up at a teller's window at the Union National Life Insurance Company in Houston under the guise of conducting some business, but he was armed with a gun and had a stocking mask over his face. He slid the glass open and pointed the gun at a female teller who ran and hid behind the cabinet, leaving 44-year-old Larry Don Rojas, who took the money from the cash drawer and handed it over to Smith. However, as he began walking away, the criminal shot him twice. One of the bullets was fatal, hitting him in the chest, and a few hours later he was pronounced dead at the hospital. Smith was chased down by 2 other workers who were joined by many other bystanders. He was captured and handed over to the police, after which he was found guilty and sentenced to death. Before his execution, he requested Riakunda dirt, but was given a bowl of plain yogurt instead, since dirt was not on the list of approved foods. It is believed that he wanted to perform some sort of reincarnation ritual. Number 7. Thomas J. Grasso. Thomas J. Grasso was executed for 2 murders in Oklahoma. In 1990, Grasso strangled an 87-year-old woman, Hilda Johnson, with her own Christmas tree lights in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He then proceeded to take $12 from her purse and carried away her television, which he sold for $125. Following a series of investigations, he was arrested and confessed that he'd also killed an 81-year-old man named Leslie Holt in 1991 and absconded with his social security card. He was sentenced to death for his crime, and the execution was carried out by lethal injection on March 20th, 1995 at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. His last meal request was huge. It included 2 dozen steamed mussels, 2 dozen steamed clams, a double cheeseburger, a half dozen barbecued spare ribs, 2 strawberry milkshakes, a can of meatballs and SpaghettiOs, diced strawberries, and a slice of pumpkin pie. He got all he asked for, except that instead of SpaghettiOs, he was given spaghetti. His final statement was, "I did not get my SpaghettiOs. I got spaghetti. I want the press to know this." Number 8. Gerald Lee Mitchell. Gerald Lee Mitchell was only 17 years old when he shot 20-year-old Charles Marino and his brother-in-law Kenneth Fleming, 15 years old. It was on the 4th of June, 1985. Marino and Fleming had driven to Lincoln City Park to purchase marijuana from Mitchell. However, they ended up being forced into a vacant building when Mitchell shot Marino in the chest, killing him. Fleming survived by pretending to be dead, but he was seriously injured in his chest, hip, and arm. Mitchell absconded from the scene with the victim's car, but was later apprehended by the police. During questioning, he confessed to the killings and also revealed that he had killed another man that same day. He was Hector Mungia. Mitchell had approached him demanding his necklace and shot him dead when he refused. He was found guilty of murder and executed by lethal injection on the 22nd of October 2001. For his final meal, he simply asked for a packet of assorted Jolly Ranchers. Number 9. Philip Workman. Philip Workman was put to death for the 1981 murder of a police officer in Tennessee. Workman was a struggling cocaine addict, and on the 5th of August 1981, he left his wife and 8-year-old daughter in Columbus and hitched a ride to Memphis, where he robbed a Wendy's restaurant. In the course of the robbery, an attendant placed a call to the police, and 3 officers showed up. Workman tried running away from the scene and reportedly shot Lieutenant Ronald Oliver. However, in the years following his trial and sentencing to death, the evidence against him was greatly disputed, and his execution was postponed several times. On the 9th of May 2007, over 2 decades after the crime, he was finally sentenced to death. He did not request a last meal for himself, but instead requested a large vegetarian pizza delivered to a homeless person. The prison declined his request, but people across Tennessee sent pizzas to homeless shelters across the city. Number 10. Stephen Michael Woods Jr. Stephen Michael Woods Jr. was sentenced to death for the 2001 murder of Ronald Whitehead and Bethena Bros in Texas. He and Marcus Rhodes reportedly lured Whitehead to a secluded area under the disguise of a drug deal. He was shot and killed by the 2 men. The second victim, Bros, was murdered because she witnessed the killing. The 2 were arrested and charged with the murders, but Rhodes pled guilty and was sentenced to life in prison, while Woods maintained his innocence and went to trial. He insisted that he was not the shooter and that Rhodes was the true mastermind behind the killings. However, he was found guilty of first-degree murder under Texas law of parties, which allows accomplices to be held responsible for the actions of their partners during the commission of a crime. Before his execution by lethal injection, he requested 1 kilogram of bacon, a 4-meat pizza, fried chicken breasts, 2 cans each of Mountain Dew, Pepsi, and root beer, sweet tea, 1 liter of ice cream, 2 hamburgers, plus bacon, fries, and 12 garlic breadsticks with marinara on the side. Quite a feast. I suppose he didn't have to worry about his cholesterol any longer. Number 11. Marion Albert Pruitt. Marion Albert Pruitt was a serial killer with 6 known murders. One of them was his common-law wife, whom he was believed to have bludgeoned to death and then set her body on fire. His murder spree began after he was placed on a witness protection program in 1979 for testifying concerning a federal prison murder. He was given a new name, Charles Pearson Pruitt, then hid under that name and began to kill. He would later confess that the prison murder was in fact committed by him. On the 17th of September 1981, he robbed a UniFirst bank, then kidnapped and killed one of their staff members, Peggy Lowe. Over the next several years, he killed 4 more people in different states, including Arkansas and Colorado. Pruitt was found guilty after trial and received 4 life sentences and 2 death penalties. Of course, he couldn't be killed twice, and he was executed by lethal injection on April 12, 1999. His last meal was a large feast with a stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut, 4 Burger King Whoppers, a large order of French fries, 3 2-liter bottles of Pepsi, a bucket of ice, a bottle of ketchup, salt, fried eggplant, fried squash, fried okra, and a pecan pie. Number 12. Velma Barfield. Velma Barfield began caring for elderly persons in their private homes in 1976, but she ensured that at least 6 of her clients were sent to their graves.
Welcome to my channel.
After traces of arsenic were found in the body of one of her victims, further investigations revealed that Barfield had been putting the deadly substance inside the food and drink of her patients. Yet this was not all. Barfield later confessed to several other murders, including her own mother and her second husband. She was tried and found guilty of the murder of Rowland Stewart Taylor, who was her boyfriend at the time, and also a relative of one of the elderly patients she had poisoned to death. Barfield was executed 6 years after her conviction by lethal injection on November 2nd, 1984, at the North Carolina Correctional Institute for Women. Velma Barfield was the first woman to be executed in the United States after the resumption of capital punishment in 1976, and the first to be executed by lethal injection. She requested cheese doodles and Coca-Cola. Number 13. Ricky Ray Rector. On the 21st of March, 1982, Ricky Ray Rector drove to Tommy's old-fashioned home-style restaurant in Conway with some friends. However, trouble trouble broke out when a member of the group was denied entry into the dance hall because he didn't have the $3 entry fee. Rector became angry, pulled out his gun, and fired several shots. A man was hit in the throat and head and died on the spot. He absconded and remained in hiding for 3 days, moving around the city and staying with family members. Eventually, his mother and sister convinced him to hand himself in to the police. He agreed, but only on the condition that it was an officer he had known since childhood, Officer Robert Martin. Martin was conversing with Rector's mother and sister when Rector shot him in the back. He then attempted to commit suicide by shooting himself in the head, but ended up with severe brain damage that left him with a reduced mental capacity. Rector was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death in 1982. However, his attorneys argued that he was not competent to stand trial due to his disability, and his execution was delayed for several years as appeals were made. Despite these objections, Rector was executed by lethal injection on January 4th, 1992. He asked for steak, fried chicken, cherry Kool-Aid, and pecan pie, but he never ate the pie. He told prison guards that he was saving it for later. Number 14, Ted Bundy. Bundy committed a string of violent crimes, including murders, rapes, and kidnappings. His killing spree spanned several states and lasted for several years before he was finally caught in 1978. He would approach women, luring them with his charm and wit, or feigning help due to some form of impairment. Bundy would then bludgeon the victim till they were unconscious. Afterward, he would take them to a secluded area to rape and kill them. He also broke into hostels and apartments, attacking women viciously in the dead of night. Even after disposing of the corpses of his victims, he would revisit them again to perform sexual acts until it was no longer possible to do so. He also had the habit of carting away parts of the body, and over a dozen decapitated heads were found in his possession. He was convicted of several counts of murder and given 3 death sentences. Bundy was executed by electric chair on January 24th, 1989 at the Florida State Prison. He refused a special last meal, so he was given the standard last meal for prisoners in Florida's death row: steak done medium rare, eggs over easy, toast with butter and jelly, milk, coffee, juice, and hash browns. He did not eat it. Number 15, David Leon Woods. David Leon Woods showed up at the home of a 77-year-old Indiana man on the 7th of April, 1984, with 2 accomplices. He had a knife with him, and as soon as Juan Plasencia opened the door, he stabbed him with the knife repeatedly. Wood stabbed him about 21 times, killing the elderly man. Afterward, he and another accomplice absconded with a television, which they sold a while later. Woods washed his clothes and disposed of the knife, but he wasn't done. He went to the porch of his victim's apartment the next day, crying and claiming he had gone there to use the phone when he found the body. However, during questioning, his mother said she believed Woods had a hand in the murder. She also allowed police to search her home, where they found the knife, sheath, and stained towel. Woods was arrested and later confessed to the murder during questioning. 22 years later, in 2007, he was executed by lethal injection. He had a pizza and birthday cake with his family before his death. Number 16, Joseph Mitchell Parsons. Joseph Mitchell Parsons spent 5 years in jail for a 1982 robbery and was paroled in August of 1987 to a halfway house. He was supposed to stay for a stipulated time. However, he fled and committed a dastardly crime that same month. On the 30th of August, in California, he hitched a ride with Richard Lynn Ernest, a 30-year-old concrete laborer who had no idea he was assisting a fugitive. The journey continued into the next day, and Richard decided to make a stop at Utah to rest, but he was killed by Parsons while he was sleeping. Joseph Mitchell Parsons stabbed him 9 times and dumped his body by the side of the road under a sleeping bag. He then wore his clothes and assumed his identity, driving his car to a service station, inn, and department store. He was arrested later that evening while sleeping in Richard's car. Parsons continued to insist on his assumed identity. Later, he said he killed his victim in self-defense because he made sexual advances on him. There was no evidence of this. He was sentenced to death and executed by lethal injection after a meal of 3 Burger King Whoppers, 2 large orders of fries, a chocolate shake, chocolate chip ice cream, and a package of grape Hubba Bubba bubblegum. However, he decided not to eat alone and shared the meal with his brother and cousin. Number 17, Dobie Gillis Williams. The state of Louisiana executed Dobie Gillis Williams in 1999 for the murder of a woman named Sonia Knippers. Williams' case was controversial due to his intellectual disability and questions about the reliability of his confession. He had an IQ of 65, and there was no recording of his confession. At the time of the crime, he was on a 5-day temporary release from Camp Beauregard, serving a sentence for attempted burglary. He was allowed to visit his grandfather for that period because he was considered a model prisoner with no affinity for violent crimes. In the early hours of July 8, 1984, an intruder gained access to the home of Knippers and her husband. It seemed that he had stacked 2 milk crates and climbed into the bathroom through the window. When Knippers entered the bathroom, the intruder tried to rape her and stabbed her several times. Her husband tried to break down the door but failed. Eventually, the assailant fled through the window while she opened the bathroom door and bled to death on her couch. William's grandfather's house was less than a kilometer away from the scene of the crime, and the police picked him up as a suspect. Following a controversial trial, he was sentenced to death. In January 1999, he was executed by lethal injection.
Jesi to sa Rusima u lobiju? To bio pokušaj tvoj da na ruski pričaš s njima.
Ma idiot. Materim, jebem u usta.
Si gledao Kadači igra na kineskom serveru, dok se moglo igrati na komoći serveru?
A jesam.
Kad je otvorio Google prevodioc i viče za mnom i kao ajmo i... Dobro, on je stvarno... Vidi, a što je pun sebe, nema veze, ali da ume da napravi show, to ume.
Baš je show. Nedavno klip u Quickplayu je uzeo onaj Wellspring, znaš, i na sred livade stoji.
Da.
I ono...
To liči na njega. Vidi šta?
Oh, I'm still alive, guy. I onda opet pleše, pa majicu skine, pa... I na kraju ubije čovjek.
Kad su prvi put nerfovali Mauser, ili Dolch, kako god hoćeš, mislim da su mu smanjili headshot range sa 90 metara, tako neka nebuloza, na 70 i nešto, 72 metara, mislim.
Brate, dragi.
I malo su mu damage smanjili, znaš. I kupio je bio 2 Dolcha i 1 Precision. I bukvalno je bio, ja mislim, Godard okovi. Mislim da sam dobro rekao, gornji levi ćošak. I složio je bio 2-3 ekipe. I kaže, this doesn't feel nerfed. Bože. Dobro, naravno troluje.
Za njega ništa nije nerfovano.
Naravno troluje, mislim, pošto zna u metar koliko oružje ima dometa i čeka ih u svom optimalnom dometu. Da i kod njih igrao s mozgom, možda su ga i mogli dobiti. Da su si bili hiperagresivni. A i stoji da verovatno ima neka fora, čuo si ono za VPN i za lobby snipe. Stoji da nekako čudan matchmaking da baš može da ubije, ne znam, lobby gde su svi ljudi, razumeš, imaju po 2-3 sati i bar jedan zna da kuca, razumeš. Da ga ne ubije bar jednom kad igra solo. To mi je malo nevjerojatno, ali...
Tu je sve moguće.
Prvi put sam čuo za tako nešto iz ovoga Call of Duty-a. Da ovi streameri što igraju Call of Duty da imaju program gde ih automatski konektuje na te lobije gde ljudi imaju mali taj rank i relativno skromni, da kažemo, ajde. Da bi bio spektakl, da tako, kad streamer ne iđe na ekipu da ono pokasapi 6 ljudi sam.
A da, u tome je čitava poenta.
Nije poenta da naiđe na ekipu 3 čoveka koji znaju šta rade ili 4, znaš, i onda da se znoji, razumeš, dok igra. Ne, to nije poenta.
A njima jes.
Obično svi ostali imaju problema s tim. Ti si u Huntu, ali? Prepostavljam.
Nisam, u DMZ-u.
Ozbiljno? Oho.
Ma meni je ovaj mod predobar.
Ja sam ga inače igrao bio. Igrao sam ga... Prvu sezonu sam očistio čitav. Uzeo sam 220 levela, ne znam koliko je bio maksimum. Očistio sam čitav prvi Battle Pass, nisam ga kupio, nisam da trošim pare, ali sam očistio sve. I onda sam batavio. Jer sam vidio da ima mnogo ljudi koji, ne znam, ti kreneš ka izlazu, on leži sa snajperom, razumeš, na izlazu. Takve stvari, znaš, to je malo bilo lagano. I tako x puta. Kad god kreneš da uradiš objective, ja sam radio emisije na čudo, znaš. Jer recimo imaš iznesi 5 zavoja, 4 kante s benzinama, imaš i zajebanih stvari. Imaš nađi grafičku karticu i iznesi s mape. Ja nađem grafičku karticu, krenem ka izlazu, čovjek leži na vrh brda sa raketnim laserom, razumeš, gađim dok ja idem sa džipom uz brdo. Šta radite vi ljudi u životu? Znaš, zbog takih stvari sam popizdavio. Što kažeš ti, niko ti ne duguje stil igre, jeste, ali ono, mislim... Kako god. Nekog to čini srećni. Evo logo. Ja sam rekao Draku da ću opet da igram DMZ kad Activision izbaci zadnju sezonu. Neću da trčim sezonu za sezonom i da se zjebam kad su izbacili. Nije, čini mi se, druga sezona, ni bila se završila, već počeli kao za treću sezonu da najavljuju. Ja sam batalio i drugu sezonu i treću sve ostalo. Nemam toliko vremena da se zjebam svakih mjesec dana, 2.
No dobro, šta ja znam, meni...
Ne, jeste chill, nego ono, ja ti kažem zbog kontenta, razumeš? Jer sav kontent im je trenutno orijentisan na te kao sezone i na te gluposti, razumeš? I svi ljudi koji igraju, razumeš, tako, sa istim ciljevima kao i ti. Kao, si ikad igrao koji Battle Pass ili sezonu u Hunt Showdownu, ne ove mini eventi, ove gluposti, nego baš ono, da imaš ono 100 rankova, imaš objektive i gluposti. I imaš specifične stvari, bar je tako bilo prošli put, koje treba da uradiš, tipa da pokupiš zmije ili da skupljaš bundevi ili tako to. I ako prvi završiš sve to, imaš tu privilegiju da kokaš sve ljude koji recimo pokušaju da uradi iste te objektive. Naprimjer, bilo ono da nađeš kutiju sa zmijama i da interaktuješ s njima. I ti, pošto si uradio event, tebi ne treba ni jedna jedina zmija. Nema pojnte više. I onda ti nađeš boks sa zmijama i udaljiš se i samo nađeš dobru poziciju. I prvi sljedeći lovac koji naiđe, samo ga ubiješ u glavu zato što je, razumeš, prešao objektiv.
Pa ne znam šta će s novim eventom baciti, ali morat će nešto slično da uradi.
Možda će ti biti ako ubiješ aligatora da imaš bonus poene, to je moja pretpostavka.
Bonus poene na šta?
Svaki event ti je imao neki štos. Naprimjer, bilo ti je za onaj Traitor's Moon, ako se ne varam. Ako ubiješ lovca i lootuješ ga, dobiješ 2 ili 3 ona token poena. I onda za te token poene uzimaš one traitove, one seasonal, oni što su bili oni traitovi, ono Grounded Pact, Inferno Pact. Tako ti je bilo na prošla sezona. Bilo ti je ona sezona sa zmijama, svaki put ako pucaš u korpicu sa zmijama dobiješ 1 poen, ako interaktuješ dobiješ 2 ili 3. Ako lutuješ lovca dobiješ 3, ako ubiješ bossa dobiješ 3 ili 4. Tako nekako išlo. Znači imaš objektive neke koje radiš dok igraš regularno Bounty Hunt. Jer imaš nekako nešto što radiš da bi se napunio taj progres bar za tu sezonu. Nije puko skupljenje bounty.
Vidjet ćemo šta će sad napraviti.
Ovo je vrlo interesantno. Lete na sve strane, karate udarci, Bruce Lee ih ubija ko da su komarci. Sharpshooter. Šta je sharpshooter za boga? Nema pojenta ovo.
He asked for 12 candy bars and ice cream. Number 18, Charles Rumbar. At the age of 17, he committed a murder for which he was sentenced to death, but his foray into crime began much earlier. His first criminal record was when he was only 6 years old, and by the age of 12, he had already perpetrated an armed robbery. On the 4th of April, 1975, he went into an Amarillo jewelry store for an armed robbery operation. The store owner, Michael Fiorello, was shot to death by Rumbar after a brief struggle. It is unclear how and why he had such tendencies at such a young age, but on the 11th of September 1985, he became the first juvenile offender to be executed in the United States in over 2 decades. He had a previous track record of attempted suicide on 2 different occasions and attempted to escape from prison on several occasions. Even during his sentencing, he exhibited a great amount of violence, threatening to kill the judge and his attorney. A sharpened metal strip was found in his possession, and at another time, he actually tried to attack a deputy U.S. Marshal, lunging at him with a makeshift weapon, shouting, "Shoot me." His first sentencing was in 1967, but he appealed and won a new trial. The death sentence remained unchanged, and he was executed by lethal injection. He spent his last moments with his 3 sisters and a brother-in-law, choosing to eat nothing except a flour tortilla and a glass of water. Number 19, William Bonin. William Bonin, who was also known as the Freeway Killer, was described by his prosecutors as one of the most evil people to have ever existed on the face of the earth. Bonin was convicted of the murders of 14 young boys and men, most of whom were from Southern California between May 1979 and June 1980. However, he was believed to be responsible for the death of at least 21 young men and boys. Bonin was a convicted child molester who had been convicted of the assault and rape of at least 5 boys, whom he held hostage and threatened with death if they divulged his secrets. However, some of his victims victims reported him to the police, and the search began for the serial rapist. He was arrested by the police in 1969 after attempting to have his way with another young boy. Following a complicated trial, he underwent several mental examinations. He was released from prison in 1974 and subsequently began his killing spree. He would often lure his victims into a van and then take them to his apartment to torture and rape them, and then strangle them with ligatures. Bonin was eventually rearrested and tried for his crimes. He was found guilty and sentenced to death. He spent more than a decade on death row, making several unsuccessful appeals before ultimately being executed by lethal injection in 1996. His last meal included 3 six-packs of Coca-Cola, 2 large pepperoni pizzas, and 3 pints of coffee. Number 20. Kenneth Wayne Morris. Kenneth Wayne Morris broke into the home of James Moody on the 1st of May 1991. He and 2 other accomplices kicked the door open at night while Moody and his wife were asleep in their upstairs bedroom. Upon hearing the noise, Moody went to confront the intruders, but they requested weapons and ammunition. He told them that he had no guns, but he would give them all the money they had in the house, which was a total of $1,800. However, even after receiving the money, Morris shot at Moody 4 times, killing him on the spot. He was arrested after incriminating evidence led to the arrest of one of the other accomplices, who revealed his identity. Morris claimed that he murdered the victim because he had seen the face of one of the assailants and recognized him. He was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death. Morris spent close to 2 decades on death row, during which time he made several unsuccessful appeals. His lawyers also tried to make a last-minute appeal, saying that he was wrongly judged just because he was a black man. Eventually, he was executed by lethal injection on the 4th of March 2009, which was coincidentally his birthday. Before his death, he asked for a white cake with lemon icing in honor of his birthday. His wife, son, and friends were present. Number 21. Lawrence Russell Brewer. Lawrence Russell Brewer was executed in Texas in 2011 for the racially motivated murder of James Byrd Jr. in June 1998. Brewer and 2 other men, Sean Berry and John King, kidnapped Byrd, a black man, and drove him to a remote area outside Jasper, Texas. There, they brutally beat him, spray-painted his face, and chained him to the back of their pickup truck. They then dragged him along on the asphalt road for almost 3 miles, causing his death by decapitation and dismemberment. During the ride, his body hit the side of a culvert, cutting off his head and right arm. Still, they continued to drive for more than 2 kilometers before dumping the rest of his body in front of a black church. Brewer and his accomplices were arrested and charged with murder and were ultimately convicted and sentenced to death. The case gained national attention due to the gruesome nature of the crime and its racial motivation. Brewer belonged to a white supremacy group and had previously served prison sentences for burglary and drug possession. He was executed by lethal injection in 2011, but not before ordering a massive last meal. He asked for 2 chicken fried steaks with gravy and sliced onions, a triple patty bacon cheeseburger, a cheese omelette with ground beef, tomatoes, onions, bell peppers, and jalapenos, a bowl of fried okra with ketchup, 1 pound of barbecued meat with a half loaf of white bread, 3 fully loaded fajitas, a meat lover's pizza, 1 pint of Bluebell vanilla ice cream, a slab of peanut butter fudge with crushed peanuts on top, and 3 root beers. He was given all he asked for, but he didn't take a single bite. Brewer's defiance led to the abolition of the last meal tradition in Texas, and it remains the same to this day. A harsh injunction if you ask me. But what do you think? Thank you for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, click on any of the 2 videos on the screen to watch some more interesting content.
Not happening.
I feel like this game could be the game of the year. If like the pacing and the gameplay continues on this level, I feel like there's a very, very high probability that this game is game of the year. Alrighty, gentlemen. Alrighty, let's fucking do it. It's time. Let's get to work.
It was Ross the Chronicler who said that the land of Alistair was blessed with the light of the Mother Crystals. That it was this light which finally led our forebears out of the darkness. Yet, what they saw in the light gave rise to temptation. Ever lures us back into the crystal shadow. And thus did our journey begin.
That's one way to start it. Oh shit. some E3. Oh my god. Wait, oh, this is me. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, R1 is to evade. Wait, no, I'm in the game. Okay, I think I can hit. It just said evade. I thought I just hit it and it would just do it when I wanted. Okay. That was you? Yeah. Okay, I figured it out now. I'm not gonna let the game bait me. I was not supposed to evade that, by the way. What is it? Bro, is this like Lord of the Rings Gandalf? Yeah, it is. 100%. Well, 100% they took it right from that. Yeah. Except for, yeah, you're the Balrog now. Damn. And that's Clive. That's the main character right here. Year of the Realm. Oh, let me move this up for you guys to read it. It said Year of the Realm 1873. Oh, sorry, 873. There's no way they didn't fucking do that for Lord of the Rings. It's the exact same, like all three of the different locations.
Both camps have begun to stir.
That was so cool.
You all know the target. Shiva's dominant. And only the dominant.
No one else. There's a fun in that. Easy. Too easy.
Oh, this is the one we saw already.
Orders.
I think the cam should be fine, guys.
Try to keep that in mind.
I always use it like this.
Let's get this done.
So we have to find Shiva's down. Oh, there's the guy from the thing. From today. And that's me.
Focus, Wyvern. You are key to this mission's success. Yes, Sergeant.
Okay, let's do it.
I said focus, Wyvern.
How do I move? Okay. Pretty simple. Alright, cool. The main menu, press start anytime. This is one, right? Yeah, okay. Done. Okay, so I can't jump off. So this moves my camera. I mean, all this is kind of obvious. Okay, let's go. Graphics? Yeah, these are the graphics of the game. Shit looks really good. Okay.
Time to move.
Cam top right. Maybe if I move, I feel like if I move it up here, you guys won't be able to see my health. I'm gonna just put it right here for now. Okay, oh, now I can actually move. All right, let's go. Okay, can you double jump? No? You can normal jump though. jump yet. You can.
Just in time.
Who's the cam? Stop complaining about the cam, guys. Okay. The Republican Army. Oh shit. God damn. God fucking damn, alright. So people just getting killed real quick. Holy shit.
Where this is going, I'll leave this McDonald's.
Shit. So maybe we should go over there. I'll move it up so you guys can read that.
Quickly! Move! What do you mean, you refuse? Did you not pledge your swords for our cause? Come now. Marshal, the King of the Wood is our guest.
Not happening.
Okay. Great negotiation, guys. Oh, wow. Oh, that's the girl. I'm pretty sure that's the girl we have to kill. I saw this
ljudi, pa
already.
se hantuje.
Ništa od toga. Mene ni nemoj da pitaš to. Pa ne, samo sam...
Nemoj da ga pitaš taka pitanja.
Samo sam iskren. Trenutno nema šta da me interesuje u igri.
It was the Dalmex who drove back the Crusaders in the Battle of the Twin Realms, was it not?
Ne pitaj me nikad više.
Or am I mistaken?
To je kako bi te ja pitao kako ti ide u Company of Heroes trojci.
Your dominant has yet to take
Pa ne, nikako nisi kupio niti igraš.
And when
Jel
he
tako?
does, our knights would only get in the way.
Nije fair da postavim tako pitanje.
Perhaps you have not heard, but the Iron Blood now have their own dominant. We would be fools to underestimate
I guess the
them.
dominants are the ones that can control
What did you say?
the icons.
Should this citadel be allowed to fall, the capital will lie exposed. And I doubt the Crusaders will wait for the good king's pawns to line up before taking to the ball.
Okay.
Just leaves me.
Just puts his hand on his head.
The Iron Blood will rue the day they set foot on Storm. This game is over.
You cock.
Benedict.
Just called her a cock. Oh my god. Oh wow.
Take care.
Does the lion take care when he chases the hare? Or do you think me one of the latter?
No, my love. You are a lion. You're mine.
Oh my, this is the intro cinematic? Holy shit!
But I will need someone to warn me when I come home.
Yeah, this is the intro, guys. Game of the year? Clearly.
The front lines are gone. This is our chance. The chaos will conceal us.
Shouldn't download the porn version? No, not yet. Sec. Holy shit. Okay, well that's one way to do an intro. Yeah, let's go. Can I jump off? No. Okay, so do I okay. That makes sense. It's time. I'll be curious to see what the fights are like, because it doesn't let me attack yet. Oh shit.
And quick and deadly, as always. Take the van.
Something's not right.
This is the guy. Oh shit!
Tighter. So the Darmok's finally grew tired of being slaughtered.
Yeah, this is the intro, guys.
Ha! And look who's here to greet the bastard.
Is this Shiva?
Come on.
That was really cool. That's the way I felt in beta with the sorcerer in Diablo 4, and then it got nerfed. The Chocobot! Oh my god! They're getting fucking slaughtered! This is so good, yeah, it does. Damn. Do I have to press something? No, okay.
You don't get to die here, Wyvern. Move!
Oh shit, now I gotta run! I wonder if I can die here. I guess we'll find out. Can I? Okay, yeah, I probably shouldn't jump. Okay, I'll follow this guy. Should I? Okay. Okay. Maybe I'll go through this convenient little hole. That's great. Oh shit, this is actually cool. Just actually so fun.
Anytime, Wyvern.
Wait, oh, I've gotta go down here. Okay. There it is. And there it is. Simon didn't make me have to play this. Bro, there's more profanity in this in like the first like minute than there ever has been in WoW. This is great. Yeah, he is dead. But I mean, like, who cares about that dude? We don't even know who he is. Wyvern. Wyvern. Wilson, man. Yeah.
I told you before, you do not get to die here.
Is his friend? Ah, it is what it is. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's his brother? Damn, that sucks. Oh, that's him whenever he's like younger, like a teenager.
13 summers earlier.
Well, they can't say years. Oh, this is where I'm gonna learn combat, I bet.
Well, if you're not cut out to be a shield, there's always work for you in the stable.
Wow.
Unless, of course, you can defend your master while sat on your arse in a puddle of pig's swill.
I'm sure he'd find a way. My brother always looks after me. Right?
Go on. You're sure to hit him eventually.
Don't give up now.
That's the dog they're gonna give me. They're gonna hook it up with the Poofy boys.
2 arms. It wouldn't do to disappoint the gallery.
Alright, let's fight. Let's do it. I'm ready. On your PC you'll have unlocked frame rate? I hope so.
Let's start again from the beginning.
Okay, let's do that.
Show me your form.
Attack the Lord Commander. Okay.
Good. Again.
Okay. Easy.
Very good.
Not happening.
Such swordsmanship will serve you well in the field. But can the same be said of your spellcraft? The flames of the phoenix burn within you. Now let them burn without. Come, Clive.
How do I do that?
Rain fire down upon me.
Channel your inner flame. Okay.
Excellent.
I'm just bombing them. What's up, bitch?
Well done. Wield the firebird's flames just as the first shield should. Flattery, my lord. Or would you rather I
He looks like a pussy in this timeline.
have your range? Let's see if you can elude my blade.
Okay.
Your attacking prowess
He does.
will count for naught if you don't have
What's
on
dodge?
your toes.
Dodge is circle, I'm assuming? R1. Oh, R1 is dodge, okay. Let's see if I can do a perfect dodge. Yep, there we go. Okay.
Nice try.
Okay. I played Dark Souls before. I know how to do this. It's no big deal.
Remember, Clive, your blade
Okay.
is not your only weapon. Quickness of thought and fleetness of foot are indispensable arms in any shield's arsenal.
That's why you
But you're not
paused.
just any shield, are you? Show me what sets you apart from the rest. You have been blessed by the Phoenix, granted the use of its power. Call upon that power now to close on you. Well, I'm waiting.
Close the gap. Okay. Okay.
Impressive.
I gotta practice that more.
But even the most agile shield cannot hope to escape every blow. Death may come by a handful of cuts as easily as it comes by 1,000. There is only one way to ensure
Might
that
have to
you
drop
do not
something.
fall. Keep your wounds mended and your energies replenished. Speaking of which, my lord, you seem a little worse for wear. Now that won't
Might
do
have
at
to
all.
drop something.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I know how this works. It's just this little number pad,
Yes.
right? Yeah, that's pretty fucking simple. I got that. Okay, so I just use a potion. It's the easiest game of my life.
That's better. Battle is a succession of pivotal moments, wherein life and death can be decided at a single stroke. You
Yeah.
must be ready to utilize every tool at your disposal if you are to navigate a path to victory. Or at the very least, ensure that you live to fight another day. Enough practice. It's time for the test.
Okay,
You've
let's go.
recovered from your soaking, I trust. You wouldn't want to kick a man while he's drowned.
I thought you'd never ask.
Come then, Lord Rossfield. Spar with me. If you believe yourself worthy to be called Shield of the Flame, then prove it.
Alright, let's do it. I'm ready.
As you wish, my lord. How that, me boy? Make proof of your strength.
Okay, so let me roll. Defeat his ass. Okay, will gauge. Oh, that. Okay, so posture bar. Got it.
Go on, you're sure to beat him this time.
You can do it, Clive. Just stay calm.
I gotta get used to the buttons.
Nice try. You're taking this seriously.
Keep going, Clive.
Oh, that. Oh, I didn't realize he actually hit me there. Okay. R2 plus square. Okay. Oh wow, can I use that again?
This time I took my own advice. I used all the
I'm not
tools
used
at
to
my
the
disposal.
fucking attack.
Go on, Clive. Keep pressing.
Keep pressing the same button? That's what I was gonna do. Yeah, that was my plan. Just keep pressing the same button. That's exactly what I did. Okay. Damn.
He won! See? I told you he could do it.
I knew I could do it.
Bested at last.
It's taken me long enough. That was a display worthy of your father. You are a true shield of the flame, and let no one tell you otherwise. Including me. What are you lot gawping at? Back to your drills.
I want to try and practice the combat a bit more. I feel like I can get better at it. It's like R1 is usually the attack button, and like in this game, it's the dodge button. I mean, I guess I can just rebind everything, but like, read my disc message? Send it again. Can't you change it? Oh, I'm sure I probably could. I was
just tired. Phoenix's flames are a gift. I mustn't waste them.
It isn't a waste. My shields look after me. Why shouldn't I?
That's why. You were coughing this morning too. You shouldn't be outdoors.
I'll be fine. It's just a cold.
Don't push yourself.
His Grace has returned!
Father's back.
Your Grace, please, this is no place for one such as you.
I would gladly brave hell itself to see my darling boy.
Oh, wow. Who's that?
Gentlemen,
Rosaria thanks you for your indefatigable loyalty.
Thank you, Your Grace. We live to serve.
Simp.
Joshua. You should not be out of doors. We have discussed this.
I'm sorry.
Stupid bitch.
Good day to you, Mother.
What's she
Come,
mad
Joshua.
for?
Your father will be expecting.
Bro, why is she so mad? What the fuck did he do?
Lord Murdoch?
Your Grace.
He's a bastard. Oh.
What a way to treat your own flesh and blood.
I know. It's not his fault. Not everyone can be born the Phoenix. We should join them.
Is it a chocobo? Is that a chocobo?
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
That's 100%. Yeah, there it is. There he is. Oh, with that fucking mount armor. Swag the fuck out.
Welcome.
Mr. Bombastic.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Mr. Bombastic, Bomba Fantastic.
Goodbye for now.
Welcome home, Father.
Thank you, Joshua. You are well, I trust.
Yes, Father. Much better. Today, Jill and I went to the bay to watch Clive's spa.
Is that so?
Quiet, Toggle. Stop it, boy. Not now.
You'll make a fine hound one day.
Father.
Lift up your head, girl.
Thank you.
Post-atomic blight, the fruit of years of prudent progress and determined reclamation, and 15 million dwellers worth of keen imagination. From the heart of West Virginia to the depths of the pit.
Well, we owe it all to Vault 76.
No matter if you roam alone or spend your time with friends, you'll find a home in Appalachia where the good times never end. There are relics to uncover from a time before the war, along with loads of friendly folks to meet and enemies galore. Gadzooks, you're a natural kid. Let's get you back to looking dapper and get back on the grid. When you need a place to be yourself, take root. Our world is always changing. Greater foes are overthrown as we embark on expeditions into thrilling new unknowns. Yes, from Appalachian settlements to Nuka World on tour. You're never short on things to do or places to explore. Think you've seen it all, eh? Well, how about this? Pack your bags for an escape of Epicurean bliss. Put your rad shield on and fix your hair up pretty, because we're headed for the boardwalk of Atlantic City. Press your luck at the casinos. Let the good times roll. There's no telling what new treasures this beach haven will hold. So there you have it. Now you know. There's a million ways to make the wasteland your waste home. And when you hear adventure calling, when you're looking for...
I don't mean to like cause any problems with you guys. I'm completely harmless. I just kind of go to a strip club. I like spending money. You like money, right? Right. Exactly. Money can buy a lot of things. One of one. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you guys. You guys maybe want to come with me? You guys want to come with me? Want to come with me? Feel free.
Sure.
Be arguing with him. Why don't you just come with me? Hey, Frank. We're out there exposing gold diggers. Talking about it. Richard, unfortunately, yeah, I got my camera back. Hey, can you just talk to him for me really quick? He thinks you're a part of it. Like, he doesn't like a whole YouTube thing. I don't know. This is your man. I don't know. You take control. Look, can I got something for you. You said you like money, right? Yeah. What? And I was actually informing him that over you definitely. Well, why don't you go call another and she looks like the type. You know what? I'm not even gonna talk to you. You can deal with that. Here, let's go. Hey. Sally? Yeah. Sir, can you call Mom, please? Oh my goodness. Jeez, I'm sorry. I can't even see. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm blind. But you do sound good. I mean, geez, what's your name? Sorry, you kind of got my stick excited. You think maybe I could, like, get your number? I would love to maybe go on a date with you. Come on, please, just put your number in. Like, I don't usually get this type of attention from a beautiful girl like you. You sound beautiful.
Your Grace.
You know, you think it's crazy? I feel like they just don't really like people.
The capital rejoices at your safe return, Your Grace.
Okay, you want to go on
War
that?
is coming,
Right
my
now?
boy.
I don't really have
You
to
must be ready.
call you for a month, so I guess.
Is the situation truly so grave? Come to the throne. We will talk there.
Yes, Father. Your Grace.
Shields dismissed.
You mind looking me up? Oh, you sound.
Oh shit. Winter's coming, apparently, yeah.
Where you going?
Stupid dog. You can't fly. It's not Final Fantasy 14.
Clive here is off to see the Archduke.
Right. Wow, you're so trashy. Stay out of the cameras. You know what's so funny about this?
Oh shit, I get to move around in the city now. Sunrise, sunset.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for your help. I mean, like, what makes you think I should spend it on you? Oh, this. I'm saying, grab my phone. Usually don't. Nah, deals. I'm thinking. Like gold.
Welcome.
Yo, you are a Barbie. You're fake. Just like, right now. Look at the camera. You're on TV, right? You're fake. You know what? Oh, yeah. I'm sure you need it. Okay, cool. You going to break up?
Goodbye for now.
Oh, brother. Stavim.
Hey everyone, the moment we've been waiting for is finally here. Alpha 21 Experimental for 7 days is...
Welcome.
...is live. The game
Goodbye
has
for
undergone
now.
a massive transformation, and I'm about to get you all caught up on all the new features and changes. So, let's jump right in. Alpha 21 will be known as the update that gave the game modern graphics. Many new decor pieces have been added, such as excavators, tractors, new vehicles, posters, fences, platforms, tents, barbed wire and HESCO blocks, plants, and so much more. Additionally, nearly all existing objects have been updated. Everywhere you look, there's something new to see. There's a new workbench which lights up when you're crafting something, a new forge which shows the anvil, bellows, and crucible if you have them in it, and the campfire has been improved to show the beaker, cooking grill, and cooking pot if you have those. Feast your eyes on this brand new chemistry station and check out these new spinning cement mixers. Weapons and tools have had a little TLC too. There's a completely new stone spear, and when you dye something now, it doesn't saturate the whole object, it just accents certain areas. There are dozens of new door options, everything from double vault doors all the way down to porta potty doors. Doors will now degrade as they're damaged, and you can fight through them if needed. There's a ton of new windows too, and instead of being crafted separately, they're just made using block shapes and can be upgraded and repaired from there. And speaking of block shapes, you'll find several hundred new shapes to use. A few of my favorites include
You know what? I understand where you're coming from, but try not to judge a book by its cover. Whatever you want, but I just really wanted to get
the log cabin shapes, this industrial fence here, and this new baluster rail, which should be interesting to use in a fighting position setup, and these bowling pins, because who doesn't want some bowling pins in their base? Probably all of you. Anyway, moving on. There's also been a huge improvement to overall lighting and reflections, which makes the game feel much more eerie and realistic, particularly inside buildings and at night. The video probably doesn't do it justice, but once you're in the game, it's really noticeable. The last thing on the art front is the addition of Thick 44 flags. Thick, or Tony, was a YouTuber in the Neebs gaming crew. He passed away earlier this year, so now we all have a way to remember him within the game. And I'll leave it up to you to guess exactly how many cloth fragments it takes to craft one. This update will see the addition of at least 75 brand new questable POIs, or points of interest, and all other locations in the game have received some form of upgrade with the new decor and block shapes. Here's my new favorite POI, a military base called Fort Razor, and here's a comparison of a trailer from Alpha 20 and the latest version in Alpha 21. Another example here is the JW House in Alpha 20, and now known as the Judy Witch House here in Alpha 21, with some new buildings around back and on the side to explore. Among these new POIs are 4 brand new Tier 5 POIs. There's a nursing home, a new apartment skyscraper called Vanity Tower, and 2 prisons, Navasgain Corrections and Navasgain County Jail. 2 POIs, which were previously Tier 4s, were upgraded to Tier 5s. The Red Mesa facility is one of them, and this house is the other. This is House Modern 23. It's the secret Higashi residence with the big underground secret lab. I don't want to go inside and show you guys any spoilers. And of course, the remaining 8 tier 5s have received a bit of a facelift too. Just check out the hospital here, which is really essentially a brand new location. Every POI now has a proper name, and you'll see that name pop up when you walk onto the property. You can also see it in a box at the top right corner of your screen anytime while you're inside. And next to that is a difficulty indicator, which is represented by these new colored skulls. The red skulls go from 1 through 5 and show the tier of the POI. The orange skulls go 0 through 2. The regular pine forest is 0 skulls. Burned forest, which is exclusive to Navezgane, is 0.5. Desert is 1. Snow is 1.5, and wasteland is 2 skulls. Essentially, these skulls are an indicator for difficulty of the area and your loot stage, which is basically a calculation that determines the quality of loot that you can expect to find there. By the way, everyone, I just wanted to let you know that I'll be making some in-depth guides and tutorials on an ongoing basis over the next several weeks, so you could consider subscribing if you don't want to miss out on any of that good stuff. Okay, on to some trader topics. First of all, they each have their own new compound and a custom sign. The compounds have multiple entrances for ease of access, and they can be located anywhere in a city or town, not just on the outskirts. Their secret stash inventory has been removed, and as such, better barter perks no longer offer better items. It's only good for better trade values. Trader inventories have been changed. You might have heard of game stage and loot stage, but now we have trader stage. Essentially, as you level up, you'll start to unlock higher tech items. So on day 1, you'll most likely be seeing things like stone tools, stone arrows, cloth, scrap armor, and so on. But then slowly, as the days and weeks go by, you'll see higher quality and higher tech items. So now, trader stock will essentially be slightly better than the loot you could expect to find out in the world at any given time. And you'll no longer be able to purchase end game items early on, like augers and motorcycles. There is a new vending machine, and if you look closely, you can find all of your favorite candy inside. This machine stocks food and candy, while the old one stocks drinks exclusively. Both of them can be found in variable locations throughout the world, and not just at the traders. Candy is now more expensive, coming in at 300 dukes instead of 100. And interestingly, the Forgetting Elixir is now only 6,000 dukes, which is a huge price cut and will allow you to respec your character more easily. And now there's a new quest type called Infestation. An infested POI is one of the previous tier, but it will have double the zombies. So if you accept a tier 2 infestation, you'll be heading to a tier 1 POI. Here's a look at that from the prefab editor. In blue, you can see the regular zombie spawns, and in red are the additional zombie spawns that you can expect during infestation. Note that this is already a tier 5 POI. This is the Shotgun Messiah factory, and so there are now tier 6 quests, but they're all just infested tier 5s. Currently, there are no other tier 6 quest types or new tier 6 locations. Traders are now even more specialized, and their specialties are as follows. Joel for clothing and armor, Bob for tools and vehicles, Jen for medicine and books, Hugh for guns and ammo, and Wrecked for seeds and food. So there have been several perk changes to go over. Most notably, everyone's favorite perk, Sexual Tyrannosaurus, has now been removed. Instead, you can now receive a stamina benefit from each individual tool and melee weapon skill. So, a point into salvage operations reduces wrench stamina cost, and points into knives reduces knife stamina cost, and so on. Flurry of Blows has also been reworked. Every class now has its own version of that, and it will only affect the melee weapon of that class. So, if you take points into Big and Fast, you can get better swing speed with sledgehammers and clubs, for example. So we discussed Better Barter before, but Daring Adventurer has changed too. It will now afford you an increase to your trader stage, and therefore unlock better items at the trader, and it'll give you more dukes for your quest rewards, and if you max it out, you'll get the bonus quest reward choice. By default, you'll now always have 5 options to choose from for your quest rewards, including a crafting magazine bundle almost every time. Okay, first off, I'd like to acknowledge that the new crafting system known as Learn by Reading has been critically received by some people. But let me just say real quick that I love it. I really want to sit here for 10 minutes and try to convince you that this is a good change right here, right now, but it's really something that you have to discover for yourself. The new progression system is refreshing, it's natural, it's intuitive, logical, and most of all, it's fun. Truly, I was on the fence about this before, but I'm 100% sold on it now. The way it works is that you no longer find most schematics out in the world, only for a few things like mods, and books will no longer unlock items either. Instead, you unlock crafting recipes by reading magazines, and you'll find dozens of magazines per day in everything from dumpsters to airdrops to trader inventories, quest rewards. They're everywhere. I had read about 250 of them by the end of day 7 and already unlocked things like the forge, the workbench, multiple cooking recipes, iron tools, and more. And what skill points you unlock will influence what magazines you find. So take a bunch of points into advanced engineering and you'll have the workstation unlocked in a matter of days. Take points into sledgehammers and you'll find more of those magazines. You'll still find all other magazines, and you'll find specific magazines in certain locations, like electronic magazines in a Mo Power store or cooking magazines in a Shamway store. But as you can see here, after speccing into sledgehammers, I had found many more of those types of magazines than I did knife magazines. The drawback to all this is that you're gonna have to go out and do things in order to get better gear. You can't just build a base and kill zombies, level up, spend your skill points, and unlock better gear recipes. You'll have to loot and quest at least a little bit, but you can reliably obtain the precise magazine that you need if you allocate skill points in that area and raid the appropriate location. And again, I'll have some in-depth videos going over all of these topics very soon, so just stay tuned for those. Yet again, Random World Gen has received a nice little buff. There are new tiles and road generation looks much better. Roads will be flattened very nicely, and instead of these strange spaghetti roads, they make a lot more logical sense now. Generation time is vastly reduced, taking only a couple of minutes to generate an 8K world. The next most controversial change in this update is the drinking water rebalance and the removal of empty jars. A lot of people were afraid that water was going to be too scarce, but it turns out, using the words of my friend Echo, that this is a big fat nothing burger. I was swimming in water by the end of day 3, and I never looked back, pun intended. So you'll be able to get murky water or regular water from the traders, vending machines, and loot, and I brought home about 10 murky water per day from looting. And once you have a cooking pot, you can boil murky water into plain water. Plain water is used in recipes, including the glue recipe. You can also make a new crafting station called the Dew Collector. It's quite chunky, coming in at a 3x3 size, and it produces a variable amount of water per day, anywhere from 6 to 10 in-game hours per bottle, up to a maximum of 3 before you then need to empty the station out. To craft it, you'll need pipes, polymer, duct tape, and a water filter. You can find water filters in broken Dew Collectors, but it's a very low chance, so it's better off to just buy it from the trader for 1,500 dukes, or you can get it from the Tier 1 completion reward, but I would still probably take the bicycle. Just FYI, I had 3 Dew Collectors up and running by day 7, no problem. Unfortunately, the Dew Collector will not work indoors. You can see these red markers here indicating that it is not collecting any water. To get them to work indoors, you'll need to clear out the middle block above them. They're a 3x3 area, so if you just clear out the middle block there, you can replace that middle block with some bars and a couple of other shapes. You gotta kind of pick and choose though, it's only a few of them that'll work, and then you can see here that it is now working. Alternatively, instead of having it outside or having the middle block space above it clear, you just need to have an area of 5 block spaces above it that are clear. So if you have really high vaulted ceilings, you should be fine. This will be working a-okay. You can drink water by hand if needed. Just press E next to the water. It has the same benefits of drinking a bottle of murky water, so avoid it if you can. Oh, and empty cans are gone too. But while we're on the topic of water, the environmental water has been upgraded as well. It flows properly now, so you can see here that it forms around all blocks nicely without looking like jello. I did this cool experiment where I made a big sinkhole and then I connected it to a lake by a tunnel, and it successfully filled up the whole thing up to the line where I made the tunnel. So it should be fun if you want to like reroute some water to make a moat or something like that. And you can tunnel, and it's here that it forms around all blocks nicely without looking like jello. I did this cool experiment where I made a big sinkhole and then I connected it to a lake by a tunnel, and it successfully filled up the whole thing up to the line where I made the tunnel. So it should be fun if you want to like reroute some water to make a moat or something like that. And you can now swim much more quickly, which should be nice for retrieving those lost airdrops in the lake. All vehicles now take damage when you run into things. The harder it is, the more damage to your vehicle. So watch out for debris and trees or else you might suffer a breakdown. You can ram and kill zombies now, which is fun, but also quite damaging to your vehicle, and you do get 50% XP for the kills as well. And each repair kit now gives back 1,000 hit points to the vehicle, and if you max out Grease Monkey, you can work that up to a total of 2,000. Okay, so now I have a list of miscellaneous changes that didn't really fit into any other category, so I'm going to run through this very quickly for you here. Spears were buffed. Attacks now do up to 40% more damage and now have a regular power attack, so no more spear throwing. The Steel Spear is now very similar in stats to the Steel Club, with the addition of 50% armor penetration. The Pipe Baton was also buffed. Attacks went from 38 per minute now up to 60 per minute, but doing 15% less damage. The Lumberjack makes a new sound, so I'll let you listen to that here. Wires will now be invisible unless you're holding the wire tool. A bunch more zombies have dismemberment, and you can use the console command TDS if you want to test that out. Zombies will now eat dead animals. Hatches are slightly different. They can't be upgraded anymore. There's just one stage, but they're slightly stronger, and metal hatches require forged iron to make and repair. You can now select what level item you want to craft. So if you want to make a new claw hammer, you might as well just make a level 1 and save some resources. There's now a toggle to pin crafting recipes. Just make a level 1 and save some resources. There's now a toggle to pin crafting recipes, so you can see what you need to gather up and how much you have. You can also see how much you've harvested and how much you have in your inventory in the bottom right corner of the screen. There's a new minimal HUD option. Just tap F7 to hide everything but the crosshair, and then again to hide everything. There's a new menu option for chunk reset time. If active, all areas that are not covered by a bedroll or land claim block will be reset at the allotted interval, which is useful for regenerating damaged POIs or filling up mining areas, and this is off by default. Spit or juice or whatever from the mutated zombie now causes severe radiation damage, which rapidly reduces your HP. The crawler now has some jiggly bits on his stump, and the zombie dog has some jiggle tech on his collar, and wandering hordes now have a slightly increased probability to drop loot bags. There has been a huge change to how game stage is now calculated. There is now a multiplier and a flat bonus for each biome. This will make zombie spawns increasingly difficult outside of the Pine Forest, and I'll be doing a deep dive video on this topic as well as heat and hordes, so stay tuned for that in the very near future. And lastly, for the miscellaneous stuff, there have been some big changes to Navezgane. Most notably, I'd just like to point out this tunnel here which goes underneath a mountain, and also a new location for Trader Hugh. Alright everyone, the last thing to take a look at here today is performance. Now, I am in Navezgane, and I'm in the forest biome on Horde Night with 64 zombies below me. I'm currently on Quality Preset Ultra, and let's look at the average FPS here. It's looking like, I'm gonna say 80. Now I'm gonna jump in, and we're gonna go Quality Preset Medium. We're just gonna take 2 data points for this, and that has bumped me up to roughly 90, it looks like. Okay, for the next part of the test, just gonna stand out here in front of this cabin. Looks like I'm getting about 170 or so, and this is again on medium still. Looks like that's bumped me down pretty considerably, down to maybe 114. For the final test, I'm here in the wasteland at the Hagashi Tower, and this is again on Ultra, and I'm getting 64, 65 FPS for this, and now getting about 80 or so FPS. I then repeated all of the same experiments in Alpha 20.7, and I logged the results for you right here. Of course, results may vary based on your rig, but what I observed here is that Horde Night performance was better in Alpha 21, but very slightly, like 5% worse in the forest and in the city. Well everyone, that just about does it for this video, but real quickly before I let you go, I just wanted to say thank you, first of all, to the developers who made this update for us for free. They worked really hard on this for a long time, and it really shows. I love this alpha. I'm sure you will too. Show them some love in the comment section down below, and thank you for watching this video. I hope that I've done enough to earn your subscription today. If you'd like, check the description of this video for links to my Twitter. You can follow me there, or you can join our Discord server. Joining the Discord will give you access to the GNS multiplayer servers, which are always just packed with people. And if you'd like, you can post pictures of your bases, you can chat with me and others over there. But anyway, my friends and fellow survivors, that's gonna do it for this one. I will see you hopefully in the next video. Take care, all. And it certainly shows. Thank you to the... Also, what am I saying next? Thank you to you for watching this video through to the end.
Mhm.
Wait, did he just put it on hard mode and give it to the dev? He gave it to the Devil May Cry guy. Oh shit.
So I'm really curious to see the differences in playstyles. Like I was going for an all-out crazy damage.
Boy. Here we go.
And I'm already
Here
seeing
we
some
go.
nice defensive stuff.
Okay.
とても気になるんですけれども、私はもう一気に飛び込んだんですけれども、ここでその選択とか。
Jesus Christ.
So Suzuki-san is a very technical fighter, and so he's going to have a lot of attacks with counters in them. Like
he's parried every attack.
Which is always fun in action games when you can switch an enemy's attack to being something that's beneficial for you.
そこを後期に変えるっていうのがとても快感で。
Jesus
確かに
Christ.
タイタンもカウンターできますし、ガルーダ、ナイス。
Okay.
これ今引き倒しからガウジを使ってビルゲージを結構多めに削るっていう感じですね。
So yes, when his will gauge was down to half, he used
Bro, parried it and then dodged out. Jesus, what the fuck? He hasn't even used a single heal. And then there's the stagger. He's got the full limit bar too.
For this game as well, just like you said.
He's doing a lot of will damage to eventually get them on the ground to do more damage, right?
でここなんていうか、私のプレイと一番大きな違いというのはもう確実にウィルゲージ削っていって
Bro, he parried that? If he didn't parry that, it would have killed him.
みたいですけど。
Yeah, he parried him right there. Is he even going to use it now? He is. Now he's finally going to use his limit break.
So yeah, when you stagger, when you use limit break, your attack power goes up. So using it when you've staggered will give you that extra damage.
Oh, is he done?
Okay. Wow. Holy shit.
Kad idem za Beograd, trebam da vidim ovo kako se zove, da ponesem malo soli ako mi spadne pritisak ili tako nešto. Da. Video, Tinix, video. Hvala Tinix. Ovo je Tinix, baš to tako.
Jackie, prije, malo meni po daleko.
A može.
Vreme je.
Kesik. Welcome to my channel.
Ne znam Dragane šta ima.
So what are some of the tenets of bad modern writing as far as you've seen them emerge from all of the sort of reviews that you have done?
Okay. How much time do we have here?
Critical Drinker is one of the most watched TV and movie critics on YouTube. He is known for his honest takes on woke ideology in the media. Today we talk about how politics has ruined Hollywood, the 5 sins of bad modern writing, and what actually makes for a good story.
It's not that I don't enjoy criticising bad films, but the thing I've always strived for is to be fair with films. If I watch it and I enjoy it, I really want to be honest and say so. Because if I can't be honest and fair, like what's the point in me doing this?
Will, Critical Drinker, thank you so much for coming on the podcast. Wonderful to have you.
Thank you for having me, man. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, so we were just chatting, and I wanted to understand, you sort of elaborated a bit. When I look at the channels that do sort of movie reviews with a degree of social commentary, yours is crushing it right now. Like, I mean, I see it crushing in views. It seems like you're surging in popularity. What do you think is contributing to that?
I mean, I get lots of, people talk to me about this stuff, and, there's various bits of feedback I get, but I think the overwhelming one is you've put what I was thinking into words. And I think that's probably the secret to it. It's not like I'm some genius that's providing insight that no one's ever considered before. I think it is just, I've found a way to articulate people's frustrations, whether with movies or TV shows, or just like modern culture or whatever. And there's something really cathartic about that. Hearing someone rant fairly eloquently about something that's been bugging you for a while and really just putting that into words. One, it's just a bit of a release of emotion. And I think two, it's always good to know that like you're not on your own with this stuff because myself and probably a lot of other movie critics that came up in the past few years, I think we all probably experienced that feeling at a certain point of am I going nuts? Am I crazy, or are movies really getting worse? Is there actual problems that are cropping up here? And what you eventually realize when you get into that YouTube space and you find there's lots of other people who agree with you, you're not nuts, there is problems there, and it's good to point that out. And the thing I try to do is provide that catharsis for people, but also, I've got a background in writing myself, and so I like to think I've got a little bit of like technical expertise on how stories are put together, to try and bring some of that to the fore and say, well, here's a similar movie that did this same thing much better, and here's the reasons why. And so give people a point of comparison and help them to understand where stories can go wrong if they're not properly put together, and it's a little bit instructional for them, it helps them.
Did it require when you were starting, because right now there's this moment of, you could call it woke backlash, where it's more popular or even safer to say, I don't like the way that they're just mindlessly race swapping, or the way that the girls win without any sense of struggle, whatever like the message is inside these. When you were beginning to make these, do you feel that it required a bit more bravery on your end to make some of the commentary that has become, it seems, a bit more popular today?
Bravery or stupidity, I'm not sure which one, but yeah. I mean, I think back then, like, because, I was just starting out with my channel and I didn't have anything to gain or lose, like, I just didn't give a shit, and so I was just there to voice my thoughts, and that's what I kept doing. Like, I just want to be honest with people about the problems as I see them. And I guess, back then, perhaps there was less awareness of some of these problems, and, you know, you did get a lot of pushback at times. But still the overwhelming majority of comments and feedback that I got from people was positive, and they said, you hit the nail on the head, this is exactly what I've been feeling. And man, the number of times that even now I get people in the movie industry, the video game industry,
HTTPS
don't share my name or anything, but like I 100% agree with you. You know, and you don't know what it's like having to work with all these lunatics, but you know that's the world that they still live in. You know, to speak up for them is pretty much career suicide. So you know, we've got a bit more freedom as YouTubers, I suppose.
Well, I mean, I guess I hear what you're saying. It felt brave for me to watch, perhaps as somebody with an established audience. And one of the reasons I made this podcast when I had Charisma on Command is because Charisma on Command was, and I'm glad, entirely apolitical, had no perspective on the news, and you know, tried to find positivity even in the situations where somebody was being negative. And I felt that when I was receiving messages and the DMs from people about what was happening, that my perspective on the world at the time was very misunderstood. And so that's partially why I made this podcast, because there were things in which I aligned with you where we would do movie reviews and be like, I hate the way that this story is told, or I hate that they felt that the most important part of this was swapping the male lead for a female lead, and then insisting that the story would be identical except that she would struggle less. And I'm thinking, for instance, of Star Wars, which we've covered at length, and how Rey's journey to Master Jedi lacks obstacles.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, as a writer, you can break that down as the nuts and bolts of storytelling. Like, if the protagonist has got no obstacles to overcome, then they've got no journey to go on, and so you don't empathize with them because they're not struggling through anything. You know, it's simple stuff, and yet you tell that to people, and it's amazing. Still, the reaction from so many people is, "Oh, you just don't like her because she's a girl." It's, you know, with those people, you can't really rationalize things with them. But yeah, fortunately, the majority of people are more level-headed.
Yeah, I'm curious. I've made my list in watching your videos, but if you had, let me see if I pull it up here. So what are some of the bad, or the tenets of bad modern writing, as far as you've seen them emerge from all of the sort of reviews that you have done at this point?
Okay, how much time do we have here? I mean, yeah, like we just covered there, the tendency to take an existing property and swap in a female lead who's going to replace the old worn out male lead, but she'll be better than him at everything. You know, we've sort of talked about that. The injection of humor into everything, like we call it patented Marvel humor, because you know, that kind of quippy, you know, we're going to make light of every situation that we're in so the audience doesn't think too much. That really took off in the Marvel films, and it seems to have slowly infected everything. Like, I can't stand when movies just don't let an emotional moment breathe for a minute and let the emotions sink in with the audience. It's like, no, we have to make a joke to move it on, you know.
Yeah, as much as I like Guardians 3, and I did like it, I felt that was often happening in that movie, where it was we would just swing wildly from emotional scene of Raccoon dying with 24 hours to the gang goofing off in some mouse's kitchen. It was just like, where is the seriousness of this mission that we're on?
Yeah, and it just gets worse and worse as time goes. What's the other things? Probably, you know, the really clunky insertion of social politics into things. You know, that's another big bugbear, because you know, previous generations of screenwriters, they knew how to work in social ideas and stuff that you could invite the audience to consider. That was good. You know, it's good to get people thinking. There's a big difference between that, though, and just straight up telling them you have to think this particular way, and if you don't, you're a bad person. And it feels like we've gone way down that other road now with movies, where it's just about the writer's got some hang up over something, and they're just going to shove that into into their storytelling, and it very much just becomes about the messages that they want to get across rather than the story that's there to be told. Yeah, what's other things? Yeah, shows that are like, how can I say this? Like, conspicuous diversity is probably the best way to put it. Like, for example, you've got like some fantasy show set in a medieval village, and it's clearly set in like a sort of northern European setting. It's cold, it's wet, and yet you look around and the people there are like the population of downtown LA. You know, there's black people, there's Asian people, there's Middle Eastern people, there's white people, all mixed in, and there's no explanation for how all these wildly different people ended up in such a tiny little place. The only explanation is the meta of the writers just wanted loads of diverse casting, and they couldn't think of a way to make it smart, so they just shoved it in and hoped people would notice. So stuff like that, I mean, that's more of a casting thing rather than a writing thing, but, you know, it's also stuff that annoys people, I suppose.
Let me see if I have, I've written a few more down. I want to just make sure that you got all the ones that I noticed in yours. Oh, you've talked about this. Subversion for subversion's sake.
Yeah.
Like, can we do, like, somebody has found a way to execute this hero's journey beautifully, but that's been done. Let's do it differently than they did it without making it, like Jon Snow, for instance, at the end of Game of Thrones. Like, we've set him up to be the guy who's going to slay the Night King. What if he just didn't? Like, these are the sorts of questions that seem to get asked and seem, I suppose, brilliant to some people, but make the story feel hollow and like I was almost like my time was abused in getting to know these characters and listening to these prophecies and being foreshadowing that was set up for that.
I think, yeah, I agree. When you do stuff like that, you're setting up a kind of contract with the audience, an agreement that you're going to provide them some kind of emotional fulfillment at the end of it. And if it's fine to do the unexpected, because this is the confusion that people have. There's a difference between subversion and just doing something unexpected. The unexpected thing is fine, but you have to find a way to justify it and make it a workable part of the narrative. Whereas when you subvert something for subversion's sake, you just do something completely out of left field, and it doesn't provide then that emotional release for the audience. It doesn't provide any sort of satisfactory ending for them. And so you've broken your agreement with them. And people, yeah, the Game of Thrones Season 8 was a perfect example. You know, people were wildly angry about that season. And we found out, obviously, in retrospect, partly it's just because the writers were eager to move on to Star Wars and they just wanted to wrap it up as quickly as possible, so they almost just didn't care how it ended, you know? But yeah, like, this is a symptom of writers who think they're smarter than they actually are. Case in point is Ryan Johnson. You know, he thinks he's extremely smart. But then when you get to something like Glass Onion, which was his latest movie, I don't know if you've seen that.
Yes, I have.
It's the sequel to Knives Out, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's all predicated on this idea that we assume that there's some elaborate conspiracy going on, and that there's a criminal mastermind at work here. And you know, the Benoit Blanc, the detective, is tying himself in knots trying to uncover this great mystery. And it turns out there is nothing. He was just really dumb all along. It's predicated on not a very satisfying ending, especially if like the things you've shown throughout the movie kind of contradict that, but you're just trying to rewrite history. Again, subversion for subversion's sake.
Yeah, I like what you said. I forget the word that you used, but what immediately came to mind is I've listened to Brandon Sanderson talk about writing. He talks about promises that you make in the early chapters, and he discusses, just for example, like if you say that your characters are trying to get to X location, and then the reader expects and wants them to get to that location. Now they can be sidetracked, they can have other things, but if they never wind up there and there's a whole conversation about how important getting to that place is, we go back and go, well, why did we have to read this whole discussion about where we were going? Like, it's not like real life where things kind of can happen seemingly randomly, where there's not a narrative thread. It does seem that the writers, we want our stories to have thread between them, connect scene to scene, give us a reason to watch the whole setup to anything, and that's being lost.
It's the sort of postmodernist view of writing, where there's this belief that, well, classical tropes like the hero journey, you know, archetypes that we've loved, characters, are no longer valid deconstructed and they have to do something else. And so you can't just have, like you say, that contract that you've agreed with your audience where our objective is to get from A to B. It might be via C, D, and E, but we're eventually going to get to that point. A deconstructed view would say, well, they'll get to like Z and then decide that getting to B was never that important in the first place, and they're more fulfilled over there. You know, it's fundamentally unsatisfying, but it's their constant need to deconstruct everything, and it brings me on to one of the other big annoyances I have, the deconstruction. Nothing pisses me off more about a story than we're going to go back to this old franchise, right, that you loved as a kid. We're going to bring back all these old actors and we're going to have them play their characters again, but now they're all shit and they can't do anything. They've given up on life, or they're incompetent, or it turns out they were never heroic in the first place. It's all a bit of a sham, and they're going to get supplanted by this new generation of characters that we've created, which are far better. So you need to love our characters more because they're better. It's lazy and terrible.
Do you think, and as you said that, I was wondering, do you think it says something about the current, I don't know, social milieu that we don't have many aspirational old people in our movies? Like this wise mentor, this person who has gone through life and is no longer struggling in the same way you would expect a lost 20-year-old to struggle with identity and who they are and what matters. I'm trying to think, and maybe I'm just drawing blanks because of the conversation we're having, but I can't think of the Obi-Wans that have been there, done it, found some equanimity, and are ready to pass on their knowledge to the next generation in the same way. All of the old people, the Luke Skywalkers, are these jaded, pissed off, I guess like the projection of what the writers think about boomers.
I think it really is. Maybe it's a generational resentment that's at play, where it's like, no, we're better than you, and your generation screwed us over, and like whatever, maybe you made the economy tank or something like that, and like you have to pick up the pieces. Or again, if it feeds into that sort of postmodernist, deconstructed view of culture, where we want to tear down everything that came before, and so that means you can't respect the previous generation because that generation is terrible. And you have to just take all of that away and start again. It could be that. To go back to your point about you can't think of examples, probably the only one that's come up in recent years has been Maverick from
Yeah.
There, and look how well that movie performed. It's like finally you just gave us what we wanted. We wanted to see our old hero come back, kick ass one last time. Older, but he can still do what he used to do. And he maybe, just maybe, he can teach the younger generation a thing or two before he moves on. That's a satisfying story. It's not complex, it ain't Shakespeare, but it doesn't need to be. It's emotionally satisfying. That's it, that's all it needs.
Yeah, I wonder, this is perhaps too big a question, but like, what is the role of art? Is it, and I know there's a lot of roles that art could have and the story could have, but do you think it's to create an ideal towards which people can strive? Is it to describe the world as it is, or can it be both of those things? Because I'm thinking, why is Maverick a character, or Tom Cruise in that connects with the audience and with people, as opposed to Luke Skywalker, who is just this pissed off, jaded, force projecting guy who disappears into nothing? Sort of like, why does he not have that?
All of these different things, like essentially you can tell any story you want, as long as it all comes down to the execution. I've always said, for me, the purpose of any piece of art, no matter what it is, whether it's a movie or a painting or a piece of music, whatever, the role of it is to engage the audience, engage them, make them think, capture their attention, take them on some kind of journey. That's what it needs to do. If you can do that, then it's a winner, and like I use examples like not every movie is necessarily entertaining in the normal sense. Like you watch something like Schindler's List, I wouldn't really describe myself as being entertained when I watch that, but it engages me and it takes me on an emotional journey, and so that's the purpose of it, and it succeeds in that. I think that the problem that we have with some modern movies is that they don't engage their audience. What they're producing is hollow, vacuous, it seems to be ill-informed, poorly constructed, and it doesn't know how to do the things that classic stories should do. And that's the big stumbling block. The audience aren't engaged with it. They know it as well. They come away from the cinema fundamentally unsatisfied. they can't always articulate why, but they know deep down that what they saw didn't
Yeah. Do you? One thing that I have been unclear of is where the rubber meets the road in terms of economic ramifications of decisions that these studios and smaller studios are making in terms of their storytelling. So it seems, at least on YouTube, widely recognized that Marvel Phase 4 was not hallmark of cinematic universe. That people were disappointed with their movies. As someone who has seen, I think, like pretty much every Marvel movie up until Endgame, it became increasingly easy for me to skip movies and not have it be to make a point or to like put my foot down, but just because I was genuinely not expecting to be entertained or enjoy my experience in my home or the theater. So do you have any understanding of like, is that affecting them, or because I've also seen.
Šta, mleko?
Svaki drugi dan sir.
To stavi, ne?
A?
Stavi. Šta je to, sir?
Pa mlijeko da sirim, brate.
Znači?
Šta ćeš za utro, sandvič ili ćeš da ti... ili ćeš proje i mlijeka?
Ostavi proje. Ne može statično.
That there's movies that people pan like Aladdin, the remake, that I'm pretty sure made $1 billion for Disney and was just like, yes, more of this.
Yeah, they are a weird scenario, these live-action remakes that they do, because in any creative sense, you can pretty much just accuse them of bankruptcy, because they're just rehashing the same story over again. It's like, it's the most uncreative thing you can do. Just take this original script and just remake it in live action. Where's the imagination? Where's the magic that goes into that? And yet, like you say, they make money somehow. I don't know if it's just parents who watched them as kids, you know, grew up in the 90s, and now you're a parent yourself, and it's like, well, I want to have a bit of nostalgia, and my kids will be amused for an hour or two. I'll take them to go see this thing, because generally parents with kids are fairly easy to use, you know. I mean, it doesn't take a huge amount. So there could be that aspect of it. There seems to be more of a backlash against the Little Mermaid that's coming out. I think because they've race swapped the actress, and the CGI looks pretty horrible, and it's, I don't know, this could be the one that sort of breaks that winning streak for these animated or these live action remakes. I know Cruella de Vil didn't do well, but that happened in the pandemic, so you can't really apply normal rules to that. But yeah, outside of those, the economics do start to hurt, I think, because, I mean, what can you say? Like, when you're spending $250 million to make one of these big Marvel movies, not to mention probably another couple $100 million in advertising, you're needing to get to something like $800 million to break even at the box office. And so, if you're not making that, you can't keep releasing a product that's losing money. It's just not viable. You know, a company as large as a franchise as large as Marvel, they don't just lose their momentum overnight, but eventually that takes its toll. And it happened with like Warner Brothers, who made the DC movies. You know, they have had flop after flop. They never even like reached the heights of Marvel. They just kind of stalled on takeoff, and they've been stumbling ever since to try and reach the top. But with them, because they didn't have that success initially, they basically ran out of money. And so what they had to do was bring in a guy who's completely ruthless, who will say, right, this project, that project looks like absolute garbage, kill it immediately. We're not even releasing it. You know, they had a movie called Batgirl that was due to be out this year. It was shot. It was all ready to go. They killed it and deleted the whole thing. It'll never see the light of day, probably. And it cost them almost $100 million to make. That was a $100 million write-off. they knew it would cost more to release it, to try and advertise it, than they would make. And so they said, what's the point? We'll just kill it. And so that's an example of where Marvel could be headed if they carry on like this.
So the simple, just so I'm understanding, the simple math they did was there's a marketing budget that this is going to cost us, and then there's what we'll get back is goodwill from putting this on our streaming and making people want to watch the universe. They did the math and said this is so bad that it's got none of that.
Because I think what they can do is, like, if it get cancelled altogether and doesn't get released, they can do it as a tax write-off because it's just expense then. So they do save a little bit of money from doing it, but yeah, essentially all that time, all that resources, all the people that worked on it, all for nothing. Just a complete waste because they knew it was shit, and so there was no point putting it out.
So that guy's come into DC. Has Marvel had those internal shakeups inside the company? I know that Bob Iger's back at Disney. I don't know how that impacts Marvel.
I mean, they fired Victoria Alonso, who was a pretty senior. She was probably like second in command almost at Marvel. There's Kevin Feige, and then there was her, and she was responsible for a lot of the VFX side of things, which partly explains why their VFX looked like garbage over the past couple of years. And yeah, she got fired. So like, partly it was down to a lot of accusations that she was really difficult to work with and caused a lot of strife with her subordinates. Yeah, and partly we'd have to see how well the thing continues to perform. You know, it might be that if we keep releasing flop after flop, then more people will fire. Disney themselves, they're firing like thousands of employees, making them, you know, redundant because they're losing money. You know, and it's down to their creative decisions that they've made.
There also seems to be a thing, which I think it exists in YouTube, it exists in Hollywood, which is you don't pay the price of your bad decisions immediately. So when you've got a string of movies that people like, and I think of sometimes the X-Men, like First Class didn't perform quite as well, but then the ones came after it, I think benefited from like what an interesting new take that was on the superheroes. Phase 4, I don't think suffered as much as it should have because it followed Phase 3 in Avengers Endgame. But my guess is that when you see the team-ups between all of these new heroes whose names I honestly don't know, despite having seen like the girl from Multiverse of Madness, all the young female scientific genius girls that are now in that universe, I think that there will probably, my guess is, be a huge drop in the comparison of that with what would have been the Avengers team-up from a prior generation.
I mean, we're already seeing it. You know, like Ant-Man and the Wasp was a real flop. Thor: Love and Thunder, I don't think that did particularly well. We had a couple of the movies in Phase 4 that outright flopped. Partly that was down to the pandemic at the time. Black Widow and the Eternals, they both did terrible numbers. But yeah, like the numbers don't lie. That phase didn't even have an Avengers team-up movie. It just kind of went far. It's just nothing to it, you know? It's weird.
Yeah, I agree. So what, I mean, it sounds like there's a couple different things, and one of the things that occurs to me as I watch your videos, that there is this silent center of the world, this majority of people that decide whether they spend $20 in the movie or whether they watch it streaming. One of the clearest divisions of that is on Rotten Tomatoes, where you see these audience scores that mismatch the critic score so tremendously. Do you have an understanding of how and why the sample size of critics that are popular today so mischaracterizes the general movie-going audience?
Oh yeah, with the critics, like, a lot of this just comes down to, like, access. Like, they're running as the access media. And it's exactly what it is. It's all quid pro quo. Like, you give our movie a good review, hey, we'll make sure you get to the premiere and, give you all kinds of goodies and stuff like that. It's just, you know, you get treated as the favoured critics, but it's all contingent on you being nice to them. And so they're not gonna criticise the movies, and there's that aspect of it, and there's the kind of socio-political dimension to it, where a lot of them are, particularly if they're journalists working in major news outlets, they're probably going to be really strongly progressive. And so if you get a movie with progressive politics in it, strong women, or tackling racial issues, they will be very unlikely any of those constraints. They don't have to impress anyone, and they don't need to maintain access to things. They can just be honest. And so I trust the audience scores way more than I trust the critics.
Yeah, it also cuts. I'm thinking the other way, where you have things like the Dave Chappelle special, which are panned by critics because it doesn't match the socioeconomic dimension, but the audience finds it funny and they enjoy it. The one that's very popular right now that I would miss if we didn't talk about is Cleopatra. So, have you watched Cleopatra? Like, I mean, God bless you. You put yourself through. It for some of these reviews that you do. Is this what you've actually sat down and looked at?
So for the video, I wasn't addressing the actual show. Like, I didn't want to talk about that because getting into a review of it would take, it would like double the length and stuff. Like, I would have to get to that. But I did sit down and watch about the first 20 minutes of it, I think, and then I just couldn't take it anymore. It was such bullshit. Because it's like, it pretty much encapsulates all the tropes that we talked about earlier. Like, if you've got a female lead now, they turned Cleopatra into this, like, sword-swinging warrior who's also, like, a tremendous diplomat, an incredible inventor. She's right about everything. She's incredibly forward-thinking, incredibly articulate. She can, like, she has all the men around her in the palm of her hand. And they just made her into, like, a 21st century girl boss. Like, she could have walked straight off a Marvel set and into this documentary, and that's what you would end up with. And I thought, well, okay, like, because I wanted to give it a chance of, like, what's your historical basis for this? Like, who are these experts that can shed light on this? And, like, each one of them were basically like gender studies professors or like people who'd studied like Egyptian literature for like 6 months, and then they went into like feminism studies or whatever. And it's like, they're not scientists, and they're not like recognized archaeologists. They're just anyone that the makers could find that would agree with the thrust that they wanted to go for with this documentary. And it's just mind-boggling that gets passed off as like a legit documentary that's being researched. That was the thing I talked about in my video, because hey, you want to make a film about her, go to town. Like, have her like on a flying around on a jetpack with like an iPad and stuff. Like, just it's fiction. You can do whatever you want. Like, but when it's a documentary, you've got that expectation that you're going to be grounded in fact and evidence and reality, and the ultimate goal of a documentary is to get to truth. And if what you're doing is the exact opposite, it's like, no, we have a narrative we want to go for here. We're just going to find evidence, or we're going to fabricate it that's going to support what we wanted to say. That's really shady stuff to get into, Well, so I think that's the backlash against it,
Yeah, I just in case the audience doesn't know, the backlash for people is that they have race swapped, or I don't even know if that's the appropriate word. They are documenting that Cleopatra was a black woman, which is not incidental to it, at least from the marketing material that I've seen. That's like a huge important piece for these filmmakers, is that Cleopatra was in fact black. And you talk in your video about some of the backlash they received, not just from the American audience, but the Egyptian audience is super upset about it as well.
Yeah, well, it would be like if they made a documentary about William Wallace or Robert the Bruce, like Scottish heroes, who are documented historically, and had them played by like a black man, for example. Yeah, there would be a backlash against it, because it's like, we know they weren't. So why are you trying to claim these people as something else? And yeah, I think the theory I had in my video, and I pretty much stick by this, is they did a previous season of this African Queens documentary series, which is a good idea. It's all about like shedding light on female black leaders throughout history, that we didn't know much about, and so they can bring them to the fore. I think probably the first season that they did, it was essentially like a leader of like a kingdom in like the 15th century in like sub-Saharan Africa that nobody's ever heard of, and so nobody watched the show. And I think what they thought was, we need a name to attach to this that will get people's attention. Who's people heard of that's a famous African woman leader? Cleopatra, perfect. Like, isn't she supposed to be like Greek? No, we'll just pretend she was black. Okay.
It sounds like there might have been like 2 levels of that. Like one, which is the cynical, we need this, and then also, I mean, you have quotes from, I think it's I'm not sure if it's the director or the producer. I wrote these down because I thought they were so gaslighty, which is, you know, for some people it seems to really matter that she's white. I've asked Egyptians to see themselves as Africans, and they're furious with me for that. I'm okay with this. It's this like,
yeah, as long as I got what I want. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like we're going to make race the most important piece about this, and then when you tell me that we've got it wrong, I'm going to act like you're crazy. Like, we have things like Bridgerton, we have things like Hamilton, we have these things that are like obviously period piece race swapped where that's the thing, and the difference is they're not presented as historical fact. They're rapping in Hamilton. Bridgerton is a totally other thing, and there's a genre that can exist for that, and this could have been in that. I don't know why they felt the need, and I wonder if it performs better for them to present it as a historical account.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the question I always ask, right, is when you get something like that, when the person says, why is it so important to you that Cleopatra is white? I would just say, well, I don't know, why is it so important to you that she's black? You know what I mean? Like, turn it around on them, because it's like, well, you obviously went into this with a bias and a desire to turn this character or this historical figure into something she wasn't. Like, what was your motivation for it, and why was it so important to you? Like, couldn't you find other, like,
come on, man.
interesting black women from history that you can explore? Why'd you have to try and take over this one? It's like, just because she's famous, you know? And yeah, that's I don't know if this is a distinctly Hollywood perspective, where people will say things like, as you mentioned, I just don't know why these Egyptians are mad at some idiot Hollywood director coming in who knows nothing about their culture and trying to change like important parts of their history and pretend like it's fact. I just can't work out why that's making them mad. You know, it's so stupid. It's like, well, again, like, flip it and say, like, okay, like, we'll have Egyptians come in and rewrite American history for you and present it as a documentary. Like, how would you guys feel about it? You know?
Yeah. Did I understand? It might have been from your video, it might have been somewhere else, that there is some sort of a lawsuit coming from Egypt, or did I misunderstand that?
There is, yeah. An Egyptian lawyer is suing Netflix on behalf of like the entire country of Egypt, basically saying you're misrepresenting our history. This is I don't know what you can call it. It's not libel, but it's like, yeah, knowingly spreading false information. And yeah, we want damages or something for it. I don't know if it will go anywhere, but I just think it's funny that we're getting sued by a country.
So this might be truly a cynical strategy to bring more eyeballs to a show that wasn't getting it. I think also, not exactly in the same line of Velma, which I know that you covered on your channel, which is the remake of Scooby-Doo, which completely redoes Scooby-Doo, craps on everything that Scooby-Doo was, which is strange because if you wanted to do a parody of Scooby-Doo, you could have made a parody. It didn't have to literally have the property, the characters, all of this kind of thing. So my question is, Velma's getting a season 2. We don't know the numbers related to this new Cleopatra thing. Is there a good business strategy to this? Like, let's just create insane controversy and get hate watching? But is any press good press for some of these people?
I mean, I wonder that myself sometimes. Like, Velma is a genuine oddity where I cannot fathom the thought process that went into that show. We are going to take, you know, a pretty innocuous kids TV show from like the 70s.
Thanks for following.
And turn it into this horrible, hate-filled rant against like everything in modern culture, like especially like white men, you know. And yeah, there must have been surely someone in the studio or the writing team who put their hand up and said, like, I don't think this is going to play very well.
Što bi ti montirao? Ne znam da li pričaš sa mnom ili s nekim drugim.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. I genuinely, because as an artist or as a storyteller or whatever,
Goodbye for now.
Surely you wouldn't want your name associated with something that literally everyone hates.
Nope.
Like Cleopatra, like, is a perfect example. You know, the even the critic score was like 11%. Like, even they
Welcome.
The audience score was 1%. I've never seen that before. I didn't even think that was possible on Rotten Tomatoes, but apparently it was. And so, yeah, I don't know if that's going to then translate into more views for the following season, or
Goodbye for now.
It's a strange strategy.
Oh,
I mean, I talked about fan baiting
Welcome.
as a marketing strategy where, Star Wars has done it, where they brought in like characters like Reva for this Obi-Wan Kenobi show. Again, they made Obi-Wan Kenobi a broken down old man who's given up on everything, and they brought in a character named Reva, who's played by a black actress. A pretty unlikable character who doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Goodbye for now.
Her story.
So you make
And
Christmas.
naturally there was a bit of
Interesting.
backlash against her, accusations that you just wanted more diversity on screen and you didn't care how it was done. But then they get to come back with, well, you're all just racist because of that. And so you have to support this character because if you don't, then you must be racist. And so that became a term known as fan baiting, where you deliberately provoke the annoyance of fans and you use the resulting backlash to defend your show. Because now nobody wants to criticize that show because they don't want to be accused of being racist. So that's where it ends up. But it's a short term.
Ne znam da li si me išta pitao, pošto te slabo čujem ja. Znam da si skoro došao, ali nisam siguran da li si mi išta rekao.
Nema ovoga, nisam.
Šta si rekao, nema ovoga, ništa.
Sem ovoga za skem ništa.
Sem ovoga za skam ništa. Kako to misliš?
Samo sam tebo za skem pitao.
Ne. Skidam update za 7 Days to Die, Alpha 21. 10 GB veliki. To ti je prvi update posle godinu i po dana. Dosta je veliki. Hoćeš da igraš sve Rising, možemo preko vikenda, pošto stvarno i ja volim da imam dosta vremena za tu igru. Jer ako nemam barem 5-6 sati, razumeš da nešto uradim.
Ne mogu da sednem i...
Ne, znam. Dovoljno ti je samo da skupiš resurse i da uloviš jednog NPC-a ili napraviš 3 potiona, eto ti već sat vremena. Ne volim tako da sebi organizujem vreme. Onda sam na štopericu, a ne volim kad sam na štopericu. Prvi ja ne volim to. Ostao mi je samo jedan regularni boss i par recepata. Da, glavni. I imaš tajne bossove koji uopšte nemaš na mapi, nego moraš da ih sam nađeš. Jednog sam našao slučajno, jer kad sam pobedio onoga generala onih vampira, dobio sam opciju da kako bi ti rekao... Džijamali. Dobio sam opciju... Ne, nego da kao letim. I onda sam mogu da preletim planinu i da blizu te kao uklete šume ima kao zona gdje možeš da se boriš protiv jednog bossa, taj boss je... Znaš šta je onaj Yeti koga smo tukli? On je easy mod za ovdje. Ozbiljno ti kažem. Easy. Na sve strane lete karate udarci, ne pituje kao da su komarci. Tebe svi polomije se. Kako mogu ljudi da naprave 2 ova forge, ja ne znam. Kako misle da išta mogu da završe, to mi nije jasno. Mislim njihove baze, ja sam tu samo kao gost. Ali opet mi nije jasno zašto, kako. Jednostavno nije efikasno.
Nije produktivno.
Nisam megaloman kao ti, ali ja imam isto neke svoje ideje, razumeš, kako stvari treba da izgledaju. malo sam skromnih, da kažem, apetita, ali ja uglavnom razmišljam na... A evo, mi se sviđa ova osoba. Dobro je. Ovo ime kao blagajna. Odlična soba. Fino, fino. Pogledaj kako su radili. Pogledaj. Mislim, ima ih u klanu, koliko 7-8. Čini mi se da su baš ono full. Nekoliko njih izgleda samo radili dekoracije, ništa drugo. I vidi se. Baš se vidio duple rešetke kada je. On nisam znao da uopšte ima. Znao sam da ima ona vrata, to sam napravio kod tebe na onu bazu, ali... Evo mu ga groblje. Ovo je park. Ja zaboravio sam da ovo teleportuje nazad. Ovo mu je zatvoren, gledam, predobro. I ovo im je kao... Pazi koliko daleko teleportuje, vidio. Sjaj. Se ulaze, odmah u zatvor ideš. A gdje im je treći sprat? To me...
Na plavo, ali...
Ne, žuto. Treći sprat. Prepostavljam da je ovdje soba za nauku. Da, mislim ima svuda stepenice, znaš, ali...
Delazim.
Aha, pošto sam...
Welcome to my channel.
Pa gdje im je onaj... Gdje im je Arboreum? Nemaju to. Ovo je study. One uopšte nemaju ono.
One more. Yeah, yeah.
Strategy at best. Like, ultimately, the animosity towards your show is just going to be enormous. And I always leaned on the idea of, like, hey, here's a crazy thought. Why don't we just make something that's really good? Like, it might work.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wonder if fan baiting is a conscious thing or a subconscious. Because I mean, I can imagine I make the show, I think it's good, and I am the writers. I'm sure.
Yep. Yeah, I said I wasn't coming back to She-Hulk. I said it in the last video. I think I said it in the one before that. I've said it again and again and again. But then episode 8 happened. And now, not content with being terrible in its own right, She-Hulk is going about destroying whole chunks of the MCU. So, Rings of Power is delayed again, only by a few days, I promise, in order that I can deal with this catastrophe first. If I sound a little hoarser than usual, that's because I just got through a complete reading of this entire script, only to find out that my microphone wasn't plugged in. Ordinarily, that would be a traumatically depressing event, but because I've just watched She-Hulk, I can say with some certainty it is not the most traumatically depressing event I've undergone today. If I sound more crass than usual, that's because this show is so far beneath the ordinary quality of the shit we watch on TV that I'm really just hunting it for sport at this point. If you want something slightly more highbrow, intellectual, and polite, go check out the previous Rings of Power video. Strap yourselves in and prepare to be violated. I've often found myself wondering while watching She-Hulk whether
To ti kao korejski neki tim je napravio. Nešto kao spin-off na... Radi se o Pinokiju, ali više liči na Bloodborne nego na Pinokiju. Kao što rekao, korejski tim je pravio, tako da... Dosta je maštovito urađeno. Ogromni bossovi, teški neprijatelji. Ima se skine demo, znaš. Si možda probaš, ono. Ne znam, mislim da su kad su ovako igre nove u pitanju od studija koje ne znam koji su, radije ne volim da se zalećem, znaš. Pustim da ljudi kupe, probaju, napišu šta misle, ako većina njih kaže da igra nije loša ili da ima malo van.
Znaš što se meni sviđa?
Da.
Što sam krenuo da se vraći na ono što se rade sa početka 2000.
Jest, i pre 2000. Davali su demo diskove sa demovima igara, možda probaš. Vidi, nekad je prvi nivo recimo igre najbolji i sve ostalo je sranje, ali opet bar si probao, razumeš, pa sad bože moj. A kad ne probam, nego ono kupim pa moram da refundam, marš. Šta je?
Da, ubacio su neke za scam.
Vidim. Zadnji update je bio, šta je ovo, Supermax. Supermax?
Easy. Easy peasy squeezy.
Bio onaj za Hell Kitchen. Ovo je dobar update bio. Ovaj. Si gledao ovaj trailer?
Ne, nisam vidio.
Neću ti ga ne pustiti. Znači refira ga pogledaš. Pusti ga sam. Dobar. To je bio update skori. Dodali su opciju da hakuješ robote, da voziš drona, da hakuješ vrata. Dosta fino, moram reći. Gdje je easy anti-cheat? Tako, ne treba mi. Hvala. Vidimo što su menja. Wow. Mislim da im je ovo verzija pred Gold.
Bashchalik.
100%.
Welcome to my channel.
Godinu po dana su radili ono što sam gledao na YouTube-u, brate, ne znam šta li koristi, ali kako je kristalna grafika čista, nevjerovatno. Ali su im menjali nešto? Ne, rezolucija je dobra. Brightness vjerojatno isto dobar.
I šta sad, ovo ciganče je pesno zato što imam veliku penziju, pošto neću plaćio.
Ko je besan?
Ma neki cigan, neki pevač.
Na sve strane lete, kada te udarci, tu je, kuda su komarci. Da, ovo su one klasične Unity frizure, u suštini... okej. Onda...
Ping ponudio na Evropi.
Što je poludilo? Steam na Evropi?
Ping.
Hunt Showdown u fullu. Delete.
Sinoć baš pričamo. Na P nazad.
Hvala. Vinjak. Četiri ide, 400.
Gdje si Makiću?
Dva Makić ima.
Evo, brate, ništa.
Da si ti zoveš Makić stvarno?
Nije čuo.
Nema veze, pušta. Vlad malo troluje, ali... Bože me.
Ko je ono najveći? 10.000 puta koliko? To je baš veliko. To je kilometar puta kilometar.
10 km puta 10 km.
Čekaj, kako ono računa?
Kocki. Svaka kocka je metar. Dobro, računaj da su ti dve kocke metar, nek bude. Jedna kocka nek bude pola metra sa pola metra. Znači, dve kocke dužine su ti 1 metar, znači 5 km s 5 km. Ali to je realnih 5 km s 5 km, to je baš ogromno. Mislim da je malo jače.
Kako je Elder Scrolls je?
Ogromna je mapa. Ako baš hoćeš. Naves gain je relativno manji više. 6.1 sa 6.1, a i to je peške kad ideš.
Muka.
Aha. Nećemo tako. Ovo je dosta. Ne, 150%. Da. Zato što igram na najveći nivo težine. Od ovoga nema veći. Naravno ubio me dosta puta, no problem. Marker drops. Da. Nešto sad drugo. Ne mogu loot da namestim, čini mi se ne. I ne mora. Loot abundance, da. 150%. Dovoljno. Start. Ako već igra na najveći nivo težine, a znam onoga, onaj je Michel, onaj iz Hrvatske, onaj Black Warden. On igra projekat Zomboid, koji je sličan, ono, Survivor, samo ono, 2D. Igra na maksimum difficulty, to ti je, svi zombi su spawnani od prvog dana kad kreneš. Ne znam, 10-21 zombi je spawnan. I ne respawnuju se Sve malo retardirano, pošto je tako napravljeno u suštini da... Izgleda vrlo čisto. Vrlo čisto.
Ovo je bilo malo bolje nego zanimljivo, mislim. Ako je bio neki update.
Pa... Radili su sa ovim developerima Unity direktno.
A Unity je krenuo da radi. Sa svakom igrom koja je malo popularnija radi posebno. Recimo taj koji radi po kure dok nisu krenuli da radi sa njim.
Da, pogledaj kako izgledaju objekti. Pogledaj. Šta bre?
Šta ti je napalo tu?
Šta me? Palo me... Kerč. Ne, neću da se uopšte lečim. Hoću da ga odvučem tu i da se respawnem na drugom mjestu. Znači onda tu stoji da me glođe. Ja ću se respawnem na vreći. Stare taktike. Spawn on my bed. Viš imaš opciju spawn near my backpack. Ovo je dobro. Ovo je dosta dobro. Craft stone X. Small stone wood. Čekaj, mogu i ovo da uradim, ako se ne varam. Ne samo da li radi.
Welcome.
Da li radi. Da.
Goodbye for now.
I sad bi trebalo da imaš, ne znam da li izbacio box sa opcijama ili moram da instaliram to. Nisam siguran. Ili moraš komande da uradiš.
Samo da je sad kompresnim sečenjem.
Mislim da bi morao da instaliram na svoj kanal integraciju. Baš kao box neki. Mamo li ti jebem kereću.
Sad kamen bar liči malo na kamen.
Mislim da su komande na cooldownu. Aha, ne moraš da praviš čitav ovaj set. Dobro. Šta ovdje piše? Death penalty protection. Aha, to znam. Twitch extension needed. Aha. Navigate web browser to your channel dashboard to install the extension. Hoćeš mi naći to svega ti?
Kamo li to nije čakati?
Nice. Mamu ti jebe.
mrzim kad je ovaj assassin boss. Mnogo je treba ti duplo više vremena nego recimo da ubiješ svinju ili neku drugu boss.
Welcome.
To die A21 into Switch. Select Twitch, blah blah, Twitch, da, authorize, yes. Creator dashboard extensions. The fuck?
Welcome.
Okay. Left hand side of the creator dashboard, click extensions. The fuck?
Ontem is behind us.
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
Jeste. Nisam pipao ništa. Kako kod tebe?
Goodbye for now. Goodbye for now.
Ne znam, to bi trebalo bude to.
Seems spectacularly undesirable. You might think Adam and Eve is the natural way of things, but then you watch She-Hulk and you think, well, maybe Adam and Steve is more my thing. My last two videos went through some of the show's meta as well as its particular issues at some length, and I've resisted coming back to it because, quite apart from the issues hitherto identified, perhaps the show's gravest fault is that it is so fucking dull. To borrow a phrase, it is nothingness punctuated by nastiness. I saw the twerking scene before I saw episode 3 and I thought, my god, what fresh hell will this episode bring? But in the event, besides that post-credits horror show of superficiality, episode 3 didn't really bring anything new. I sat down to script a video on it and by the end I had about a paragraph. Nothing happens at all, and much the same thing has been true of every subsequent episode. It's kind of an achievement for a show to make non-events seem vaguely disgusting, but non-events are not easy to write about. It really didn't add much by way of meta-nonsense, or at least not enough to be worth a dedicated video. I have no wish to repeat myself in my coverage, that's what I would have ended up doing, so I swore off coming back to She-Hulk until a few more episodes had come out. Now that they have, there is just about, I think, at a stretch, enough to talk about. I hope you're lubed up, because you're about to get earfucked. We can dispense with the 5 episodes I've not covered pretty quickly. In episode 3, nothing happens, except that she twerks with Megan Thee Stallion. It was as though a million erections cried out in terror and were suddenly shrunk. In episode 4, having spent her conviction about her She-Hulk identity, Jen uses her She-Hulk identity to sleep with a hunk, then gets miffed when he doesn't like her true self, that she hid from him, and this is his fault, because date rape is stunning and brave. Also, she fights demons or something? Wong's in that one. In episode 5, she gets into a trademark dispute with Titania over perfume. This is what we watch Marvel for. This show definitely needed to exist. She also meets a gay Edna Mode who makes superhero costumes. Then in episode 6, she wrecks a wedding. In episode 7, we watch her spend 10 minutes searching for phone signal and get a whole episode's worth of therapeutic struggle session. The show stereotypes a Spanish person. All Spanish people are essentially Zorro, in a way that it absolutely wouldn't have got away with if it had, I don't know, given us a black person and... Racism only applies to certain groups, apparently. Good to know. You're allowed to say anything you want about the Spanish. I'm going to remember that for future videos. We also learn that She-Hulk drives a Prius, because of course she does. But the show couldn't even muster a going green pun, because that might actually have caused a minuscule amount of mirth in its audience, and we just can't have that in a comedy. Which brings us up to episode 8, where the show stops being trivially awful and becomes more seriously awful once again. Episode 8 begins...
Previously on my show.
There are precisely 2 ways to interpret this, both of which are shit. It could be an extension of the cameos meant in the earlier episode, meta, humor. It's not funny, but they call it humor, where the writers confused stating a flaw with telling a joke. Yeah, the show does indeed seem to subsist on its cameos, but simply saying that isn't funny. Alternatively, we read nothing into the opening line, we take it as is stated, in which case our response is, yep, yeah, it is your show, Jen. That is, in a nutshell, the whole fucking problem. Because you are the character equivalent of Asbestos. It opens with some not very superhero in a green gimp suit who, not very comedically, interrupts a couple of goons stealing a TV.
Store might be closed, but you forgot about the guard frog.
honestly, this show could just have been written by the stand-up equivalent of Jeb Bush. It's like every single comedic line is followed by a depressed old man saying, "Please laugh." He turns up in Big Green Jen's office the day after, complaining that his suit was defective. I'm not sure it's possible to count the ways in which this show isn't funny, but
mislim da jesam. Probaj da restartuješ stranicu. Da vidim da li je ključio taj panel. Trebalo bi da izbaci neki panel.
Get away with this when it's one or two characters in a big and varied cast. But when
Možda moram da restartujem stream.
Everyone, what comedy there might have been in the delivery is worn out from overuse, and you end up forgetting the nominally individual characters mere minutes after they've left the scene, because they are indistinguishable from each other. Frogman says he wants to sue the suit's manufacturer, but inconveniently, it turns out the suit was manufactured by Homo Mode, whom we were introduced to in earlier episodes. The only tailor Jen can use...
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
And, coincidentally, the man currently making her a suit for the Female Lawyer of the Year Awards. That's an event I would rather die than go to. Is there even any point criticizing continuity in the show? We already know it's fucked. But, well, it's not as though I've got anything else to do. No 2.5-hour Rings of Power videos in the works or anything, so why not let's kill some time. You might remember that Homo Mode was very difficult to get a hold of, and very difficult to meet, and then very difficult to persuade to take on Jen as a client. Or at least the show wanted us to think that. That's because he has a very exclusive list of clientele, and he's reluctant to work for just any random guy or gal, or even any random soup. The only reason Jen gets in is because they lie and say that she's joining the Avengers. Here though, well, I mean it appears
channel points.
So Frogman gets a suit because we need a premise.
Dobijaš i kad si chat.
The only thing worse than pitching a CGI-heavy legal action drama when you don't know how to do action, legal drama, or CGI is being the studio exec who looked at that proposal and said, yeah, we'll take 9 episodes of that, please. If you believe creative Jessica Gao, she's always been a massive fan of She-Hulk, and she couldn't wait to tell a story with her. A suggestion that's kind of exploded by the evidence, which proves she apparently knew nothing about the She-Hulk comics and didn't actually have a semblance of a story.
DTD channel point event mystery supplies has been activated by Delazim.
Kako si aktivirao? Preko komande ili preko? A jesi kucao ili si izabrao box?
Ne, samo sam izabrao.
Ček. Imao si box onaj kao sa ovom.
Da.
Pa znači da sam uspeo, samo me to zanimalo. Eto, hvala.
Evo da vidimo što ima još.
Ima respawnuješ zombije, pacova, medveda, horda lutajuća, tako. Imaš takvi zebanci. Imaš sprint opciju, stamina.
A ima cooldown?
Ima cooldown da te ne bi uništili, znaš. Ako ima više ljudi u chatu, recimo ti ne sponu, ne znam, 10 puta medveda ili recimo da si zatrovan, imaš da ne čuješ ništa, također.
DTD channel point event channel point PP has been activated by Delazim.
Dobro, šta se traži?
Ne znam, samo se kliknu, ne znam šta si nudio.
Možda si samo, ništa nisam dobio. Možda si samo provjeri koliko imaš poen.
Ne, aktivirao sam nešto. Skinuo 1000 poena.
Možda si mi digao nivo težine.
Dobio si 500 ovih SP-a.
Ozio. To je malo. Nisi morao trošiti.
Ma imam 82 ukupir.
Ozio.
Da.
Možda si me gledao negdje jednom pa... Stavio sam ja da inače idu brže poeni, ali nisam baš znao da imaš toliko. Evo koliko treba za level up. Šta, možda i jesam dobio 500 XP. Skybox izgleda drugačije. Kao da izgleda igra oštrije, ne mogu da objasnim.
Teksture su malo oštrije. Ne puno, ali...
Dovoljno. Dovoljno. ti gledaš zapravo 720 piksela stream, znaš. Na mom monitoru u 1440 piksela izgleda jako oštro. Stream nije oštar. Nemam toliki upload, ali... Ono što ja gledam trenutno je... napravio sam klip za Milana, jesam ti pokazao? Ček. Vidiš.
Treba napravimo kompilaciju njegovih.
O, ima. Kako mu igra zaseckala, gledaj. Ono, ja imam najbrži kompjuter, sve radi, ne secka ništa, nema trzanja. Ovo. Vidiš kako mu igra zacepkala kad mu je izbacila onaj logo. Znaš kad prelaziš iz zone u zonu, u Huntu, pa ono, u suštini kad ti napiše tekst, znači da prelaziš iz loading zone jedne u drugu. I zna nekad meni isto tako ono malo da igra, ono, zastane ili zarecne ili ono, lag neki, a i učitava teksture, ko zna šta radi, sam engine. Rekao. Lezi.
Čeg znači film, nema šta je ja ću da ja ti nešto više. Znači ono privacuje ovo što može se da se... Supply armor.
Supply armor. DTD Delazim has activated supply armor on S.W.Frost.
Dobio sam Padded Gloves level 2, to nije toliko loše pošto nemam ništa i dobio sam Scrap Chest armor i naočare.
Može da kucaš šta hoćeš. Evo ti weapon.
A dobit ću level 1, ali hvala.
Supply weapon. DTD Delazim has activated supply weapon on S.W.Frost.
Ovo ti je tier 1, baš ono primitivno, vidiš? Dobiješ revolver, eventualno.
Može da si kasnije dobije nešto bolje.
Ne, loot ti ide po game stage-u, znaš?
Bolje kad si na 4 zvjezdice čovječ. Dobijaš ono medjore koji baš znaju nešto brzo radi. Vlado, si živ?
Jesam, brate, jesam.
Kako je status sa poplavom?
Pa, mi imamo 3 linije odbrane, znači, jedna je u jednom selu koji je siromašno mnogo, znaš. I onda svaki put kad nešto se desi, oni tu, brate, puste, znaš. Mislim, to nije lepo, ali jebi ga, znaš. Druga linija odbrane je nasilje jedno, koje je uz samu reku, ali u tom nasilju imaju vikendice ovi. To su u politici što imaju mnogo para i ovo, i najčešće to nasilje se ostavlja bukvalno za kraj, ako je baš ono katastrofa da se ruši svete, a onda ruše njega. I zadnja linija odbrane je...
Stavljate Rome kao živi zid, ja?
Inakito.
Zone.
Welcome to my channel.
Nije me čuo sreće.
Da probaj naučiti koga.
Pa slušaj, u prošlosti je rađeno to više puta.
Brother.
Fabrika u industrijskoj zoni je osigurana.
Pa šta?
Industrijska zona je mnogo veća. Mislim, može da primi više vode nego to, recimo, sela koje su topili sad. Ako je pred izbore, recimo, ili tako nešto, onda ruše najpre novo.
Na sve strane lete, kada te udarci osjećaju, kuda su magarci. Oho. Skupljaš skill bookove za level up, znaš, to ti je novo. Pa, nekim... Knjige.
A mislim, lepo izgleda to.
Pa to... 10 GB je bio update, šta misliš? 10 GB. Pogledaj ovo. Kako se očišćeno. Nevjerovatno. Oni planiraju vjerojatno da urade u sljedeći par update, vjerojatno gold. Ovo je... Kakve su bile verzije preve, ovo je... Nevjerojatno čisto. Nevjerojatno. Samo da srede bugove i da urade NPC triggere i neku kampanju da daju, mogu slobodno stave gold i da rade nešto drugo.
Ja se vraćam brzo.
No sell price. No shit.
Ne trebamo gorivo u apokalipsi.
Pa ne, nego, znaš koliko ti je ovo? To nije 60 litara. To ti je 60 mililitara. Znaš? Skupe knjige.
If we ain't got what you're looking for, we can get it.
Vidim da su baš na bile cijene.
Ajmo...
Would you kindly help me with a little problem? Well, alrighty then. Let's get the ball rolling.
Sam dobio level up, da vidim samo. Ne vjerujem. Ne. Ovo je dosta jako, ovaj stuntman. Daje ti opcije skačeš 2 bloka uvis. Jer većina prepreka je dizajnirana za 1 metar, 1 blok, nebitno visine. Te bol. Udrti me. Na sve strane te... Hvala. Umret ćemo ovdje. Hvala. Uf, i ragdoll je dobar. Znao sam kliknuo.
Znači ga lepo je meno.
Evo je se. Na početku prvih 5-6 levela, dok si mali level ono. Koji sam idiot. Trebao sam stavim navik. Ja sam stavim da me spawnuje na backpack. Navik.
Ali dobro da su dodali to.
Pa nekad nemaš spawn. Nekad nemaš spawn i onda ti je možda zgodnije da te... jebi ga, zavisi šta je pored tvog leša. Ako je pored tvog leša horda zombija, teško ćeš i što raditi. I onda te ne spawnuje baš direktno, recimo ako si ono okružen zombijima. Već te više nekako baci tip 50 metara. I onda kao utrčiš malo i tu ti. To je blizu. Ako radiš prvih par questova, dobiješ od tradera biciklu, ako se dobro sjećam. To ti je već dosta dobro. Ne mogu više da otvorim Reddit Han Shodan, znaš? Svi, ne, pa ništa ja nisam postao. Ništa. Ja sam malo napržio Krajtek, ali pisalo bi da sam banovan. Ne, nego Krajtek kao community Reddit kao podržava, ima sad neka buna protiv ovih Reddit API toga kao vlasnika, navodno ljudi koji prave te stranice i updateuju za mobilne aplikacije, razumeš? Da li moraju da plate kintu ili nije više open source i onda sad svi živi bojkotuju. I ako si imao stranicu koju si posjećivao do sada na Redditu, najvjerojatnije da više ne možeš da otvoriš. Navodno je taj API ili kao alat za razvoj tih. No. Što se tiče PC-a to je u redu, ali što se tiče mobilnih uređaja i tableta i razumeš? Tu je problem, zato što ne možeš isto da napraviš da izgleda stranica. I navodno neko hoće da monopolizuje, da počne da naplaćuje to. I onda ovi redditori, razumeš, bojkotci. I između ostalih i Han Shodan community. Piše kao mogu da odem da kao supportujem community i ovdje kakvi su putevi. Hoću kurac da supportujem Krajtek. Da se supportujem na... Da ovo ne staje kad ga lutuješ. Da ih supportujem, pomozi me već. Na Discordu zvaničnom. Kako ne? Krajtekov Discord. Zadnji put sam se s njima poklao oko jebenih Rashade Abuser. U najmanju ruku Rashade. Ne vjerujem da iko može snajper da koristi pomrklom mraku. You loot, I shoot. Okay. Dođi koliko. UI. Miscellaneous.
And he goes full on bitch queen and rips up the dress he's making for her. This annoys her, but it's hard to tell because her CGI face has all the expressive range of an overly botoxed mummy, so she decides she'd be quite happy to sue him after all. Remember how I said all the secondary characters in this show speak in the same way? Homo Mode is supposed to be a tier up from Frogman. He's a returning character after all, but even they sound disarmingly alike.
That's so cute. I love that. That's so cute.
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
Waste of my time and my talents. Please get out. Next thing I know, my inflammable suit with a 900-degree threshold is on fire. And you guessed it, I have burns all over my legs.
The Bechdel test famously exists.
A? Šta reći da imam?
U desnom uglu neke broje, na streamu ti piše.
Ma, piše mi kao resursi, razumiješ, kad pokupi. To je zato što sam lupao odjednom 10 stvari i onda to je vratno bug. To će fiksovat koliko danas sutra. To ti je kad uradiš ovo, kad recimo dropuješ, nemam pojma ovako. Gledaj sad. Vidiš? Vidiš zašto se to dešava? Što odjednom pokupiš čitav kao stash i on naslaže jednu ikonu preko druge, znaš.
DTD Delazim has received PP for being the top helper.
Što si to čuo? Dobio si poene zato što si pin points, to ste kao kanal point. Zato što si kao bio najveći pomoć. To je ako ima više ljudi, neko te sabotira, neko ti kao pomaže. Onaj ko ti najviše pomaže dobije poene.
Fast. DTD Delazim has activated fast on S.W.Frost.
To. Yes. Mislim kad ne bi stavili lupen sve, bio bi brzo vjerojatno. Aha. Ja. A to je već moja ono bolest, moram sve da lupen, znaš. Da.
Where is it? Super. Pet. Točno si ne bio kada se ovo ima. Ali koliko si vremena igrao sa ima? Jedno 4 sati. Ajde. Nisi igrao sa Pegim se Kesićem 4 sati.
Ma sve jest.
Evo da niko ne napada majko.
Ne znam.
Uspio je bounty tek ovako izaći.
Moja simpatija ona na početku počela trepanje. Dotanjena publika stavi snagijanje. Temp. Base. No šta je jebote? Pa na zdravlje.
Spartans. Welcome to my channel. Oli strima ne prikas kad sam danas u tripartij uniol jadi po usvako jaaa to ne klipas AAA.
Idiote, napravio sam 10 klipova. Si normalno ti. Glup si čak po noći. Ja sam mi nije žao što sam stavio loot 150%.
GC klipa ubistava.
Ti lučak. Kažem pogledaj. Vrati nazad pa ćeš vidjeti. Imaš 4-5 klipova. Ti si možda video samo onaj gdje Boris nešto maše nožem. Pokušava nešto nožem da uradi, ono je tuga bila da gledanje.
Oli stream.
Oli šta? Od čega? Šta čega, koga? Kome čemu?
Igram sa random imatis smo.
Što se mene tiče, pusti. Znači koji baš da klipujem tvoje gluposti, ali... Možda. No promise. Mislim, i
Poklipa hikad ih odram dobro.
glupo mi pitaš uopšte, ako već igraš taj hunt i ako si već ne plaćaš internet, pa pusti stream pa ga sam klipuj. Koga ne klipuj. Moramo li stalno da te gledamo? Šta ako ja odem da pišam? Odmah ćeš ugasiti stream, ne? Jel to? Da se ne troši FPS? Kao sapun, šta? Brš! Bucu se. Ugasli, brate mili, pocepaj mi svi.
Ne ide niko da preživi od ovih ološi. Ne daj niko da preživi od ovih ološi. Molim? Molim?
Molim me.
Ja ću ti biti zavezan.
Brother. Ajmo.
To sam neki achievement lone wolf. Što to razumije?
Vuk samotnje.
Ma znam, nego...
Možda da uzmeš bounty i izađeš sam.
Nisam sam uzeo bounty.
The struggle is real.
Čekaj na KDU.
Mene pitaš?
Cooldown imaš neki. Ja ti se nešto upgrade.
Umro par put. Kad umreš, ono... Mogu ljudi baš da te sahrane u zemlji, znaš, da ti spawnuju zombi. Zlo.
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
Ovo je prazno. Ovo je lutano. Ovo je osvjetljenje. Definitivno novi fazoni sa Unity. You are down. Umro si, man. Si bar ubija toga pauka. Nula health ima. Vratno možeš da gađaš čovjeka koji se penje mrdevinama, to je moja pretpostavka. Go budeš na cilja. Mir u ludnici. My ding ding dong.
DTD Delazim has received PP for being the top helper.
Let's go. GG, man. Nice job.
Będzie mrtav konia. Assassin Banishing. Znaš šta im je uradio onaj Hayes? Čovjek livao meč kad je video gde je bounty, znaš?
Dobro.
Kad je video da su otišli na mali bounty, Milan i Boris, i da nema izlaza nigde s mape, znaš? Samo je uradio Alt 4.
Evo malo pedijski stroj sve.
Nije. Nije nego, razumeš, ne može da ukapira da su oni siromašni. Ja gledam danas, Milan ima $7,000. $7,000. I 2-3 lovca i 5.000 sati u igri. Koliko ti imaš u Tarkovu da ti ne resetuju account? Koliko bi imao?
Koliko bi imao?
Imao bi milijardu.
Milijardu.
Da. A igru starter sa 5 do 10 miliona. Rubalja čini mi se.
Koji 5 do 10 miliona? 100.000 sa ovom više na tamo.
Jeli nešto?
A?
A jel voliš ti da gledaš kad šamaraju žene jednu drugu?
Ja volim da gledam kad se kupuju blatu.
Gledao, pa ne znam, nisam ja neki sad ono...
Ja nisam znao da Vlada ima takve ukuse. Vlada stvarno... Ti super ga tu, ako ti super ga tu.
Sportski, brate, nije to ništa ono tipa to i to, nego sport, samo sport.
Šta? Milan je ukinuo stream, a? Dugo je trebalo. Da vidimo. Da, ukinuo je stream, nisi?
Ne, Milan ima
Bolest. On ima bolest, to je psihički poremećaj.
Milan ima neki ima ovaj se... Coin miner ima neki, sigurno.
Ej, šta, Peter mu se zabaguje kad streamuje nešto.
Sigurno ima neki coin miner.
Hajde, dobro.
Neki malve ili tako nešto.
To determine whether female characters pass the sexism test. To pass, the show must feature at least 2 female characters who talk to each other about something other than a man. Most She-Hulk episodes do not pass this test. But I'm wondering if there's an equivalent for male characters written by women. You can work backwards from most of the men featured in this show.
Nije Obsidian, već Bethesda. Todd Howard, ne.
Homosexual male friends. Because men in this show broadly conform to 2 types.
Ja ti kažem, sad čekaj da drugi ljudi kupi, probaj. Ne zaleti se.
I'm allowed to say that, incidentally, being vaguely faggish myself. The problem with vaguely faggish types who hang out with the writers of this show is that campness is by its nature performative and it is
40 ili 60 evra za Elden Ring, veruj mi. Duše platio sam mislim rubljama. Ali platio bi ja i u evrima, da sam morao. I nije mi žao bilo vreme.
Evo recimo i ovaj God of War mi se
While the
sviđa.
Camplot have a polar star of shite superficiality that they make their common reference point.
Ali ne
And have a sneaky
vremena da se
suspicion this is
posvetim
why
igri
all the non-fuckable male
na način.
characters in this show are pretty much indistinguishable in speech and mannerism. Now I grant you that is conjecture.
Ja, ako
There is
idem
another
ovako i cepkano, to
however.
je ništa.
It's one I've been feeling my way
Misliš da igraš sa 2, pa sa 2, pa...
Sitch and Adam show. And I thought I'd share this with you because it strikes me as quite astute. I hope he doesn't mind me reading it verbatim. Adam says, She-Hulk does this strange thing I've never really seen before. Most comedies like Parks and Rec or Community have characters that we laugh with. They are good people who are a little weird or even dumb, but we love them and follow their interesting lives and relationships. But She-Hulk has this pattern of mostly introducing throwaway characters that we are meant to laugh at. They are presented as people we would never associate with and are only here for us to mock and belittle. Instead of playful ribbing between characters with real relationships, we are presented with genuine meanness toward characters who just seem mildly off or out of touch. There is no redemption for these characters because the show sees them as irredeemable. So ultimately Marvel is not building a show with a large cast of characters most people can empathize with. She-Hulk writers are building a universe populated with irredeemable outsiders audiences can publicly ridicule because they see themselves as morally superior. I think that's pretty accurate. It's certainly accurate of She-Hulk, and we'll see later with Frog Man, Frog Boy, Frog guy, much the same thing happens. It's one of the many reasons that She-Hulk just isn't a particularly inhabitable show. Because there's only really two characters in it. There is She-Hulk herself, and then there is her sidekick, whose only point and purpose is to effectively big up She-Hulk herself. Everybody else is either a foil or a mere device. Somebody, as Adam says, that we are supposed to laugh at, as opposed to with. This isn't the only reason She-Hulk fails as a comedy, but it is an important one. Most comedies people love, know, like, and remember, and stick with for multiple seasons, successfully build out multiple characters. They allow us to laugh with people, as well as to laugh at them. She-Hulk has spectacularly failed at this, which makes the common defense you sometimes hear, well, it's a comedy. It doesn't have to abide by the rules of drama, just seem that much more futile and pathetic, because most good comedies actually do incorporate narrative rules and devices. Most of them do have plot, character, and story progression. Most of them do, in fact, have likable characters. On all of these grounds, She-Hulk has failed. In court, Homo Mode is represented by... Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Turn around, Matt. Just leave the room. It's fucking radioactive. Everyone within 20 miles of this show gets character cancer. You're popular. Go back to Netflix. Fucking Bruce Banner went to a different galaxy to get away from this show. You can see why. Matt Murdock, please, leave while you can. But unfortunately, he doesn't leave. Big Green Jen, though, she has a problem here. Not only is Matt Murdock a good lawyer, she is a shit lawyer. The show has a problem because it very much likes Big Green Jen, and it almost certainly doesn't think that she's a shit lawyer. Yet the prosecution wouldn't have to work especially hard to prove this point. The evidence is before our eyes every time the writers attempt to show Big Green Jen as a lawyer. And here is yet another example. Frogman reveals in court that he put jet fuel in his rocket boots, and Homo Mode explicitly gives instructions not to do that, so that's completely destroyed the case. Now I think about it, if jet fuel melts legs, how can it melt steel? This reflects badly on Big Green Jen, because it proves she's not managed to extract even basic information from her own damn client. Her client might not have been honest with her, or forthcoming with this information, but you'd think even a basic competent lawyer would be able to tell if that was the case, and so accommodate that in the building of her case. In fact, I'm not sure any of the court scenes Jen has won so far have actually been won by her either, almost certainly because the writers don't know what they're doing. Her every victory has either been won by the appearance of factors outside her control anyway, or else lost by the opposing side's incompetence and self-immolation. Now sure, this kind of thing is common. She's in the superhero world now. Weird things happen all the time when you're a Hulk, as Bruce Banner said in episode 1. But before all of this, she was a deputy district attorney, operating in very normal settings with very normal cases, where recourse to the bizarre and the improbable wouldn't have been anything like so open to her. If she's this incompetent as a super lawyer, how incompetent was she as a normal lawyer, given the basics of normal lawyering appear to be beyond her? If she was a defense attorney, it would certainly explain the over-incarceration in her state. Also, Murdock in this scene casually mentions in a throwaway line that the Sokovia reports have been
Spartans, welcome to my channel. Hoggle.ugg. Clip.
Fought a civil war on this issue. The Sokovia reports were repealed? You can't just throw that in to a fucking She-Hulk episode.
Poslednji.
No one will know about it. Unironically though, this stuff actually matters. It completely redefines the relationship between superheroes, the government, and the wider world. It's indicative of the collapse in
Koji Sam Postavio.
Once they could string a mainline MCU issue out of a moral, legal, political, and philosophical dispute between main characters over proposed legislation. Now they can't bother to pretend to care about the consequences, so they just yeet it casually in the...
Ne, nisam bio tu. Bio sam po sladoled. Magarčine.
Šta je ovo, čitav tim? Ubio sam dvojicu, možete li bar jednoga? Šta je ovo, čika tim?
Ubio sam dvojicu, možete li bar jednoga, momci? Prvog sam zakla, šta kažeš na ovo Ilešu, bre?
Neka, bala milion ljudi.
Ja nisam ni bio tu kad se to dešava. On se svađa sam sa sobom.
Vidim čovjek vamo.
Šta će ti žici?
Vidim čovjek vamo.
Wow, 1 HP. Izmašio te ljudi. I ovaj ti izmašio. Kakvih vi to idiota igrate. Au, brate, šta je ovo? Kakva je ovo liga? To šestice. To. Ne može čovjek da ga ubode. Jedni metkom uz ga ubode.
In the past. Valek is taking the wind up. Finally. Oh, that was a good one. Definitely.
Nisam fan ovog. Hvala.
Pa sikać pobi ih lajin. Ilini. Stitch sad.
Matchmaking ne radi u kurac. Daj mi screenshot iz toga meča. Dokaže da su imali rank 6 ili rank 5. Jer mi sunce ako su imali rank 3 ili rank 4. Kao invalid igre. Au, brother. Dobro.
In the middle of one of the most tawdry and pointless TV shows of the modern age. This might seem like an insignificant thing, but it's not. It is, as I say, indicative of the complete collapse in storytelling and world-building talent at Marvel. And it does have real-world impacts. These things, after all, there are common cultural reference.
Boris ga vuče bar jedno ili dva ranka dolu.
Complex moral, political and philosophical ideas to a mass audience.
Znači kad gledaš ove streamere, znaš što igri Rakta i Arči i tako ti, uvijek uzmu nekoga ko je ono malo, znaš, niži da kažemo, sa rankom, da ne bi ono matchmaking bio ono protiv ovih. Mada ko što rekao, matchmaking u zadnje vreme ne radi kako treba. Ne verujem, po njihovom stilu igranja gdje on ide...
DTD new actions are available spawn crawler.
Gdje on ide na tebe, ako si ti jednoga u boss sabljom, pa neće ići na tebe, jesi li ti loot. Ako sam te vidio da si mi u bossa igrača iz ćoška. Naravno će tu prodati u pucama, ne? A gledat si klip, šta?
Sa penigom nije mogo da ti...
Da, jedan metak, ima 1 HP. Glupost. Ljudi operisani od igranja. Ne znam kakvi su to mečevi. Mislim, ono, nisam ja ljubomoran na tebe, svaka čast i tako to. Neću ti priznam ništa sam. Rekao sam svaka čast, a nisam rekao bravo Milan, nego svaka čast. Svaka čast kad igraš to ti ljudi koji ne znaju miša da drže. Znači kad kaže Milan, a hoćeš da mi umanjiš pobedu. Neću ti umanjim, nego jednostavno smatram da...
Pa Milane, pogledaj ti ovo
A ne znaju da igraju, razumeš? Jer kapiraš da ne znaju da igraju, to se vidi iz aviona, to samo ti ne vidiš. Žalost.
Znaš i koliko njih imaš u Kenju da dođu na četvrtu?
Aj ti vam. Ne dovodiš se u pitanje ti, nego se dovode u pitanje oni. Znaš. Ti si odigrao kako si mogao, nego... ono što je...
Ja čim bi te povolio onako... Na početku, ne bi ni vadio penik, onda bi nož na tebe. 2 metra si ispred mene ke vališ.
Ne bi ni stigo da se skloniš.
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
Ma gluposti. Matchmaking ne radi, očigledno.
Od ovih 400 kg sa naomakama. 200 kg je sigurno sa nožem. Od 400 kg šujem na omakama. 200 kg je sigurno.
Ma imam i ja oko 10%. 10 do 20% imam. Samo nož. Ništa drugo. Ništa sablja, ništa gluposti. Običan nož. Oho. Nice.
Dobro. Sreće u ovoj partici.
Review records in Civil War presented us with a conflict of visions and of values. By splitting up everyone's favorite heroes, the writers invited the audience to pick a side, to have the same argument that was panning out on screen. Do you agree with Cap, or do you agree with Tony? Is accountability important, or should we fear the accountability of those we appoint to govern us? Who watches the watcher? Who polices the police? Is the individual better placed to act against common threats than those who claim to lead the common people? Surface-level depictions of these conflicts on screen invite deeper explorations of them by the audience. These issues are especially pertinent in the modern day, especially in the age of social media. Arguably, they've never been more pertinent. And yet, precious little media even bothers to engage with them, meaning the audience has very little incentive or encouragement to do so either. Yet one of the best defenses of the older MCU against the charge that it was shallow entertainment was precisely that, often quite subtly, it managed to ask these questions of us. It didn't give us deep philosophical dives, lengthy primers on the history of collectivism and the individual, but it at least gave us the opportunity to ask the most fundamental questions that have always accompanied our relations with society, security, and the state. People have tried to defend this writing decision, which only proves that standards are all but uniformly beneath the fucking floor at this point. This person tells me they are glad the MCU finally addressed the Accords, because they were unenforceable. No, that is not what just happened, darling. What we got was not an address, it was a dismissal. It was too complicated and difficult for the modern helmsman of the MCU to address, so they relegated it to a throwaway line in an irrelevant show.
And it's gone.
Addressing it would involve us asking whether the law was enforceable. We had the argument about whether it was right morally, but we've had less on the practicalities of the law. Addressing it could have invited the audience to question whether good intentions are sufficient to justify law and regulation, or whether good intentions are rendered moot, or even harmful, when they are impractical and unenforceable. That's a genuinely interesting question. You could have made it the backdrop of a serious show, a serious series. But nah, piling insult upon insult. Instead of a serious show or series, we've got She-Hulk, and instead of addressing it, we've dismissed it. Now that is a joke. Probably the only one in the show so far, and it was completely unintended, and it is very depressing. And there is another interesting dynamic at play in the real world too. This person is a blue tick. They've written for some truly awful publications. They have a public profile. I, on the other hand, I'm a humble little YouTuber. I've not even been doing this for a year yet. Yet compare the levels of engagement between our tweets here. This is not some subtle brag. What I'm pointing out here is that, well, beneath hers, a predictable troll claimed to savor the tears of tiny man babies who are complaining about this stuff. Well, dear lady, if you're interested, and you're not because the only investment you have in culture is just parasitic, but if you were interested, all you'd have to do is check through the bios of the people who've liked and shared my responses. You'll find men and women, straight people and gay people, feminists and meninists, a whole smorgasbord of humans. Because the great achievement of the MCU in its better days was in telling universal stories that could be, and were, all but universally loved. There are a lot of people, of all different backgrounds, pissed off that the franchise has been placed in the hands of writers who have less sentience between them than you would find in a rotten samosa. The fact little old me is getting more support than blue tick chick over here lends itself, I would say, to the theory that the stuff built up in the MCU over more than a decade attained all but universal acclamation, while She-Hulk is only defended by a handful of man-hating fashionable Twitter sluts with deeply set personality complexes, very few friends, and no cultural attachments whatsoever. If we're all tiny man babies, I'd hate to be whatever it is you are. You must be really miserable. Anyway, the nonsense continues. The judge dismisses the case, and Big Green Jen immediately pivots to try and get back into Homo Mode's good books. But hell hath no fury like a queen scorned, so he says nah. That night, she bumps into Matt Murdock in a bar, and she insults a blind man's clothes.
Luke Jacobson made a couple of new suits for me, so I owed him one.
Doesn't really look like it.
It's a low blow insulting a blind man's clothes.
The show does turn this into a joke. At least Murdoch isn't a complete douche, he has some social skills. And yet it is he who makes a joke of it. Big Green Jen, ever the charmless super bitch, didn't obviously intend it as a joke, meaning that what may have just happened here is that she's been mean to a disabled, and the disabled has bailed her out from her own instinctive social faux pas. Modern female characters.
Ha. Great.
Murdoch then tries to persuade her to be a decent human being and help out some small people for a change. He's clearly not been watching this show. But the show itself has also decided it wants to do sexual tension. I have no doubt it will debase Daredevil in worse ways later, but can we just take a minute to appreciate how self-absorbed this is? Daredevil is an established character, an established and well-loved character. He has his own long and rich story, his established relationships, his values, his tastes, his preferences, his background, and his history. She-Hulk, though, well, She-Hulk brought him in 5 minutes ago and decided that, whatever the fuck about all that, he really likes Big Green Jan. Instantly, he wants to stick his blind pole in her greenhouse, which I think has to go down as a kind of meta-narcissism. This is the problem with letting talentless, self-obsessed writers bring in established characters for cameos. They have that terrible tendency of the tween-aged fanfiction writer who decides that they, 14-year-old anorexic emo girl, are a much better match for the handsome protagonist of any given show than whoever that protagonist ends up with in canon. Now that might be forgivable in a 14-year-old, but the writers of this show are in their 30s at least, and they should probably have realized by now that if you're shipping your fanfiction self-insert with a long-loved and well-established hero, you are almost certainly compensating for the fact that no one in the real world loves you. Fanfiction writers generally grow up. Apparently, modern Disney writers never do. Murdoch then gets called away to work, while Jen is being spammed by one of the creepy dates from a few episodes back, who first asks her for help and then threatens to dob her into her bus if she doesn't reply, because apparently he's been assured it's a 24/7 law firm? I'm pretty sure that that's not how that works. Lawyers would not be on call 24 hours a day. Todd, his name is Todd, meets her in another bar, and, is this funny?
$1 million. $1 million.
I got that.
Yeah, so, I mean, you gotta see it, right?
And then this. Is any of this supposed to be funny?
I love Wakanda. You know, I actually studied abroad there.
Really?
Wakanda forever!
Oh, that makes me uncomfortable.
Why does that make her uncomfortable? Do black people make you feel uncomfortable, Jan? Is there something you want to tell us? The Wakandans want their spear back, he says, because it was stolen by colonizers. For more of the mind-numbingly irreconcilable stupidity that is Wakanda and its relationship with its wider world, I'll be reviewing Black Panther 2 Wakandan Boogaloo when that comes out in November. Todd then tries to flirt with Big Green Jen. She leaves, she goes home, she lays down, her phone rings, she sits up, and it's Frog Guy, who he says, well, he's being attacked, so she tracks him with her phone. She doesn't give a shit, by the way, that he's being attacked.
Hello?
Oh, thank God! Miss Walters, it's Leapfrog. Listen, you gotta help me. I think I'm being attacked.
Legally or physically?
Definitely physically, but I mean, maybe legally too.
Where are you?
I'm on my way to the lily pad.
Is that a place I'm supposed to know?
Yeah.
She arrives, and it turns out that it's Daredevil attacking him, and he and She-Hulk have a fight. There is something very made for TV here, both about some of the CGI action sequences, but principally about the way voices are dubbed into this scene.
You're making a mistake.
You made a mistake when you messed with my client. Now I'm gonna whoop your ass.
No attempt has apparently been made in sound design to get the dialogue actually sounding like it's taking place within the world on the screen. Daredevil delivers a questionable line.
My ass remains unwhooped.
And Big Green Jen decides to try and take him down with property damage. I wonder if they decided to yeet the Sokovia Accords because somebody realized that for a lawyer and a superhero, Big Green Jen does a lot of criminal damage for no discernible reason. I mean, we know she's going to be faster than Daredevil. She's a Hulk. She can jump immense distances. There's absolutely no reason for her to throw somebody's expensive car at him. And she has a history of this reckless violence. She does about as much damage to weddings as Barack Obama at the controls of a drone. It would have been very inconvenient had there been some sort of governmental oversight of her nefarious activities. She wins their fight, obviously, and...
Hey, guys, I just have one question, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, so... what happens if, I don't know, if I do this?
Gotcha.
We're not so different, you and I.
Well, look, if there is a problem here, it is not born of the fight itself. Big Green Jen is a Hulk. Hulks are a few levels above the local hero of the Daredevil type. The problem is that a lot of people really like Daredevil because a lot of work has gone into building up his character and his relationship with fans. Big Green Jen, by contrast, has been unlikable since her first scene, and very few people regard her fondly. So the logic that does exist in her victory here is kind of morally undercut or sentimentally undercut by the fact that nobody wants to see her win. She's gonna come across as the villain when placed next to any character held in even mild esteem, because the feeling most people seem to have about She-Hulk is regret that she exists, which is then compounded because when she unmasks him and they have a chat and he tells her who he is, she shrugs because she's never heard of him.
Are you like a superhero? Like the gold devil?
I'm Daredevil.
And look, again, this actually does make some sense in universe. He's not a well-known hero of the type who goes around saving the world. He restricts himself to locales. That's understandable. It does make logical sense in universe. But the payoff hasn't been earned. Because the show has established that A, it bears no relationship to its source material, B, that its characters don't in any way resemble the characters from the source material, C, that it doesn't care if you don't like it and even enjoys that you don't, and then D, that it thinks fans who complain are a load of small-dicked, basement-dwelling, neckbeard comic book guys. Well then, you can just as easily read this, and some fans probably will, as an insult dismissing a character the audience actually likes to big up a character they don't, which is further compounded when she then insults his costume.
Well, just very guarantees ketchup and mustard as your color scheme.
Just a word to the wise, darling. If I'd got your CGI rubber face, I would not be slagging off other people's appearance. Daredevil informs her that Frogman is in fact a villain, and he has kidnapped Homo Mode, because the show is still pretending it's a comedy, and so it thinks it can get away with operating under comedic rules, which absolve it of the responsibilities it would have were it any kind of sensible drama. There is no seriousness in the subsequent scene, with Daredevil and Big Green Jen spying on the baddie and his goons in a warehouse. And because the show doesn't understand how, anything to do with writing works, Big Green Jen then has a nonsensical argument with Daredevil about the best way to stage the rescue. She says she should just smash her way in. He says stealth is best because they have weapons. She says She-Hulk is indestructible. He basically says just nah, because she's never done this before. The correct answer, my dude, since you are a lawyer, is that property damage is illegal. She says she'll do her thing. He says you don't have a thing. And, to be fair, yeah, that is true. Her thing is just being irritating. The fight scene that follows, with Daredevil infiltrating the warehouse, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. There are a few too many cuts to remove you from the action, however. A group of goons rush at him, and then Big Green Jen jumps in through the roof and flattens them. She then leads the way into the main room, and of course there's no severity or tension to any of this, just weirdly disconnected chirpy dialogue. Frogman moaning as Jen casually strolls over, with Daredevil beating the shit out of people in the background. This is not what I would call a happy marriage of styles. Homo Mode is bound with what appears to be red cable, but Big Green Jen just rips it off, and this isn't how physics work, for fuck's sake. If it's so weak that it would snap by essentially the application of some slight momentum to his body weight, he could probably have just stood up and snapped it himself. And if it's not that weak, she likely wouldn't have snapped it by grabbing it. She would have lifted him up, not to mention the chair he was sitting on. You can't snap cables like this one-handed. She tells Homo Mode to fuck off and call the police. Then she and Daredevil debate tactics to get Frogman to escape his charges, which doesn't make a huge amount of sense, because Daredevil is giving half of the advice. And he was trying to capture Frogman until a few minutes ago. Big Green Jen and Daredevil then hang out on a roof in the next scene, and immediately get back to flirting. Given Daredevil's background, this likely still wouldn't have been entirely believable, but if you're going to make this relationship seem anything other than absurdly contrived, and generally improve the show, then, imagine if the writers had recalled even the fundamentals of narrative writing, and, I don't know, sprinkled Matt Murdock here and there in the preceding episodes. You know, the ones where painful amounts of trivial nothing takes place. I know we'd all miss those moments, truly vital, memorable scenes. But at least then you'd have some kind of character progression, some forming of a relationship, an opportunity to explore the differences between Jen's high-powered and his street-level lore and understanding of legality. At least also, we'd have seen a character we all quite like. And maybe then some of that would have rubbed off on Jen, and we wouldn't now be finding her so utterly objectionable. They might actually have had time for the odd meaningful conversation in between all the spiritless non-comedy, but all of that requires time, effort, and some sense of purpose. The show has been given inexplicable amounts of time, but it's made no effort, and it has no sense of purpose. So, well, why don't we just skip that and get to fucking? They do indeed skip that and get to fucking. I'm not, as I say, all that familiar with Daredevil and his
Welcome to my channel.
But is he established as essentially a man-slag up for casual flings like this? Or is this another example of the writers projecting their own casual attitudes to sex and relationships? Meet at the club, get pissed, bone, and move on. How very edifying. But hey, at least they're not faithful. That's just mundane. That's boring. That's restrictive. You might actually come to care about the person you're fucking. What a horrific thought. No. Far better the industrial pneumatic sex life of the city high flyer. Absolutely no connection is going to then be drawn between this attitude and Jen's actually quite unhappy not love life, even though, as with her sometimes hyper-professionalism, her ambitions, her potential alcoholism, and all the rest of those things this show takes for granted, well, there was actually the potential to introduce flaws and a kind of tragic self-realization. And that might actually have given her a character of some kind, and a journey to go on. But, nah. The morning after, we see Daredevil do the walk of shame. Yes. Funny. Such comedy. Brilliant. I love it. Great work. Totally fantastic. That's what we all wanted to see. Just, fucking why? Well, we know why. The writers do genuinely think this is funny. Yeah, that's tragic. But why in-universe? The shoes off thing is because women have decided to walk on spikes, and spikes are very uncomfortable. Of course you're going to take those off once you've got laid, or failed to do so, because that's job done, and you can go back to feeling numb and mildly depressed about your existence. But Daredevil isn't wearing high heels, for fuck's sake. Those boots can't be uncomfortable to walk in. They're built to allow him to put incredible strain and pressure on them. If he can't walk in them, how the fuck could he do this? Or this? Or indeed, this? Back at home, Jen breaks the fourth wall again and asks the audience if they feel like the episode should be over. Yes, Jen, I do. Yeah, I mean a long time ago. More than that, the whole series, that should have been finished a long time ago. Nothing's happening, nothing matters, it's vague and irritating. It should have been aborted at birth in the writer's room. And then this one paralegal woman, fuck if I can remember her name, she turns up and they speak words at each other, I don't know, none of it matters. And then Jen breaks the fourth wall again, asking,
seriously, what is this scene? This episode already came to a very satisfying conclusion. Trust me.
That, trust me, unironically, is probably the closest the show has ever come to being funny. But it's still not enough to redeem the device. This is the second, or the third, or the fourth, or the fifth, maybe the fifth time the show has used its fourth wall breaks, not to actually tell the audience anything useful, not to share any meaningful or witty observation, but just to relate problems the show actually in real life has. Think the did we marry A plot and B plot together one from a few episodes back? The show praising its own writers for a rare outbreak of basic competence? Or the one where she says Wong will give the show Twitter armor for a week? Or the one where she says the show isn't just one of those cameo of the week types? Well, it is all of these things. It's not funny to point this out. You're not being witty or ironic. They're not being put to comedic use. These are just explanations. I recently wrote a novel. This is akin to us sitting together, wine, puzzles, really romantic evening. You'd have fun. Sitting together though and reading through my manuscript, and me occasionally saying, I'm not sure this scene works. Nah, I'm not convinced about that. I might change this bit. No, I think that character, maybe that character should say something else. In other words, Jen is pointing out things the writers should have ironed out of the script before we ever got to see it. She's giving us a list of reasons the show should not exist.
DTD new actions are available. Spawn snake group snakes.
That's called a review. And hell, at least I try and make these ones consistent and, you know, occasionally funny sometimes. I don't just say, this is shit, please laugh. And it just carries on and on and on. It's so painful. The scene switches, and they turn up at the gala for the Female Lawyer of the Year award. Now, I can well believe lawyers put on miniature versions of the Oscars for their awards nights. Hell, I mean, there's even a tie-in. People getting awards at lawyer events have probably prosecuted or defended child abuse cases, whereas people on stage at the Oscars... Big Green Jen does her hair flick, and wow, she must have used 3 metric tons of hairspray. Look at all the movement she doesn't get here. Honestly, you'd see more realistic animation in a PS3 game. Her parents are at the awards, as is it Todd, that guy from earlier? I don't know, forgettable dude. Of course, she wins Female Lawyer of the Year award, but then so do half a dozen other women. And credit where it's due, the show almost does something clever here. At least it's a couple of degrees above its usual level of stupidity, because the point is to convey that the Female Lawyer of the Year award is innately patronizing. And yeah, I agree. It probably shouldn't exist. It also shows us 2 different women's reactions to it. One says it's empowering, the other says that it is patronizing. Or in other words, the latter implicitly criticizes the former, who is the kind of woman who plays along with this kind of thing by speaking the buzzwords, playing up the tedious gender politics motives, which of course are really just to make the employer look good. It's almost as though the show is criticizing performative wokery. And genuinely, props to the show for at least recognizing it here in this one scene, for perhaps a couple of seconds. It's unusual, though, because the writers haven't demonstrated a single iota of this self-awareness throughout the rest of the show. But again, praise credit where it's due. God knows it's been hard to come by. It might have been nice, though, had they followed it to some meaningful and worthwhile conclusions. Big Green Jen gives a speech and begins thanking her family, but then apparently 4chan and Anonymous boned and gave birth to Doomcock twins. What is going on? And given what we've seen of the show apparently paying attention to its critics, is this deliberate? Are they actually doing Doomcock? I mean, hell, he probably gets more views than they do. Maybe they're just after clout. The screen behind Jen displays the material hacked from her phone by one of the other man-slags she hooked up with in a previous episode. Might learn a lesson from this one, Jan. While Doomcock tells us that She-Hulk doesn't deserve our attention or our praise. But apparently, the only material they've got is the image from her locked screen of Captain America's ass, and the profile pics of men she's swiped on Tinder, or whatever app she's using. I'm really struggling to see the big issue here. They didn't find an image of her pissing on Donald Trump or anything seriously controversial. They've got profile pictures of random dudes. They've got the text from Todd earlier. Why? And they've got her utility bills? Stop the fucking presses. Scandalous stuff. She pays for the internet. What a fucking Nazi. Honestly, I'd be embarrassed to have hacked this material. They do seem to have got a couple of bank statements, but at least in the most prominent one we can actually make out there's no credit card details. And hell, even if they had her card details, she could just cancel it and claim the money she's got back as fraud compensation. And they're revealing this to what? A relatively small awards dinner for lawyers? Are they going to release it to anybody else? To the press? I guess not. I guarantee you there is nothing juicy enough in there to even warrant investigation. I'm really struggling to see the point of all this. They do then show a video of her foreplay with the hacker, and that, yeah, I guess that's embarrassing. But it's also self-defeating because Big Green Jan now knows exactly who's responsible for all this. The hackers have voluntarily incriminated themselves for a payoff that is at best PG-13 revenge porn. But, well, hey, at least they're not, in the room, so she might take a while to find them. In response to which, Jen, calm, polite, self-controlled Jen, who controls her anger so much better than Bruce, because she puts up with mansplaining, she puts up with catcalling. Jen, who doesn't need help dealing with stress, because fear and anger are the default states of being a woman. Well, she gets pissed and she destroys large chunks of a very expensive building. And, no, it turns out the hackers are on site after all. And so they walk into the room, and they come into view for no good reason. So she bursts through a wall and catches one of them, only for the police to spawn beside her with laser guns. She growls at them, but... I mean, that's clearly been done in post, because it doesn't track her face or her expressions at all. It looks just so very fucking silly, and that's Well, thankfully that's it. That's the end of the episode. How does this show keep getting worse? At least before it was self-contained, at least it was compartmentalized, quarantined away from the rest of the world, but now it seems it has broken free. It's become contagious. It's spreading. It's infecting parts of the established MCU, other characters, compromising the immune system like some anti-culture strain of hyper-AIDS. It's already wiped out one of the most important and intriguing bits of world-building done by its superior progenitors. The Sokovia Accords are no more. Now Daredevil is infected too. He's a superficial macho slut who'll bone random strangers he has only just met. It's bad enough the show is abysmal on its own terms. It's bad enough that so many millions were spent creating the story equivalent of antimatter. It's bad enough that this is what Phase 4 has come to. But now? Now it's this weird brand of artistic nihilism, and it's destroying older and better things too. And that's more than irritating. If anything, what would the word be? The word that comes most immediately to mind at this point isn't even anger, it isn't rage. It's pity, really. It's sorrow. But then there are rumors She-Hulk will find her way into the main Avengers story, in which case, well, I think you'll forgive fans being a little bit pissed off about the direction the MCU has taken. It refused to die after Endgame. It continued. It said it still had stories to tell. It spent the combined food budget of Africa shoveling stuff onto the screen. And it insisted that this is still the same story. This is a continuation. This is building on the Infinity War arc, the work done in phases 1 through 3. It still has stuff worth showing us. Well, if that's the case, you have overpromised and you have underdelivered. You've carried the cross. You can't complain now if you get crucified on it. If all of this is a continuation, it's a staggering failure. And it now risks undoing all the good work that was once achieved. At least we're able to laugh about it here. We have our fun. But there's more than a tinge of, I guess, horror to it as well, and regret. More than all of that, though, there is a weird sense, a perverted sense of wonder. How, in so short a time, have we gone from Infinity War and Endgame to Multiverse of Madness, Thor Love and Thunder, and fucking She-Hulk? Future art historians, if there are any left, might one day study this bizarre time period and marvel, get it, that the quality of our blockbuster screenwriting turns so quickly from precious metal to curried diarrhea. But, well, at least it gives me something to talk about. Still, just wow. Just wow. The most artful thing about all this is how epic a shit show it is. But that is all I have to say on this show for now. At least there's only one episode left. While I've got you though, some personal news. This channel is going so much better than I could have anticipated it doing at this point in time. So from November the 18th, I will be devoting myself to it full time. I've made the leap. I've handed in my notice. I'm quitting the day job, and I'll be doing YouTube constantly, at least until I run out of money again. This means more and better videos. I might actually be able to finish the Rings of Power critique this year. Obviously, this is a big financial gamble, so early on, it is unlikely to pay off in the long term. I do expect to have to go back to part-time at some stage, but if you fancy improving my odds of putting that off, you can donate directly using YouTube Super Chats and Super Thanks button. If, understandably, you'd rather not give YouTube a cut of that, however, there are links to Patreon, Subscribestar, PayPal, all that jazz in the description. At the moment, this is really just a way of chipping in, but I will try and work on some sort of rewards scheme or membership perks once I'm free of the day job and have the time to create stuff. I'm also going to be expanding my coverage. My personal channel will be revamped and host mini reviews, response videos, and little bits of music here and there. The plan is also to kick off a second channel and restart the politics coverage we did here way back when. News on all of that when I have it. I'll hopefully have a few more updates and developments to report at the end of my next Rings of Power video, but the links to all of the above, as well as some other channels you should definitely check out, are in the description. All that remains for me to do, having mentioned Patreon, is to thank those who have subscribed so far. With preemptive apologies when I inevitably cock up your names, my sincere thanks to Flockmeister, Zachary Daniel, Ronald Matar, Stephen Ralph, Greg Kane, Tobias Lengholtz, Potato Soup, Ben Sundberg, Basso, Matthew Coates, Hugo's Desk, Nate Mallory, Sir Stephen, Benedict Schneider, Alex, Sean Ledden, T. Grimm, now Random Supernatural, quote random character Sammy Q Darkstreams Music S Tony. That's all one person. Brandon Casanelli, John Cole, and Jenny. And with that, I'll see you next week for Rings of Power, folks.
Ne, neću da igram dok nema neki dobar tim. Nećemo ići. Zato što...
Zato što?
Što izađe jedan pa drugi i na kraju ja ostanem sam. Nije to posla uz malo stiske, mogli smo da ih dobijemo hladno. Tako da, nekako...
Oh my lord.
Goodbye for now.
Do not fret. Okay. So if I hold down L3, okay, so...
I'm not sure. I need to speak with Father.
Oh. So there are, where does I go? And then it's like, you go right there. Okay, cool. Can I loot this?
All right. Let's get this.
Finding items.
Stuff unpacked before the
Okay,
Dutch
so it automatically loots. There he is.
Preparation is key.
You can't ride them yet. I'm just looking around right now. This is the first time I can actually just like, play the game and like move around.
Make sure you get a good edge on that, eh?
Okay, so this is where I upgrade my weapon, I guess. Another birdie boy.
Remember, it is for us to protect His Highness.
Chocobo Keeper. What does he want?
Alacidra.
Is in fine fettle, my lord.
Welcome to my channel.
Isn't that right, Ambrosia?
All right. We got the bird ready. Let's look up this way.
Need to shift this lot before we lose the light.
It's cool that they have, I like how whenever you walk near the NPCs, they have dialogue. It makes the game feel a little bit more alive, you know? Like some games don't have that. You know, WoW was one of the first MMOs to do that.
Madai!
Good as new.
Forgive me, Lord Marquess.
Da.
I say to speak.
It was no trouble, really.
Oh, do not indulge him. To be allowed to stand in your lordship's presence is more than his kind deserves. Why, neither the Empire nor the Republic treat their bearers half so well. He was lucky to be born in your father's dominion. Very lucky, as I remind him every day.
Stand, please.
What a bunch of pussies.
I trust his good fortune will continue.
Of course, if that is your lordship's wish.
Don't work too hard. Remember, it is for the good of the duchy that you serve.
As
The
do
mother's
we
afraid.
all,
Yeah,
my
she seems
lord.
like a real bitch.
As do we all.
I mean, like the kid though, like every time that she
along
sees the
now.
kid, it does remind her that like her
duties.
husband cheated on her though. So like, I could see why she'd be upset about that. You know, yeah, a little bit. He's the king? Yeah. Alright, now what? He is her son just without phoenix powers, I think? Oh, so
Looks like
she's
they're
a
getting ready for
racist.
supper.
Oh, what's this?
I think someone's hungry.
Slave master! Oh, shit!
I'm having my bearer filled around, my lord. Best to save what crystals we can.
That's right. Get to work, slave. Alright, let's go. Okay, can I go through this? I can.
Nice and quiet in here, isn't
Oh, this
it?
looks really nice. Wow.
There's Joshua.
Holy shit. Can I run? Okay, I can't run over the birds. I can't attack either. This guy's trying to like disenchant a tree. Ooh, a loot. Let me go get the loot. Another potion. I won't need those since I don't get hit.
Before your run.
Damn. Making an effort, some large gates, access, hold R2 to push all you might. Okay. It's just gonna be a cutscene. I guarantee this will be a cutscene. Yeah, see, I told you. I press R2 for nothing.
Good luck.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, they definitely gonna sell a lot of those plushies, man.
280 fabrika. Ovaj čovjek nije normalno. Ovaj čovjek nije normalno.
Čekaj, 280?
There he is, just sitting there.
280 fabrika.
Bro, like, he didn't even have a cushion on the throne?
Šta
That
smo mi...
You commanded my
To je
presence,
vjerojatno
Your
Nemačka.
Grace. How may I
Može.
serve you?
All right, you can stop licking my boots. Mother isn't here.
Do the territories fare any better?
Most lie under a pall of black. In just these few moons, the Blight has taken nigh on all of the northern reaches.
Yeah, he knows she's a crazy
It's only a
bitch.
matter of time before it crosses the border. Nearly every available bed in the capital is already occupied by those fleeing the Deadlands. Even if we were to send them south to Port Isolde, more would only follow in their wake. Every day we delay brings us closer to disaster. We must move now.
Against the Iron Kingdom.
We have traded blows with them for too long. It is time to end it.
Oh shit.
At the very least, we must secure Drake's breath. Without the blessing of the Mother Crystal, we cannot defend our realm from the spread of the Blight.
The Iron Blood will not relinquish it easily. This will be a bitter fight.
We ride for Phoenix Gate tomorrow.
That's quick.
There we will listen to the words of our ancestors, as tradition dictates.
Am I to go with you as Joshua's shield?
There is something else I would have you do first.
Psycho Ghost igra Lies of P.
Axe? It's Axe. Fuck is Gemini?
Ne znam, nisam subscribe-ovan na njega.
Nisam ni ja subscribe-ovan, ali možda ga pogledaš na Twitchu. Nisam ja subscribe-ovan, nego imam njegov kanal tamo na Discordu. Izbacuje mi notifikacije, vidio sam da streamu. Ne možeš ti biti subscribe-ovan da ga gleda.
Meni se čini da je taj... Arheolog je uviša.
Šta?
Ta klasa. Šta?
Jeste rogue.
Čini mi se da je ono najslabije.
Yeah, might help. You know what might help? If you tell me what is this
Možda sam igrao sa likom koji ne zna da igra.
Igrao si sa mnom, koji sam igrao sa Mageom, koji je tank, a ne DPS. Jesi zaboravio već?
Oh, I want the one in the back, dude. Like the big one. Oh, you can actually select the combat style. Path of the cricket, balance. Path of the bastard, dexterity. Path of the sweeper, sweet. It would be nice if they... Oh.
It would be nice if they would show me what they
Reagirao
mean.
sam se nekako
Yeah,
hvatio.
okay.
Mislio bi ovoga, ali nije nešto čistio i...
Ljudi igraju sa šurikenima. Što sam ja gledao igraju sa šurikenima. Ide okolo i samo baca šuriken.
Oh, now I can finally move. Nice. Okay.
Imaš i Blade Mastera. Blade Master ti je melee klasa za ruku.
Nice. I like that little sparkle effect there on the... Okay, guards. No, this is not guards. This is guard. Okay. And I just... Okay. Then dash to dodge. And see. This is not really a dash, but I take it. Attack. Attack. Can I do combos? Oh, yeah. Is that an enemy? Can I stealth? Oh, there we go. I would like to stab this dude in the back. I hope there's stealth takedowns. Oh shit. Okay, that worked like a fucking charm. Ooh. Okay. That consumes a lot of stamina. What is it? Wait, what the fuck? From where is he coming?
Većina ljudi ne čita sinergiju između skillova. Kao što rekao, imaš određene skillove koje ne moraš ni da kastuješ. Jednostavno se aktiviraju. Dovoljno je da investiraš poene u skill koji je u vezi sa recimo tvojim primarnim skillom s kojim dealaš damage. I ovaj se automatski aktivira na procenat. Većina ljudi mrzi da čita. Ako nije neko napravio guide, ni ne vredi čitati u tom fazonu. Ma ljudi tu odrede dođu na chat i napišu kao koja klasa je bolja ili šta preporučujete. Mislim, brate, uzmi pa igra pa vidi sam šta je dobro.
Yeah, dude, so basically your class, right? Oh shit, there's actually two. This sneaky fucker in the back. I see you. So let's see how good the guard is. Hunt! Wait, what? I almost killed the guy with the fucking punch. Oh, there's another one. Look at these assholes. Okay, okay. Apparently my arm is pretty strong. Dude, is this all oil from these assholes? Can I break stuff? No. Cute weekend. Fuck you. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, gears down. Let's see. The others have to earn it too. Damn it, the blood oil just dissipates off your shirt. Yeah, it's kind of weird that it just... Yeah. Keep in mind, we're playing a... So, Mr. Long Corner, thank you 9 months. Conlo with the 9 months.
A nema, kad ne polesem long ammo to.
Što moraš da poneseš long ammo? Šta ti treba, za headshot ili da probušiš neko? Pa ti uzmi onaj Cardboard Conversion Full Metal Jacket. Recall nemaš, penetraciju ima. Dovoljno penetraciju ima.
Okay, this is not really a Souls-like game, and you know why? Because if this would be a Souls-like game, there would be enemies hiding left and right, and the moment you go through the door, they stab you in the kidney. Also, let me just quickly adjust something. Because I'm hiding here this bar.
Onda počnu uzim onaj kvotomaster.
No, this is the Book of P. This is the Lies of P. Ow! Dude.
Vladet. Welcome to my channel.
Nice. Hey nerd, this is rude what you're doing. I'll shoot? Hehe. Tons! This consumes a lot of my durability. Is this my durability for the arm? Okay, how does this look? Okay, kind of fancy. I like it. What do we have here? Okay, this is weapon switch. What is this? Huh? The fuck did I just do? I charged something. Am I charging my fucking... I'm sharpening it. What the fuck? That's awesome. That was just fucking I'm playing One Punch Man. This is pretty cool. Thermite. Activate the upper belt slot, activate the lower belt slot, use the hold on to an extra bag. Okay, but the extra bag. No. So I guess this one. Ah, okay. The character will die if you use this. You wish to continue. What? No. Why the fuck, dude? Do you want to use this? You're gonna die. Okay, maybe I don't want to use this. Not right now. Do it. Yeah, you've got actually a point. Okay, I don't know what I expected to happen. But, I mean... Eh? Why does this item exist?
Easy.
I mean...
Too easy.
Wait, this is not the whole time. Last resort? Yeah, fuck this. Okay, for science, I did it for you guys, okay? I hope you're happy. I wonder if there's like a parry mode. Oh. Right in the fucking... There we go. Okay, I don't know. This item exists because every Souls game that came before the Dark Sun brings you back to your last level. Yeah, but why does it have to kill me? There's block timing? Okay, nice. Well then, I'm just gonna fucking kill these guys then, I guess. Block timing, let's see. Ooh, yeah! I like it! Give me more of this block timing. Woohoo! Come on, attack me, please. What happens? Can you spam it, in theory? What happens if I spam it? Okay, whatever. Alright, so... I'm not going... Well, I can still go this way, but... Oh, this is probably where I died, right? Yep. Could you please shoot? Thank you. Oh, you fuck baited me. You can stagger them though, Fable Catalyst. Okay. Let's keep going this way then. There's perfect parry. Nice. I mean, I just did that, right? What? Oh, nice. Does he have a chandelier in his hand? Okay, that was slightly over the top. I still like it, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my god, dude. Can I break this? No. You have to go into the menu to equip the items. Well, the menu is right here. I need it. Extra bag. I see. Consumable. A catalyst may supplement puppet abilities. Rapidly charges favorite items. Oh, there's my thermite. Sawtooth wheel. A cock wheeler that doesn't come inside in craft. It can be thrown or drawn at an enemy's attention. Okay. A thermite bomb that can be thrown. Oh yeah, baby. And what is this? Obtain Ergo. Ergo is basically my soul science, right? Ooh, yes. Can I... Ah! Okay. He immediately uses it. I see. Where was... No, where's the one that I... This one, right? Oh, shit, I just did something. No, but what was the one that I used for, Shit, dude. Didn't I use something for sharpening the goddamn blades? I'm pretty sure I did, whatever. Yeah, the top of the stick broke from after the parry. The passenger's note. If anyone finds this note, get out of the station and run. make sure to keep clear of the waiting room. I saw a huge puppet smashing people to death in there. Yeah, I saw that too. Your observation skills are on point. You use the... Oh, yes, you're right. Nice, thank you. Oh, wait, another stealth takedown, I guess. Can I just do this fast, or... Oh, I never heard of iframes, bitch? Oh. I almost was able to make one of the back attacks. Yep. Oh, it heals full. That is nice. Dim ergo fragment. Okay. That's going down, I guess, to the hall where I should not go because reasons. Yep, this is correct, Blitzbear.
Take care.
Also, hello. I mean, I will just back attack him, right? And oh shit, lock device. There are doors and ladders all throughout crafts that are locked by devices. You can unlock these doors or go down the ladders to create shortcuts. Hey Tom! Massive raid here is going on, dude. Thank you for the raid. Did you play this already? Did you play the demo, my friend? Because after you block the first, he strikes again. I have motion blur on. That could actually be because I did not check the settings.
Yes.
Other graphics. Desync.
Take care.
I checked it for Amnesia. I turned it off, but I don't see it right now for maybe it's in camera. I don't mind the camera shake, but it was back in gameplay. Of course it's in gameplay. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, okay, there we go. Thank you. So... a very complex... Okay, everybody wants to see me get smashed, right? Not by your mom, obviously, but... Let's see. Oh shit, why can I not sneak up to you? You look mean! Okay, but that was not impressive so far. He swings a big stick. And he has this, like, shoulder bash. Oh yeah, dude. Damage is okay. Oh man, I thought you would reach me there. How did that go through me? Are you afraid, huh? Oh, he has combo moves. If you look at that. I have fucker baited me there. Okay, we need to learn a few parry timings here. Not like that. And not like that. That was awkward. Can I please heal really quick? Thank you. Yeah, but ow. And I'm good at this game, dude. Okay, interesting. Alright. Attack a second time because then you're gonna be mad. So I'm just gonna chip away and have a good time. Maybe I'll get greedy. Yeah, of course. Ooh, that actually worked. Nice. That actually recharges quite a lot when I hit him. Okay, what is the hold for a charge attack? What? Oh yeah, that. Okay, I should be in range 2 though before I do that. Pratt Central Station main entrance. Oh, I got a dropship key, I think. Okay. Use your fisting hand. Oh, you would like that, right? You would like that. It's already a weird screen. Tom, sorry, I didn't see your answer if you answered me, so... That's it? I don't know how I feel that there is no map. I've been here before.
Jack,
For that door. When the bar is white, you can have your attack for stack. I see.
Da ste osvojiti.
Yeah.
Šta ima?
I got something else too. Wait, there was still one way that I didn't check.
Psycho Ghost igra ovu igru, ima na Steamu da se proba. Free. Lies of P. Pa pogledaj njegov stream sad. Ova igra trenutno ne može da se kupi, ali može se proba demo na Steamu. Ja neću ni da je skidam, hoću samo da vidim na šta liči. Mislim, u pitanju je demo.
What the fuck? Well, this just seems like a straight upgrade. Okay, more weight, but I don't care.
Sa ekranom?
Here, workshop unit set up at liner. Okay, those are all my... Okay, and then you can upgrade that.
Tiče znam sa sobom.
Costumes!
Zato ja nikad neću biti dobar ne streamer, nego nikakav, razumeš, zato što ne znam da pričam sam sa sobom dok igram nešto.
Nice dude, GG bro. So this is like a bonfire then here, I guess, right? This year?
Mislim, grafički izgleda lepo, što mene tiče, ali nije sve u grafici.
I mean, obviously it's a stargazer. Use stargazer to fully recover HP and stamina as...
Kamen. To ti liči na kamen. Ozbiljno. Ovo ti liči na kamen. Si rekao fontana ili... ne znam.
Kad sam prebacio, baš je zapijelo plavo. Sam se ko nadovezao.
Da, definitivno.
A gdje je ovaj Pantić? Da li je tu?
Kažem baš.
A gdje je Pantiću?
You maybe.
Da ti čutiš Pantiću?
Yeah. What? So I can upgrade here, right? Yes. Ooh, storage? Not that I need it, but level up!
Aj, brate, imeli 20 minuta pričao sa fontanom, jebala ti izađima.
Motility. Physical attack, so it's good.
Pa nova igra.
Oh, I can't?
Ne znaš šta radiš, stavi. Kad igraš nešto duže vremena, ne moraš ni da gledaš u menima šta radi. Razumeš?
Skill vitality, bla bla bla.
Kao što vidiš. Neki stvar neće ni da čita.
If you put it that way... Oh, what the fuck? Robodogs? Oh, come on. Well, at least they're squishy. I could use the fragments that I found, but hey. Did that block just not consume any stamina? Did I see that correctly? Is that like, oh, dang, I'm strong. Nice. Can use throwing archer for long range attack. No, I don't like long range attacks. Oh, what is that? So it's basically a soul slug? Yeah. Yeah, baby, get wrecked. And he's like, yeah, whatever, this is cool. I don't care. The parry feels very chunky. I like it. Give me the 2. You can probably not open this from the side because there's a lock. My pretty white shirt is all, yeah, but that's a cool thing. I just wash it off very quickly. Okay. Oh, shit. Very oblivious enemies, though. Not that I complain too much. Oh, shit. Rip. Saw this puppet in half. Oh, yeah. Then let me know. How did I do that? Yeah, there we go. And then this one, right? Oh, sexy, dude. Is it on? Now it's on. Yeah, now it's on. Okay. Then we have another doggy just lunching here. Those are, right now, by far, the most harmless fucking enemy dogs that I saw in... Oh my god, he just fucking... Nice. Normally dogs are a huge pain in the ass. Right now, it doesn't feel like that. Oh, what do we get here? Nice. Krat times issue. Okay, let's read that. The Krat Grand exhibition has been delayed. This decision was made to protect the citizens until the puppet frenzy that has recently paralyzed the cities under control. The occurrence began on Rosa Isabel Street, resulting in hundreds of casualties. While the cause is still unknown, the number of casualties and the scale of damage are both growing. As the crisis dragged on, the workshop and Vinigni Company, Krat's largest puppet factory, announced that they would offer emergency supplies to citizens and do everything they could to alleviate the situation. A task force is investigating the possibility of a fatal loss of the Grand Covenant, which is the control protocol of the workshop's puppets. However, there is no quick solution as of now, with the puppet frenzy creating more casualties. As the city braces for a resurgence of the petrification disease, the citizens, I don't know why I can't pronounce this correctly, were advised to stay indoors for their safety. However, many citizens are trying to escape through Krat Central Station, intensifying the general chaos. Yeah, that didn't work out, did it? Oh, I got kissed down. Massive Bloodborne vibes. Yeah, I want a gun though. Okay, we went up there. Let's kill this puppet here. Can I even say killing? I'm not really killing, right? Also, you can break shit, but not with the sword. That's true. That makes... Okay. Can I... Wait, are you for real now? Of course. Goodbye! Joy! Catch him, guys. Okay. It's the fucking chandelier, dude. Yeah, maybe. Got some good suggestions. No cure for puppet frenzy. Let's produce a few more. Yeah. It seems to me there's a little bit... Does this even do anything? Can you find shit behind this? Seems a little bit like a massive flaw in their logic, doesn't it? Oh shit! Hello. I want boss fights. Boss fights. Boss fights. Ooh. I can probably interact with that, but I want the shiny thing. And what is this? Oh, I can't interact? Alright. I mean, game looks nice, to be honest. Have you played Jedi Survivor? Sadly, I did not yet. Fable arts, use spells, blah blah blah. Ooh, you also have a handle Fable art. Weapons have distinct blades and handles that each have their own Fable art. Fable arts use up Fable slots and different Fable arts. Blah, blah, blah. So, this one, I guess. And when I guard, I have no idea what that was. Oh shit! What the heck? Oh no, this is not good. So, oh my god, you have too much health. It feels a bit weird with the dodging when I try to dodge through him.
Isebe. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, I take damage with my stamina bar is empty. Okay. I'm stuck. Missed. That was not very pretty, was it? Oh, okay. Yeah, good thing that I use the Fable art just against the raindrops and not against the actual enemy, but hey, who cares? I like it though that you cut off parts. Oh, there we go. Oh!
More!
Fuck! It feels underperforming, to be honest. Why are you missing a hand?
Slušaj, čitao sam o tome na ovom Redditu. Znaš čemu se radi? Slušaj me dobro. Slušaj me. Desinkovan si. Tvoja lokacija i to gdje ti nišaniš i gdje metak pogađa je desinkovana. Jesi živ?
Gdje sam živ? Umio sam. Čovjek je bio meta ispred mene.
Me čuješ? Me čuješ? Desinkovan si. I tvoj metak ne pogađa tamo gdje ti nišaniš. A znaš onaj klip što smo Gardija
Vidio sam.
To ti je, ima objašnjenje dobro na Redditu. Desinkovan si sa ti kao klinici desinkovan sa svojom lokacijom na serveru i kad opališ metak ne ide tamo da si na nišanu.
Papa Klompalius.
Ljudi, ja idem da spavam pa se vidimo sutra. Evo noć.
Lako noć. Šta sa Rusima? Šta imaš proti Rusa, čujem?
Pa rusko govno je tično. Možeš da igra kao čovjek, ruski se nego bolje na europskim. Da dođi sa lagom iz ko zna kojih dijela gdje se medjive na spavne države.
Vi čujete ovdje?
Da. Zavisi šta si pričao. Let pukao.
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
Parade puppets. Where? Are these enemies? Oh, they are. Wait, can that thing attack me? What the fuck?
Yes.
Yeah, but you cannot attack backwards, right? Wait, what? Oh, is this like some guard practice?
Take care.
Okay. Holy crap, dude. What's the point of the thing then? It's just a dummy, right?
Hello there. Welcome to Krat, visitor.
Yeah, beautiful village.
Figures. The whole organization fell apart. All that's left are wannabes and amateurs who think they can fight on their own. You ought to buy something while you're at the festival. You can't rely on yourself alone. Out here alone?
What is he selling? So those are the other blade weapons. Great Sword of Fate Blade. Can I compare it? No, I have these already. Wait, what the fuck? Throwing cell. Electric Blitz of... Wait, what? Ooh. Nice. But I think the weapons... I have them already. Yo, those are the starter weapons. Okay. So, I think I can put the Blitz here, right? Ooh. Nice! Oh, wait, is it a one-time use? Nice. Okay, I guess. And wasted already. Yeah, dude, it's a fucking demo. Let me try stuff, man. I just killed myself earlier out of curiosity. Like, literally. I'm not even kidding you. I've seen this coming. Yeah, come on. He appears a terrific puppet who will enlighten the parade, introducing blah blah blah. Hello, I'm the parade master. I like singing and marching with people. The parade master has the following functions: 16 jolly songs, cheerful laughter, and 54 parade phrases. The strength to carry 6 men on shoulders, great. This parade master was made big and yeah, okay. But isn't there like a resting spot for me? I didn't see one. Surely he's friendly. Now, real talk now, though. If this is one of these Souls-like games where you have to go through a shit ton of trash just to do the next spot. Oh my god. You unlocked the shortcut? Ah, okay. Should I rest then? I mean, I have only one flask. A flask. I know it's not called flask, but... I can take the shortcut, right? Where was it? Here? Here. And that goes into the courtyard then, I guess? I could also level up, I think. It's shortcut. It's not really... I mean, yeah, kinda. Oh, no animation for this? Oh, come on. That's sad. Ooh, guard regain is also affected by this. Nice. Oh shit, dude. I can level up quite a bit. Can I not? What is motivity? Physical attack? Sure. Technique. What's the difference between these two then? This one seems to affect only... Yeah, dude, then I just go... What's this? And advance. Legion. Give me some more stamina, I think. Strength and dex, okay. Well, I didn't know you liked Souls-like. Dude, I played a lot of them. I think I played most of them. We played Timecia, we played Steel Rising, we played Mortal Shell. If there's a Souls-like game, there's a high chance that I play it. So, did that respawn the enemies? Most likely, right? Yeah, okay, I see. Legion is the hand. Ooh, yeah, that could be. Was it that way or that way? I think it was that way, right? And down and to the right? No, up here. Correct? This was the shortcut, I think. Yeah, I think this right here. Oh, did he drop something? No. Did you do Remnant from the Ashes? Yes, actually quite a bit. And I can't wait for July 27, right? Will you play the new Lords of the Fallen? I plan to do so, yeah. I mean, always keep in mind, if there's like, I don't know, Twitch drops for Hunt at the same time, then most likely we'll have to wait. You finished Remnant base game in a single stream session. How long did I stream there? I think we were like 22 hours or something like that. Yeah, that was not fun. There was a memory that I forgot about. Thank you for bringing that back. Okay, let's see. This is Souls-like, yeah. Boss time. Ooh. Oh! Nice punch. Yeah, Remnant from the Ashes. Basically Dark Souls with guns. Why would you make a puppet with this for the circus? Bruh. Hello? Okay. Kowalski, analyze. Holy shit. Oh shit. Oh! I mean, easy. That was a bit late, I guess. Can I dodge or can I parry this? Let's see. Come on, attack. That looked good. He is gonna use that cage, right? Come on, I dodged it! Panic dodging, yeah, my good. Bro, what the fuck? god. I tried to wait for the parry and then I'm too slow on the... Yeah, okay. Can I not perfect parry him? Doing great.
Kako si to premašio? Kako si to premašio?
Ko to zna?
Huh? Oi, oi, oi. Oh my god, I fucking knew it! I see. Oh, I'm still alive. Maybe not. Oh, what was that? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, you cannot perfect parry him. Boss is dumb. Started so hard. No, I think this is not even that difficult. This is not that difficult, I think.
You know.
If you die in a boss battle, Death Egg is created. The entrance to the boss area. Yeah, you see that, Dark Souls? Do you see that? Elden Ring! Okay, but this is not the biggest struggle here.
Oh! Da.
Let's go. Yeah, but I had a few parries that looked not too bad, dude. It's probably a waste killing them, right? Oh, it's even telling me how many I need of that ergo for the next level up. Cool. Could you be any more casual? Yeah, don't forget to unfollow. But apparently these puppets are running berserk. Alright, you little fuck. Yeah. Dude. I'm doing everything a tiny bit too late. Oh, that was fine though. This is going pretty good, doesn't it? Bro, legit making me fucking angry. Oh fuck, I misjudged that slightly. Why is he not doing the other phase? Shouldn't he do that? Oh, there we go. I swear, dude. Ow. Should I not just fucking, you know... Holy fuck. He killed me through the parry. Okay, I'm a little bit slow right here in that second try compared to the first one. Interesting. Okay, I see. strange game, your typical Souls-like, dude. That's okay, dude. The dodging feels a little bit clunky, though. I'm not getting the best feedback on it when it's... Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, cool. Huh. So I lose, like, not really health, only if I'm not... Okay. Get a backdash. It's... Hello? What the fuck? What I don't like is sometimes you only do like a dodge and sometimes you do the full roll. It's awkward. So far though, the issue is me and not the game, alright? Let's be honest here. Let's go, next one. I just don't want to get wrecked in the first phase. But it seems like dodging sideways is way better than... That one was actually too early. That one too. Could you please stop doing this? Not too greedy, man. This feels so awkward though, because it's a fucking delayed attack, dude. What the heck, dude? Oh, this is gonna be fun. Yeah, the parry is not really working. I did it already, and either the timing for the perfect parry is so fucking tiny that you really have to play with fire. And these delayed attacks is like Elden Ring all over again. It's practice, don't get me wrong, but yeah. Now come on. Why is there the fucking zoo attacking? What the fuck? Yeah, this is a great start, isn't it? Not that it matters, but... I'm gonna try to parry once more. The thing is, why should I? Because the dodging works actually... Wasn't there like another one? Kind of reliably, and the second phase is the thing that wrecks me. Which feels weird, because the parry against the regular enemies is really easy to pull off. But that's because they're regular enemies, nerd. Yeah, I'm gonna try a little bit of lightning and other shit too, don't worry. these are too early. That one too, I get that. That one too. That one was too early. That one was too early as well. Come on, do something. No? This is exactly what I mean with playing with fire. Okay, there we go. Dude, if this is not a perfect parry, then I don't fucking know what is. Too early. Yeah. Ow! Dude, the range on that shit, I need to stay close. Oh yeah, fucking great. He's just like tipping the fucking ground. Yeah. And that right there, he hit me before I could stand up again. I don't know if I like that. When you glow red, you can block it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Do me a favor. I'm saying this now once. And I didn't say it before, so it's all cool. But the backseat gaming is something that we need to tune down a little bit. Okay? All good, because I didn't say anything yet, but from now on it would be nice if you tune it down a little bit. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to have your Elden Ring 2 déjà vu, okay? I know you want to help, but exploring this shit and finding it out is also huge bullshit. Why do you not get fucking shot? It's part of the game. Oh, from fucking behind. Yeah, we have again this beautiful start here. Wait. Metal Fist, yeah, but the thing has a charge up. It's I can try it. Fuck it. I'm also gonna buy a little bit of lightning shit. I think I can carry 3. They're not very expensive, I think like 250. Yeah, this is just a demo, so I think you have only the first area available, Seahound. There was perfect parry. I know what the fuck perfect parry is. But there were a few parries that I did on the boss, and no way this could have been any more perfect.
Out here alone?
Yes, I am. How could you tell? There we go. What is this? Ooh. We're gonna try that later. What does parry even do? Yeah. Okay, let's get this done. Can I do this here? Let's test this. And maybe get a little bit of distance first. Nice. I mean, not that one. Oh, fuck. Forget it. That try's already garbage. Jesus! Can I not cannot dodge this at all? I thought you could dodge this. Also, why can I not? Oh my god, I'm in the wrong fucking... There we go. Okay, lighting seems to be good. That didn't do much. Too late. I'm stuck in the legs. I couldn't get away because I was stuck between the legs. Okay, start timing the people out that are still backseating. Okay, I feel nice now. Alright. And if you see any more backseat gaming, you just fucking time out immediately. No, guys, fuck. Seriously. This is no bueno, okay? It doesn't have to be a big one, just 5 minutes. But I'm not letting that fly, dude. Okay? Spinato is a thank you for 40 months. Luis, hi all, 21 months, appreciate. Hey Mega Man, thank you for the 10 months. How's the game so far? Except all the smart ass, it's pretty good. Dude, thank you for the 200 bits there from Vitary Shadowfall. Also Vietnam Monkey with the Prime, thank you. No, dude, this was already a pain in the Elden Ring. If I want help, I'm gonna ask. Okay? This is not okay, guys. I can hear them already behind me again, right? Yep. The whole fucking zoo again. Nice. In theory, it doesn't really matter because you can recharge your blasts at the boss.
Too easy. Not happening.
You try other weapons? We only have these, so nope. Did I use all my electricity stuff? No, I still have it. Oops. But you can buy, yeah, but I don't want to. Guys, for fuck's sake. It's really not that difficult what I ask you guys right now. Greedy. Oh no, why did I do that? I have no stamina to get it back now. Oh, come on, that's not what I wanted. such a bullshit attack. Fucking delay. Oh! Yeah, okay. From the movement, it looks like he would hit, but then he just fucking delays it. The name is Light On. Well, the subtitles, I think they're just okay. How do you recharge the fist? I actually don't know. Maybe with a repair kit. So I go this way right now. Maybe that helps. Maybe I can just bypass them a little bit easier. I used up all my electricity thingies though, so I need to buy a couple more. Was good try. The electricity helps a lot, and I think I only need to learn phase 2 a little bit more. Couple more tries and then things stand. It's related to the game. Okay, I actually don't know. Could be. Can I buy more? No, shame. Hold on. Works the stop? No, I think it's just straight up buffs your damage. Okay, we do some testing. Can I use it before the fight and it's still active? It is. Okay, that's cool. Is it a dot? I actually don't know. Dude, he should morph now, right? No. That's exactly what I wanted. Kappa. How the fuck am I supposed to see any of these attacks, man? I'm weirdly stuck between his fucking legs. I know how this sounds, but fucking hell. The fucking wreck nerds. See? Told you. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. So apparently just DPSing was the solution and not reading the attacks or learning the attacks. Just fucking send it and deal massive damage easy. I mean, told you. Okay. Nice. They do not respawn, right? Went Super Saiyan at the end, you saw that, right? It was pretty cool. I think there is like a certain threshold of damage where you start staggering them. And then you just keep going. Zop. What? Talk? Hey, Kostir. You thank you for 8 months. Okay, yeah, just fucking die them, please. This can't be good for your arm, but okay. The best way, yep. I'm just happy the thing's dead. Yeah?
Hotel security excludes puppets like you. So you'll have to lie to get inside. You're a special puppet after all.
It's a nice little touch how they wrote the lie word in red. Ooh, dude. Dang, what happened here? A cool thing about this game is with the puppets, they can go a little bit crazy with the enemy design, and I'm pretty sure they have some sick ones. I mean, not right now, obviously, because this is beginner area, but... The Moonstone was not from the Sword, it was the most of the... Dude, I can't read that fast. Here we go, quads. Okay. P-organ ability activation part. The fuck? What is a P-organ? A colorful tiny ergo fragment. It activates a special ability when equipped to the P-organ. There's a special kind of ergo with a different color and vibration. The workshop uses this gem to bring out puppets' different abilities. Okay. Yeah. Don't I? Yeah. I know what I said. I know what I said. Just. Hidden Moonstone upgrades normal weapon blade up to +3. Nice. A rare enhancement material can be obtained in different parts of Krat. It can upgrade the blades of common weapons. So there are probably rare weapons then too. The Moonstone was not from this world, however, it was the most optimal enhancement material. In the urgency, technicians prefer blah blah blah. Okay, crafting material. Got it. Yeah. I'm so happy that we are such a mature community. What? That was difficult.
Welcome to Hotel Krat.
Your springs are reacting. Okay, cool. Do we smash it open? Oh, okay. Am I the only one who is mature here? I don't know, I think the two of us are pretty alone here. Wait, but that's not it, right? Wait, what? I thought the demo was longer. No, people said it goes on for a bit longer. Okay, because people said like 2 to 3 hours in the fucking demo. That is the lie, yeah, and now we are lying for 100% right there. Oh, again with the butterfly. Yes! No longer maidenless. Cool. Now we can touch.
All of Krat has been used for damage, and that meeting would have been the scariest. Please find Geppetto on the scene. Not happening.
Oh my god, a map? Yeah. Dude, a map would be fucking insane. A pocket on back time when the boy was in decent condition. What? A pocket watch. Oh, there. Easy guy. A pocket watch from Sophia. The power inside the watch returns to the user to the last stargazer you visited on the whole stake. Oh, nice! Without fucking killing me, by the way! Not like this piece of shit here. Last resort. I mean, what? Oh, good. Ooh, that's a fancy stargazer.
Not happening.
I cannot level up with this one. Doesn't really matter, you can probably teleport to the other one and then level up over there. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this no map thing. Who the fuck are you? I cannot target her.
Unexpected guests are welcome. We don't insist on reservations.
Well,
Monto. And this is my hotel.
Austrian, so you're pretty close.
I killed one. One is there, so one missing.
It would have a few loose screws. Pepper's skills are
Yeah. Steel Rising had a very similar approach actually.
He took off for a
Ah,
Elysian
okay.
wood.
Alright, gotcha.
If it doesn't turn up soon,
Sorry.
I'll have to make a new coffin.
Yeah, for you though.
Oh, I forgot.
Give me loot.
It comes with a long story. Please find that old man. And do take it.
Which do you... Please give me a hat. No. Is this purely cosmetic? Probably not, right? No, it's purely fucking... Why is this like a crossover between a school uniform and a sailor uniform? I need a hat. A hat! That's what I need. Don't have a hat. Sadness. But didn't we also get like some gestures? Check ground. Yep, yep, check ground. And how do I use them?
Yes. Take care.
And cover up the George's hair. Dude, if I get a top hair, a nice fancy top hat, you bet your ass that hair is hidden. Hotel Krat is one of the city's creepiest and most mysterious building. According to lore, Hotel Krat is an isolated castle built by an aristocrat devoted to a form of occultism after receiving a revelation from a radiant tree. Yeah, makes sense. At one point it was used as a mental institution and some patrons said they saw hallucinations. However, no records remain as they were all destroyed in a large fire. Above all, being so far underground just compounds the rumors. Some even said that it is connected to an unknown hell. But now the rumors have served to embellish the charm of Hotel Krat, which has been renovated in the latest style. As the recent rumors of the grand exhibition Ghost Hotel Krat, more customers are actually looking to stay at the hotel. Next is a comment from the hotel owner, Miss Antonia. A ghost hotel? I've heard it more times than I can remember, but fortunately our hotel guests are brave like birds. It's not a problem at all. Rating 4 out of 5, creepy and mystical, best resort in Krat. Reporter Medoro, this guide was made with the support of the BB Company of Friends. Cool. Nice, I see. Hey Blackfire, thank you for the video. Use the money again. Oh, nice! Oh, sweet. I still need to finish that one. And also the cleric. There we go. Thank you for the prime. Enjoy your badge and emote and welcome, welcome. What do you think of it so far? Not too bad. I'm enjoying it. Oh, who are you? Wait, that's a puppet too, though.
Welcome to Hotel Krat. My name is Polendina.
The dodging feels a bit
I just...
Gdje si? Šta si propustio šove?
Oh, what do you sell?
Bila je lunac.
Ma da, ja sam pravio kolaž od njihove gluposti. Moraš da vidiš ovo je vrhunac, čekaj. Gledam. Ja i ti ovo ne, jedino da mi miš padne ispod stola mogu da tromašim.
I'm not touching Redfall, man. If you release your game in such a piss poor state... Okay, it looks like a training ground.
Edit.
Oh, Smith. Oh, hello.
Dreković, evo, pogledam.
Wow.
Ko da nema ruček.
Oh, upgrade. Upgrade.
Jel on igra na joystick, šta radi?
Pređi s druge strane! Još jedan put.
O, mator igra.
Sve šta radi?
combat ability. The Legion arm can be modified into all sorts of forms.
Nešto Kurblas Mission, nevjerovatan tip.
Ne znam što ne nosi Heavy Knife.
Now let me upgrade.
A ne treba ti Heavy Knife. Već samo treba da znaš da pogodiš to što ubodeš nožem. Ja mogu shvatim da...
Možda ima mali 100.
Mislim da je mrtva trka između mene i Drakula koji ima više kilova nožem u Huntu. On možda ima više headshot, ali ja imam više udaraca nožem.
Guardio mali 100, ja mislim, zato udare.
Mali mu 100?
Nema ga puno košća.
Šta će ti veliki 100?
Zato je i zaglavio se ovako.
Ali Ben, ja nemam nešto puno košća.
Pa možda imaš bolji sensitivity nego on.
Ali ja sam pojačaj. Ja ne moram ono da uzem poigram mišljenje za klub.
Ne, bože sačuvaj. Ja ako išta mrzim, to sam mrzao ranije. Kad sam imao miš sa kuglicom. Ti si sreće Peđa, ne sećaš toga. Ne verujem da si ikad... Jesi držao ikad u ruci miš sa kuglicom? Na seriju. Gde si nešto to, na kom otpadu? Ili neko igrao?
To je bilo 2000...
Koliko si imao? 8 godina.
10.
Jebate, koje je to sranje bilo. Kad dođeš do kraja, digneš i onda kao vrtiš.
Loše, ne možeš ono sensitivity nula.
Razumeš? Pa kad se isprlja previše, onda moraš da izvadiš, da ga otvoriš, izvadiš kuglicu, pa obrišeš. Nikad više. Hvala. Da.
That delusional and think that this release was good as a dev. Somebody probably pushed them to release it, but that was not good. Always delay your game if you can. Yeah, I know that they're not the same developers, true. Like most of them are not working there anymore, but still, you get my point, right? Okay, this is going full circle. I think same with CD Projekt. They are a bigger studio, and I think they just got like forced to release it. You have to keep in mind that you have. I mean, still not okay what happened with Cyberpunk. Okay, don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm saying. You have to keep in mind that knock on the door. It's locked tight. Okay. You have to keep in mind you have developers and you have publishers. And the developers sometimes, or most of the time actually, do not have the final saying when a game gets released. They were facing heavy pressure to put it out. They knew it wasn't ready, but greed from this player needs, it seems. Yeah, but that is a dumb decision from the people who decided that. This is a decision that you make when your company is on the blink of, yeah, if we do not release this game right now and make some money, then we're dead. Great fortune to all visitors, for all travelers, blessings to all friends. I need that coin to put in there. I want to go to the training ground really quick though and test my harpoon. Yeah, super time. Yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, nobody from us is working at Arcane Studios and we don't know what actually happened. So how do I use this now? Oh, now probably like this.
Such a joke on the tip.
Not these ones. So yeah. Honestly, delaying video games nowadays is not a big deal anymore. Because I don't know, dude. So many people do it already. I'm not saying that's a good thing, okay? But it's better to delay a game than release something that ruins your reputation. Once your reputation is ruined, I think that at least the experienced gamers out there, they do not forget, man. And you can say a lot about the gaming community, but they're ruthless, man. They're not nice people. We right here, our community is nice, right? But the average gamer out there, dude, he is aggressive. He is mean. He doesn't like it when you don't give him a fit product. first impression is so important. And if you have a good release, the game sells on its own. This is the thing, dude. A game that has a good release and a good reputation. If I open Steam, right, and there's a new release, and I check the game, and I see you sitting at 30% rating, I do not buy your game. I was close to buying Redfall because a lot of people were asking me, hey, do you want to play Redfall? And I'm like, yeah, okay, we can check it out. And dude, I see the rating on Steam. I go and I watch some gameplay, and I'm like, the fuck? Yeah, I'm not buying this. And it's so hard to recover your ratings, man. The only shit game that I redeemed itself was No Man's Sky. Yeah, but No Man's Sky can go fuck itself. I don't care what you say, sorry. It might be in a good state right now, but the people who made No Man's Sky, they just straight up fucking lied to you. When they got asked, can I play with my friends No Man's Sky, the fucker actually said yes. Which is a fucking lie. There is a 0.0000001% chance that you play together. And that is
Fuller Smoke
cool.
a lot.
Hello.
Welcome to
That
my
is not
channel.
cool.
Welcome.
And I will... I don't know, dude. This is...
Welcome.
Dude, you cannot lie, man. There's a few things in the gaming industry that will just stick for you forever. Don't you have phones, for example? Dude, world is wild, man. He's just very awkward. I don't care what he is, but...
Hey, let's be more careful. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood. I hate these guys.
Black Rabbit.
Don't be alarmed. My name is Gemini.
Oh, there you
Talk
are.
later, when we're safe.
Now you're talking to me, finally. I think the issue with Hello Games and No Man's Sky is that the person that did the interviews and all other talks was an awkward developer nerd without any PR training. Yes, but why the fuck pick him then? Like, I don't get it. You as a company, owner, CEO, whatever, you can't send that dude then to interviews. Because they had nobody else. Well, okay, fair point. That might actually be true. That might actually be true. But if you lied to me, I will not forget about that. Okay, let's just go into the light. What's the worst that can happen? See? Nothing. Easy. I don't know. This is just scumbag tactics, man. I would have still tried No Man's Sky, but with the lie on top, that was just shit. What's cool and what's not? It's actually pretty nice, dude. It's actually pretty nice. I think I will buy the game. Oh, Switch Legion arm, but I only have one. Well, yeah, that's... Talk with Gemini.
Easy. Too easy. Finally, someone is talking to me. I'm Gemini, your friendly puppet guy. Or friendly guy puppet? I don't know, one of those. I'm also a friend of Sophia's. Last time I woke up, Sophia was there because she warned me. I'm sure there's still other memories in there. Sorry. Must be the shock. Bear with me, and I'll do my best to guide you.
But yeah, from the mechanics and everything, it's and that sounds mean, it's another Souls-like, okay? It's fun though, so far I like it. Heyo. Ow. If I don't... Oh, okay. Okay, Jesus Christ. Come here, nerd! Oh, I don't have a lot of range on that though. Yeah, that's kind of fun. Star Threat. That right there is so fucking brutal though. Get over here! Yeah, true. Come on. Sadly, it's dry now. We're gonna do a little bit of a sneaky here on this dude. Yeah, it seems like they don't like this.
You wanted fancy boutiques and shops. No place better.
You know what I like so? Oh, Jesus.
That was long ago. Before the puppet frenzy.
Oh, what was the game called that we played? It was that top-down thief-inspired game. Winter something? Winter Ember? Was it called Winter Ember? With the super shitty camera and not very good voice acting most of the time. Because this is always very important for me. I like the voice acting from this game actually. The voice acting in this game so far is, from what I heard, is not bad. But Winter Ember, holy shit, dude. That left a mark, man. That was actually sad. Oh yeah? Come here. Come here, come here, come here.
Yes.
Wow. Boy. Oh my god. This guy's... Yes! Shoot your friends! Not me. Bloody swine! Yeah, dude! Oh, shit, dude.
Lionophiera. Welcome to my channel.
Ooh, wow, that is frame. Give me a moment. Materials. Oh yeah. It can be used at the cracks calling in front of a boss area to summon a specter. Wait, what? Summons in the game? Okay, we have left armor of steel. This is the one that punches, and this is the puppet string. Also, I do have two. So this is one punch man, and this is Sub-Zero. Cool. Alright, what do we have here? Oh shit, dude. Yeah, let's just give me that. I still don't have any amulets, and I think here I can... Ah, okay, cannot be changed yet. Okay, makes sense. Scorpion! Yeah, Sub-Zero is the ice dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, unfollowed, man. How can you not know this? And you call yourself a gamer? Yeah. Okay, that understandable. That is quite a disappointment. I have to agree. I never played Mortal Kombat, okay? That's actually not an excuse, though. I get it. Ow! What the fuck was... Somebody shot me and staggered me off the roof. Bro, you dead. No shit, dude. There's falling. Yeah. Now you know. You're welcome. Just for you. Who shot me there in the back, though? Huh? Oh, dude, I'm fucking this up. The range is poor! Do I even wanna kill these guys? Not really.
Not happening.
Where did he drop last time? Oh, from the wagon. Sneaky. Another Stark Sprig. They're quite common, aren't they?
Zenus da Monkey.
Okay, how the fuck did I die here
Welcome
again?
to my channel.
Hello Zenus, what's up?
But who shot me? So fucking rude.
Let me just check one thing. Well, looks like I can't catch you on the Discord, but that's fine.
There. Okay, come here. Please.
So how do you like...
HTTPS clips Twitch TV plausible viscous albatross do dudufzuo juxmqvrxole. Not that.
I know that made no sense, but I just like doing it.
Not that.
Ooh, shortcut. Nice.
HTTPS udubzsiaxa. This.
One of these fuckers. Come on.
Si neko sam tražio.
Šta je? Si ti jeo sladoled?
Ja, slatko. Jesam.
Ja jesam. Pre neki dan, verujem mi. Nije mi bilo dobro posle. Pa znaš se ja ne umem lepo, razumiješ, da jedem polako sladoled.
Yeah, I know why you have clown in your name though, that explains a lot. That explains a lot.
Kasno je da gledamo film,
ne? Brate, radim sutra. Ostajem se u 5. Hoću samo da završimo ovaj dungeon i idem spavam.
Jebi ga i jas. Znam da sam došao ranije.
10 možda.
Jebi ga čica da nisam bio kući.
Nema veze, tim bolje. Bolje za tvoje mentalno zdravlje. Jesi da, imaš tu i ja i Nenad smo ga napušili samo da vidim koji klip. Milan je postavio nešto. Evo ti Milanov klip gdje je stavio screenshot kao petice i imaš kad neke slepce tamo juri okolo. Ma to su slepci bre. Slepci. Juri neke idiote koji ne mogu da ga... Trojice ljudi ga promašuju. Jedan ga je pogodio.
Lik penira ga na 3 metra ispred njega.
Ma bre, 10 metra kada ti oko njega nigde, ni u guzicu, ni u ruku, ni ne zajebavaju. Slepci. Ti neko priđe u metar da te zakolje, ne zajebavaju. Slepci. Slepci koji je slepac ubio.
No! Fucking asshole!
Awesome.
Okay, one thing that I struggle a little bit, maybe because I'm super fucking tired. It's kind of hard to rank or to tell when you run out of stamina.
Si meni rekao 8.
No, that is so far one of the few things that... It's a little bit easier. I don't know
piše ti tamo petice. A nemam pojme, njegovi svi klipovi se zovu K. I da ga drži na klipu kao preview. Shotgun, čekaj.
You fired. Yes.
So that wouldn't make much sense, I guess.
Ovo čini mi se.
Excuse me. Oh shit! Oh my god!
Slepci.
I mean...
Jebeni slepci.
Dude, I hope this guy won't be there now every goddamn fucking time, but I have a feeling... What the fuck are you carrying? Disgusting.
Liko je pogubljeni vremen i prostor. Probode jednog lika sa sabljom, a drugi ide na njega da ga poljubi.
But it's nice that we are finally on a rooftop or something. A chimney sweep. Oh my god! Fucking Dark Souls games, dude. Every corner. A sharp pine. Oh, there's more loot over there. Can I? Camera! Fuck. Wait.
A imaš klip koji se ja napravio, lift. Pogledaj lift, samo vrati unazad, pogledaj lift. Kako Gardi trči u krug oko lifta, ne može da pogodi. I viče na kraju, a ja tu nikad ne idem lift. Ja sam spao nesvjestan. Ne vjerujem. Franja ga zove da se popnu u lift zajedno da uđe unutra, znaš. Boris tačka. I ovaj rekao i si ignorirao da. Bez njega. Jebe ludzvunje.
Yo, what the fuck, man? Yes. Okay, so for the record, if he had to, then... Oh, he's moving too! What the fuck? What the... Oh shit, dude. Maybe not right now though, right? Take that. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Okay. Oh shit! I even saw him! I tried to dodge it, did not work. You have charge cells, you could throw it at him. Yeah, but on like a closer person. Rude. I saw him, I tried to dodge, but I couldn't. Maybe because I jumped down? And not 100% sure what happened.
Yes?
Fatality. Yep.
Otrus.
That is fucking true. I don't know why sometimes...
Oh yeah, you fucking Russian again. Again, long stitch. Stupid low life.
Otišao sam ja. Ajde ako reći.
Pozdrav Zakon.
The cool thing is you still deal some damage even when your weapon durability
Nenade,
is low.
opusti se brate, to je samo igra.
So how's Lies of... Yeah, I like it. And swords breaks? Well, I guess you're dealing just overall less damage. I assume.
Oh.
Now don't tell me this guy is gonna be here now every time, because it would make me slightly angry. Okay, thank you. That's I actually like that.